Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Capitulo 01, I am Minato Namikaze. Third-person POV. Somewhere in the training fields, Konoha, year 32. A boy with yellow hair suddenly awakens in a forest clearing. What a darn headache. He mutters as he scratches his head, trying to alleviate the pain. A few seconds pass, and he stands up, particularly disturbed, looking around, trying to figure out where he is. It seems he's even lost the knowledge of his own name. His eyes scan the area, unsure of what to do, and he ends up looking at his small hands with some wounds on them. My hands hurt a bit. And I don't remember having such tiny hands. Wait. I'm starting to remember. Is this real? Did it really happen? So, I've truly come to this fictional world. The boy, who was quite lost until now, starts jumping and shouting as things fall into place in his mind. Now I need something to see my face, and fast. He seems excited, searching for anything that could show his reflection to confirm some things. It doesn't take long for him to hear the sound of rushing water from one corner of the forest, and he immediately runs in that direction. The 6-year-old boy runs as if his life depends on it, but he's laughing and excited about what he'll see in his reflection. He sees a river with a strong current and jumps from the highest hill he can find with his child's body to reach it. As soon as he reaches the riverbank, the first thing he does is look at his reflection in the water. Even with the water flowing, he can see himself there, spiky and stylish blonde hair, blue eyes, and a big smile on his face, expressing his current joy. Despite having a child's face, his identity is unmistakable. He's one of the most significant characters in this universe, and he has earned the right to be that character. I am Namikaze Minato. Ha 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 ha. The boy laughs by himself on the riverbank. While laughing, he can't help but think that he's no longer the Minato Namikaze from Naruto's original story, but a transmigrator who has been given a new chance to live in this world. His purpose is to satisfy a bored cosmic entity called ROB, who wanted to see a new story to escape his boredom. So, he sent a new soul here to replace a key character and have fun with the changes this new arrival would bring to the world, complete with a few privileges. My cheat is simple. I have the Pika Pika No Mi without its water weakness and a one-piece world body, along with the ability to use Chakra. That's really good and gives me a potential far greater than canonical Minato. He exclaims in his mind while still jumping on the riverbank. Besides having Minato's talent, I can become the world's greatest taijutsu expert with the 6 styles. I also have a body made of light and destructive abilities with the fruit. Best of all, I didn't even have to eat it and experience its horrible taste, as it's always described. There are other cool things too, like Haki, which is like Uzumaki abilities and sensors compared to observation Haki, or how Raikage would deal with their lightning chakra cloaks against an even more powerful attack and solid defense with armament Haki. The young Minato can already envision his future battles. Unfortunately, that ROB limited me to Conqueror's Haki. He just said that I couldn't end a war solely by using my aura, so he limited me to 1% of my potential with this Haki. But I can still use it to stun some people, which is still pretty good. I hope that changes in the future. The young Minato is still happy, very happy with everything, ready to show his power when the time is right in the future. I'm sure the first ninja war has already passed, but I'll still be involved in the second, third, and fourth ninja wars. They'll all fall before Minato Namikaze. And I don't plan on becoming a puppet Hokage for those old folks, or dying during the birth of my first child. He shouts happily, making promises about what won't happen to him. Although I believe the second war must be happening now. Strange, I still can't remember anything about Minato before this point. He murmurs a bit. Can I see his memories if I try to search his mind? Let's try to see what's happening in young Minato's life. He begins to focus on his memories, and they respond by giving him a headache, just like before. But his curiosity and hunger for information override the pain, and he continues to force his memories. Now he knows that Minato was an orphan in one of Konoha's orphanages, having arrived in the village 2 years ago and being in the orphanage ever since. He had friendships with all the children. This was the time when Minato used to share with his orphan friends. However, he discovered that tomorrow would be his first day at the ninja academy. So, he left the orphanage and came to one of the training fields near the village to train. He trained until he hurt his hands, much like they are now, with wooden kunai. It was during the next moment when his personality changed, and his powers were transferred to his altered body. This body not only possessed chakra but had superhuman potential beyond any ninja in the world, maybe second only to Jinchuriki in terms of physical potential. So, tomorrow, the academy will begin. The second Hokage ruled a few years ago, and Hiruzen is now wearing the Hokage hat. The Second World War hasn't started yet, Mito is still alive, and Kushina won't come to Konoha for a few more years. But I must get stronger by then because I have to protect her from the Cloud Village people, and maybe I can save Uzushiogakure in the future. He thought. First, I should start my personal training. Maybe I should begin with observation haki and prepare my body with weights before starting training with the 6 styles. He thought while organizing and mentally listing his next steps. I need to master Fuinjutsu. Learning from Mito-sama is the best option, but I doubt I could ever reach her. I can't just show up at the Senju residence and say, "Hello, I'm just an ordinary orphan and I want to see the village's most powerful weapon and the person with the highest authority in the country, where even the Hokage and the daimyo of the country should be respectful in her presence." Minato thought ironically. It's not the time for me to meet her yet. For now, it's just training and buying some weight seals when I have some savings. So, I'll focus on what I can do now. Minato thought internally. Unable to do much, Minato decided to return to the place where he woke up in this world and picked up some ugly and crooked wooden kunai that the old Minato had used for training since it was the only thing an orphan could acquire. He only had 3 of them, so he gathered them all on the ground and prepared to train. Let's start with this. Tomorrow, I'll begin my real training after the academy. Minato thought as he started throwing some kunai at various forest targets. Chapter 2, Capitulo 02, Orphanage. Third-person POV. Somewhere in the training fields, Konoha, year 32. I'm exhausted, my body doesn't seem to have much endurance yet. I have a long and challenging journey ahead for more intense training. Minato said to himself dissatisfied as he returned to the village center after his intense training. The sky had an orange hue at this moment, indicating that it was nearing the end of the day, and the sun was losing its shine to make way for the rising moon on the other side. In Konoha, nighttime activities were beginning. But not nighttime activities like gambling houses or brothels. Tobirama, the second Hokage, never wanted those in the village. However, he couldn't prohibit them either, so he pushed these establishments away from the main streets, and these types of places seemed to act as a black market within the village. This was beneficial for many ninja and civilians because their actions could be more discreet in these places without tarnishing their family or wife's reputation. As Minato walked, he couldn't help but notice something. Strange, the village looks as developed as it did in the anime. I thought it would be less developed since we're about 30 years before the TV series. Minato thought as he passed Uchiha ninja patrols, acting as the village's police force. Putting aside thoughts about Konoha's urbanization, Minato couldn't help but marvel as he saw people going about their business, traders opening their shops, families with children, civilians in plain clothes, and some leaping between rooftops silently. Others passed by like a flash so fast that Minato couldn't keep up with them using his current eyes. All of this seemed to be a pretty normal sight within Konoha. This place is so active at dusk, and it's just beginning. This world is incredible. Minato laughed internally, thinking that all of this would be part of his life. He continued walking through the village center, admiring everything and everyone, to finally leave the bustling area and enter a more modest region. But even here, there were activities in some shops and people outside their homes. Minato moved forward through the somewhat poorer area of Konoha until he reached a 2-story building, his orphanage. It wasn't very well maintained, and the building looked old, even though it was only a little over 30 years old. Yet, this orphanage could accommodate more than 30 children, and Konoha's administration financed and took care of it to ensure they could support these children. Minato sighed and went to the door. There was no one playing in the yard at this time, and the young boy with blonde hair knew what was waiting for him. Knock knock knock. With his knocks on the door, he heard someone with heavy steps approaching, appearing to be in a hurry. Did you find the boy? The first thing Minato heard before a middle-aged woman, in her 40s, opened the door and exclaimed these words with a worried expression. The woman quickly looked at him and fell silent, which lasted for 10 seconds before she made sure he was alone and showed a stern face from there. Minato. Where were you? I asked some genin to look for you when you weren't among the children at curfew. Now you show up alone, so you came back on your own, but still, you better tell me where you were. She said sternly while analyzing him, all sweaty, with dirty clothes and some calluses on his hands from throwing kunai after hours of training. Minato had to shrink his shoulders a bit, knowing how severe this woman was, but she still cared for him. Madame Garit, I was training, and I lost track of time while doing so on one of the training fields. Minato said a bit reluctantly. He had to let her know. I know you want to be Hokage and all, and you're excited to start the academy tomorrow, but you shouldn't go out like this and come back so late, boy. I'll let it slide today since you and a new batch of children will be going to the academy tomorrow, but there won't be a next time, so you better be more careful. She warned him, and Minato gave her an apologetic smile. Thank you, Madame Garit. I promise to be more careful next time, he said, and she made way for him to enter and go past her. Go to your room and get some clothes. You need to take a bath before dinner. She requested, and he nodded, heading to the orphanage's stairs since the children's rooms were upstairs. Minato climbed the stairs and entered one of the doors in the hallway. There was a shared room for the children with several beds, and it was still too early to sleep, so everyone was awake, gossiping, and playing with each other. Minato's arrival didn't go unnoticed, and many raised their eyebrows when he entered, looking disheveled. "Where were you, Minato?" One of them raised their voice, gaining the attention of the other 8 children. "I was training in the forest," he said simply. Training. Well, you'll need it, as you'll be behind me tomorrow," one of the boys said arrogantly, wearing a mocking smile. "Good luck with that. As you can see, I'm dirty, and Madame Guerite asked me to take a bath before dinner, so I'm heading to the bathroom. See you later." Minato simply said, reaching his bed, grabbing his towel and some clothes, and leaving through the same door he entered, leaving the children quickly bewildered. He didn't want to pay them any attention. Minato had a much more mature mindset now, so why bother responding to a bunch of kids? He didn't even care and continued taking care of his own business. Minato quickly took a bath in the communal tub and, once clean and fresh, went to the first floor where the large communal kitchen was located. The 30 orphanage. Children were already eating at this time. They ranged in age from 4 to 14, and by 15, they had to leave the orphanage and find a job to carry on with their lives. In a world where 8-year-old children were taught to kill like emotionless machines, the age of majority was 15 for those who weren't ninja. "Hey, Minato went to train in the forest, can you believe it?" One of the children suddenly shouted these words to the older kids. Is it true? Do you think you'll pass the tests tomorrow? I can even show you some cool jutsu I learned at the academy if you want. One of the boys, about 3 years older, said, seemingly showing off in front of him and the other children. Minato rolled his eyes. He knew the boy was lying. In the academy, you only learned the basic techniques, which were 3 E-rank jutsu, or at least that was how it was in the anime. This boy just wanted to show off to the younger ones. Really? Big brother, please teach me. You're so cool. It seems your trick to look cool worked. Minato murmured internally but didn't care any further. He grabbed his bowl of stew to replenish the energy he had spent during his training that afternoon. Enough chit-chat. Finish your meals before bedtime. Madame Guerite quickly told them to stop gossiping and focus on their food. Minato remained silent after that, not wanting to talk much, and ate in silence while savoring the stew at the end of his plate. They returned to the room afterward and went straight to bed. Minato could hear the children's chatter about going to the academy tomorrow and the younger ones complaining about having to wait 1 or more years. The blonde let his consciousness fade as he closed his eyes and quickly fell asleep, not caring about the outside world. Wake up. Let's go to the ninja academy. Wake up, let's become ninjas. Minato woke up with all that noise being made by one of the children. Stop yelling. I'm trying to sleep, someone said, but the boy in question seemed quite excited and kept shouting. The future Yellow Flash got up after that, yawning, and started preparing to return to the center of Konoha. He had never been to the academy in these 2 years, so he needed to get ready. After having a quick breakfast, Madame Guerite asked the other orphanage staff to take care of the other children who would stay behind. There were children who had already gone to the academy to study earlier since they had passed the academy's ninja test in recent years. Meanwhile, Madame Guerite would take a group of 6 children to fill out the forms and take the admission tests. This group was the only one available in this small orphanage to have a chance to enter the life of a ninja this year. I'm so excited. I'm going to be ahead of all of them. I'm going to be. Not even the big clans can beat me. You're just talking fantasies. Everyone knows that we civilians don't stand a chance against them. I refuse to be a cannon fodder like you say. I'm going to be Hokage. Minato ignored this kind of conversation and continued following the orphanage caretaker through the streets of Konoha. People looked at the group of children with some smiles, as everyone knew that today was the test day. They walked a long way since the village was quite large and finally arrived near the Hokage building and the wall with the statues of 3 men. This was where the academy set up by the second Hokage was located. This place is immense. Minato exclaimed as they arrived in front of the gates. The place really looked like a college with an area of at least 200 square meters. Well, I guess it's fair since Konoha should have between 10,000 to 20,000 active shinobi, and replenishing these ranks is extremely important after a war and performing missions with such a deadly profession and a high mortality rate, which is being a shinobi. Minato thought silently. As they entered, they saw a large crowd of people gathered, and Madame Guerite pushed them into the large crowd. There must have been about 1,000 children there, with many parents accompanying them and other groups like theirs, as Konoha had hundreds of other orphanages in the village. Chapter 3, Capitulo 03, Crowd and Gossip. Third-person POV. Madame Guerite's orphanage, Konoha, year 32. Minato and his group reached the crowd with Madame Guerite, blending in as more people continued to gather. Madame Guerite. They had just found a spot in the crowd to wait for further instructions, and a man dressed as a chunin approached and spoke to Madame. "Hello, Erlin. How are you?" she said with a polite smile. "I'm fine, Madame Garit. Some genins told me that you lost one of your kids yesterday, but he came back on his own," he said as his eyes scanned the group of kids. "Yes, one of those little rascals gave us quite a scare yesterday. It was that blonde one over there, running off to train in some training field," she said with a wry smile, clearly dissatisfied with what had happened the day before. "Ha ha ha. Don't be too mad at the kid, he's just excited about the prospect of entering the academy. Do you want to be a great ninja, kid?" he asked Minato. "Of course, I do," Minato replied with a warm smile, though not as exaggerated as the other children. He remained calm, just like the Minato from the original series, who always had an easy smile but was also calm and analytical. "Then I'll be looking forward to great results from your tests, just like with the other children," he encouraged Minato, who nodded in gratitude. He truly appreciated those words. Minato began to think about how Madame Garit had strong connections among the ninja. Not a jonin, but she knew some chunin and a handful of genin. He now realized that most of them had been raised by her, which was quite evident. The children next to Minato started shouting at the ninja who was Madame's friend, saying they would do better and come in first. Minato ignored the chaos from the other groups, as seeing 1,000 children gathered in one place was unbearable. He began to imagine what the tests would be like, knowing that they would involve kunai throwing, but it would not be something to fail the kids on, as that could be developed in the middle of the academy. Minato wasn't worried about that, even though he had to improve his accuracy over the rest of the year. There should be 2 more tests, one physical, which had to be done on a circuit, and another, the last test, which Minato believed to be the main one. The one to test the children's chakra affinity, of course. Konoha will want to nurture children who have an easier time molding their chakra. Minato thought while the crowd continued to grow. He was lost in his own thoughts when he felt a certain commotion coming from his surroundings. "Look, it's Princess Senju!" Someone yelled as if they had seen the Hokage himself. Curious about this title, which he only remembered from his few years in the village, belonging to someone named Senju Tsunade, Minato quickly looked to that side, wondering why Tsunade would appear here. The boy noticed how the crowd was parting to make way for a trio that entered, as they opened a path through the crowd. This demonstrated that the people had great respect for this little group. Minato was amazed by this sight. There were 3 people in the group, but it was something he never expected to see here, especially the other 2 people beside the first Hokage's granddaughter. Tsunade-sama brought her daughter to the academy. "I hope my son can study with her." A woman near Minato, presumably someone's mother, quickly shouted. Yes, Minato was amazed that Tsunade had a daughter and that she was walking in front of her mother and father. Tsunade had a daughter with Dan. "This is very unexpected, especially since I thought she would be around 18 years old now, but it seems she is a few years older than I thought, maybe around 25. Minato reasoned, looking at Tsunade in her prime and accompanied by her husband. But seeing the girl walk in front of her parents like this, she seems as arrogant as her mother was in those flashbacks from the anime. Minato murmured, thinking that Tsuna, despite looking cheerful and smiling, walked with an air of arrogance among the crowd, her nose held high. He concluded that he should avoid getting on her bad side. He didn't realize he was caught up in his own thoughts, and he didn't see the shadow blocking the morning sun in front of him. More precisely, 3 shadows were in front of him. "Hey, kid. I heard you say some strange things. I have to ask you, who are you talking about, and are you saying it's as arrogant as her own mother?" He heard someone with an annoying voice in front of him. Minato quickly raised his head, snapping out of his thoughts, and realized that the trio that had attracted attention until a while ago was now standing in front of him. Minato seemed to have gotten in their way without realizing it, as everyone else moved aside to let them pass. The family had stopped for the first time, and a boy had been standing in their way, and he had heard what Minato had said. The women in that group looked at him with fierce eyes. Minato was taken aback by this. The young blonde girl, very similar to her mother, glared at him with deep annoyance. "Tell me, I hope you're not referring to us?" she asked again, annoyed. "Kid, you'd better not be talking about us." Tsunade, the woman behind the girl, spoke with arrogance, crossing her arms as well. Mother and daughter looked so alike that even Minato was surprised. The entire crowd had their eyes on them now. They had been watching the trio since their arrival, but now the little orphan who had apparently irritated the women in the group was also receiving everyone's attention, some with sympathy, and others thinking they were watching an entertaining show. "Can we keep going? I'm sure the kid wasn't talking about us." Dan, the white-haired man, tried to calm the situation. He saw the boy in a difficult situation and knew it was better than making enemies of the women in his life, with all the experience he had dealing with that at home. "Dan, you're too soft on kids. Let's just leave this stinky brat this time. I want to see that old man when he shows up," Tsunade said, still with her arms crossed, and she pushed Suna to keep walking. Minato quickly moved aside to get out of their way in this commotion. "I hope we can meet again, kid," Suna said before continuing her way, leaving Minato somewhat confused about the kind of trouble he had gotten into without even entering the academy yet. What kind of person is this girl, and what have I gotten into with just a few thoughts spoken aloud? He still couldn't believe the situation he found himself in, but it was clear that the girl was vengeful, and Minato knew they would encounter each other many times in the years to come. "Minato, you're so brave. I wonder why the Senju princesses looked so irritated with you," one of his orphanage peers teased him. "Otto, show some more respect for people." Madame Garit quickly scolded him, showing her displeasure with the boy. I'm sorry, madam. It wasn't my intention." That was all Minato managed to say, a bit lost. Minato was now thinking about how to get out of the situation, but another group seemed to arrive, pushing everyone aside as they made their way through, even more so than the previous group. "Look, it's the Uchihas!" Someone shouted from the other side of the gathered crowd. Minato looked once again to the entrance of the academy and saw a group of people with stern, almost expressionless faces, leading some children in front of them. They look like some kind of mafia, they're all so proud. Minato thought as he noticed they made a point of displaying their emblem on their clothes, the fan with flames. Minato spotted a young girl among them, her hair unique. With a ribbon tied above her head, similar to the young Sakura's, she had her hair tied in the back, with 2 strands falling in front of her, giving her a unique hairstyle. That girl is Mikoto Uchiha, the eldest daughter of the clan leader. It's a shame that the Uchihas are so closed off, so you'd better not get close to her or any of them to avoid trouble, understand? A father seemed to be advising and warning his son next to Minato. The mother of Itachi and Sasuke. She's certainly very traditional, but even so, she's so different from what I imagined. It seems she will study with me, which is not strange, as Kushina and Mikoto were friends in the original work. Minato reasoned. He was alone, lost in thought, listening to the gossip from the adults, which turned out to be quite reliable here. But that didn't last long, as a while later, whether it was the other children or the adult ninjas and civilians, everyone stopped talking because on a stage in front of the huge crowd of thousands of people, a middle-aged man entered with a red hat on his head. The Hokage himself had arrived. Chapter 4, Chapter 04, Academy Tests. Third-person POV. Ninja Academy, Konoha, Year 32. Today we will begin a new phase for the Leaf. What I see when I see all these children is our future, the future of Konoha, with the will of fire. I see the success of our village with these new leaves and sprouts. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, spoke easily for all present to hear him. He made a 20-minute speech, emphasizing the importance of Konoha and the will of fire. Minato heard that, but his eyes were rolled. He knew it was just a way to introduce an ideology that everyone must sacrifice for the village and obey their superiors like killing machines without questioning orders. He didn't want that, and he didn't like how the village and the Hokage manipulated children with these words. "I promise to change this when I become Hokage," he said to himself. Looking around, he saw how the children had shining eyes, while the adults seemed to agree with all these words. The Hokage looked at the crowd with satisfaction. The situation among the nations is becoming critical, and a new war may break out in the coming years. A new batch of ninjas must be nurtured before, hoping to pick good sprouts here. He saw the boys looking at him with eyes shining with adoration for the most part, except for a few. Many of the prominent clans didn't have that look. Tsunade and her daughter particularly just rolled their eyes. The Uchihas had expressionless and scowling looks, while the Naras just looked at him with boredom. But Hiruzen couldn't do anything about it. There were many people gathered, while the Hokage surveyed the place with a sense of accomplishment. He didn't know that among the civilians, there was a certain blonde boy looking at him with eyes different from the others, and it would intrigue the Hokage if he had noticed, as it is expected from clans but not from a civilian. Anyway, after the motivational and manipulative speech, he stepped down from the stage, leaving the academy tunins to take over the organization of the tests among the crowd, handing out forms for the guardians to fill out with the children's data before conducting the tests. Madame Garit took a stack of them with her fellow ninjas and began filling them out for the children. This took many hours. Once all the papers were handed in and the final hour closed, dozens of ninjas took a group of children to lead them to the largest testing field, dividing them into their groups. Minato was among the boys from the orphanage, being led by one of the examiners to the first test, which turned out to be kunai throwing. When his turn came after a short wait, he picked up the iron kunai for the first time in his life. He felt the weight significantly different from the wooden ones he trained with yesterday and began throwing them at the designated targets after getting a little familiar with the weapon. He didn't achieve a great result with a score of 40% on the targets, but he didn't find his result as bad as he expected. Minato got more points than me. One of the children, the one who claimed to be ahead of everyone, only scored 30% of the targets, feeling quite dejected. I think this test is not as important as you think. I believe you should focus on the upcoming tests, Minato advised him calmly. Yeah, I think you're right. Thank you, Minato, he said. The next test was as Minato predicted, a circuit to assess the children's physical conditions. With the same group as the previous test, they started running together. Most children thought it was a race to see who could finish first, so chaos ensued at the starting line. The children burned all their energy to stay ahead. Meanwhile, Minato ran rhythmically to conserve his physical energy. He was naturally stronger than the others with his otherworldly body, so he ended up finishing first after passing the exhausted children on the way. Even though it wasn't his initial intention, as he thought the result wasn't very important. "Kid, good physical fitness, I'm impressed," the Chunin said, jotting down the results on his clipboard after seeing Minato arrive first, surprising the examinee who didn't seem very tired. Yesterday's training was much worse than a simple obstacle course where the children had to jump and crouch as they went through the test, Minato thought. He didn't start the circuit in the first place, but the children in front quickly tired, and he passed them while maintaining his own effortless pace. The orphanage children wanted to talk to him after that, but he ignored them and continued to the next test. What can I say to them? They'll keep screaming that it's unfair for me to be better than them and stuff. I'm not in the mood to answer stupid questions, he thought as he walked to the next test. Now there was another Chunin in front of them, and they formed a large line in front of him. The test was designed for each to be tested with the release of chakra in their bodies and the affinities that the children possess, something that surprised Minato to hear since, in the original work, the Ninja Academy didn't seem to care about that. It was quite strange from his other life, elemental affinities should be something important. He wasn't the first in line, so he had to wait his turn as they walked to the Chunin who placed a chakra finger on the child's chest to release it, and then the child had to place their newly released energy on a special paper next to it. All children so far had a single affinity, ranging from fire, water, earth. Rarely did someone have a lightning affinity, and none had wind, the rarest of elements. After waiting for dozens of minutes in line, Minato was called for his turn. He walked up to the ninja, who did it calmly and let him put his finger on Minato's chest to pull his chakra. Minato felt the energy overflow his body in the next moment effortlessly. This is incredible, it's so warm and comforting. Is this my spiritual energy they call chakra? Minato said internally, feeling all that energy. Kid, that's astounding. I've never seen a child pull their chakra so effortlessly, and you have so much of it at such a young age. The Chunin couldn't help but comment with a lot of surprise. Minato had an amount that could be compared to a newly graduated genin. He might not be the child with the most chakra, as there was a Senju among them, but he certainly shocked that ninja with this civilian orphan. Well, I'll fill in your data here. Try channeling the energy you just felt onto this small paper here. They're called chakra conducting sheets, he instructed, and Minato nodded. Taking the seemingly ordinary paper on the table, Minato internally focused on the energy he felt before and tried to put it on the paper between his fingers. In the next moment, the paper emitted a small blue light and went out, undergoing some changes in the next moment. The paper split into 3 aspects. One of them made a cut on one side of the paper, another burned, and in the last part, small electric currents appeared. What? 3 elements. The man, who was already surprised by his chakra, was even more shocked by this. He never expected 3 elements from the boy, considering most had only 1 element, with the exception of some clans that had 2 elements among their members. Witnessing a common orphan boy with 3 different elements left him stunned, drawing everyone's attention around him. Is that true, Greg? Does the boy have an affinity for 3 elemental affinities? Another Chunin approached after hearing this and asked the instructor leading that group of children at the moment. Yes, fire, lightning, and the rare wind are in this child. He also has chakra reserves much higher than the other children. I would say he has more chakra than all the children this year, he said. I doubt the chakra reserves will be greater than the daughter of Princess Senju, but still, 3 elements and a higher amount of chakra are enough to put him in Class A. How were the other tests with this boy? He asked, and the current examiner looked at the papers in front of him and said. Kunai throwing is well below a satisfactory result, but he certainly hasn't received training before, so it's not a surprise. But the physical test already shows great potential, as he came in first without any problem or exhaustion like the other children, he said. Minato was getting a bit uncomfortable, they seemed to be talking about him like a rare species at an auction. It bothered him a lot, but there wasn't much he could do. Stamp your resume as a recommendation for the prodigy class. I'll talk to the organizers later, said the man, and he walked away, not forgetting to congratulate Minato. Minato thanked him, despite his annoyance. He thought the chakra paper from the test was common. If it were more special, they could see his high affinity with the yang element too, which is even rarer than the wind element. Speaking of this element, I've never tested my fruit, and I don't even know how to activate it yet. I should go back to the forest and start training when things are finished here, Minato reasoned. Chapter 5, Chapter 05, Classification. Third-person POV. Ninja Academy, Konoha, Year 32. 3 Chunin have come to talk to me in the last 10 minutes. Tell me, what did you do, boy? Madame Garit spoke sternly when she saw Minato arrive with the other children in that group. To be honest, I didn't do anything, Minato said, scratching his head, but he was a bit calm. It was true, he just took the tests. Many examiners were questioning me, especially about your origins and personality, she said, crossing her arms. Minato was about to respond, but he was interrupted by his classmates. Aunt Garit, they said Minato has 3 elements. Is that so amazing? One of the girls, who was with Minato and his group during the tests and also part of the orphanage, asked curiously, as in the commotion between the 2 examiners, they had mentioned it out loud. 3 elements. I'm not deeply knowledgeable about ninja ways, but 3 elements are quite rare, so it's understandable that they want to know about you, she said, a little stunned, but she quickly composed herself. Is that really so good? One of the boys grumbled with a bit of envy in his voice. She looked at the children and sighed, then began to explain. Yes, with this, they can measure Minato's potential. Look at our Hokage, he has an affinity for earth and fire, although I heard he can use all the other elements as well, she said, crossing her arms and with a certain approval in her gaze. She wanted to see all the children with a guaranteed future, and Minato seems to be doing well in that regard. WHAAT, the children exclaimed. Now enough talking, let's go back. It's past lunchtime, and the results will only come out at the end of the day. I'll come by myself and give you the news before dinner. You are free to return to the orphanage and have your proper meals after that, she said. Really? I thought we had to stay, Minato asked curiously. No, this time will be used for them to classify the results and divide them among this year's classes, she explained, and Minato understood. All the boys returned after that. Meanwhile, in the administration, a group of Chunin and a special Jonin were approving who would go for the 30 spots in the prodigy class, the group of children they would invest the most in this year and the following years. They had to review who would be classified before passing it on to the Hokage. The village leader may not be able to take care of 1,000 children, but 30 prodigies would be meticulously passed by his eyes in this report, so they would review all the results and pay the most satisfactory among the top qualifiers. They classified the grades as follows. Bad, considerably worse, average, considerably better, superior/perfect. Name, result, and classification. Mikoto Uchiha. Kunai test, superior, physical classification, superior, chakra affinity and chakra reserve, considerably better, fire affinity. Classification, prodigy class. Okay, approved. This passes without surprise, being an Uchiha. It's the 3rd one we've approved in this class. Yes. Next. Name, result, and classification. Shikaku Nara. Kunai test, average, physical classification, average, chakra affinity and chakra reserve, considerably, average, affinity for fire and earth. OBS, very lazy but extremely intelligent. Classification, prodigy class. What could we expect from a Nara? Update your data with the Een, darkness, element as well, a specialty of your clan. He is approved. Yes. Next. Tsuna Senju. Kunai test, considerably better, physical classification, superior, chakra affinity and chakra reserve, superior, affinity for water and earth. Classification, prodigy class. Approved, there's nothing to say about the great-granddaughter of the first Hokage. Yes. Next. Minato Namikaze. Kunai test, considerably worse, physical classification, superior, chakra affinity and chakra reserve, superior, affinity for fire, lightning, and wind. Classification, prodigy class. Say the name again. Minato Namikaze. Is there any clan with the name Namikaze in the village? No, sir. Who is the boy then? Sir, I classified him, he is an orphan from one of the orphanages in the lower regions of Konoha. An orphan. That's very unexpected. Any other information? We asked the caretaker about the boy and his history. He came to Konoha 2 years ago as an orphan at the age of 4. It seems his family was destroyed in the First War, some members survived, and it appears this boy is the last of them. I see. Conduct a search on the Namikaze surname and record everything you find for the Hokage to know about the boy. He will want all the information on why the boy has such potential. Yes, sir. It looks like this year will be a good batch, huh? Yes, if we can get someone like the 3rd Hokage's disciples or our current rising prodigy, Tsukumo Hatake, our village will be blessed. True, now, next. While they were classifying the prodigy class, Minato was running through the village at this moment. He was heading back to the same training ground he was at yesterday. He just ate and escaped from the orphanage and the kids with many questions since it was quite obvious that he was classified as one of the top results among the new batch this year. Minato didn't want to waste time on this and went to train immediately, he had a lot to learn still. Arriving at the location, Minato sighed and made sure he was alone without anyone else passing by or training nearby. Let's first try to release my Logia energy, he thought, raising his hand and attempting to make it turn into light, then squinting his eyes and focusing on it. 10 minutes later. No result. I can't even feel the energy, and I can't touch myself to prove if I'm really a devil fruit user. But I know my body is much more powerful than my peers, maybe I only lose to that Senju girl. Minato knew that no one started strong in the world of One Piece, but the potential was always immense for everyone in that world, only that 99% of the population didn't know how to harness it. Even so, compared to the ninjas, especially children who couldn't use chakra to strengthen their bodies, Minato had a significant natural advantage. Nothing with my Logia, maybe I should train something else. He thought frustrated. So, as Minato had a brilliant idea to start his observation haki yesterday, he brought a blindfold, tying it around his eyes. He planned to run to try to activate his observation haki while dodging trees in the forest. Let's get started, he said and began to run. Thud. Ouch. That hurt. Minato grumbled. He took 5 steps and hit a tree. I can't even have my light body to avoid damage. I'm completely screwed here, he grumbled. But it doesn't matter, let's do it here. I have many years to develop still, and I want to start with observation haki, so this pain is necessary. I'll continue until I learn. The boy muttered to himself in the middle of the forest while trying to ease the pain in his forehead after hitting that tree. Minato stood up, and even with his eyes blindfolded, he still showed determination and began to run again. Thud. Darn. That hurts too much. Chapter 6, Chapter 06, First Day in Ninja Academy 01. Third-person POV. Ninja Academy, Konoha, Year 32. The afternoon was nearing its end when a large crowd of parents invaded the academy once again. There were at least 10 boards with the approval of 30% of the children who took the test to enter the shinobi life. Among these 10 boards, there was one specific board that was the main focus, but it was largely ignored by civilians since it was for the top 30 children. This board was visited only by clan members and some ninjas who wanted to find out how their children performed. Mom. Look, I'm in the main class. A blonde girl shouted to her mother with crossed arms. I see, congratulations, Tsuna. Mother and daughter looked at the board of those approved in the academy along with the crowd as soon as the results were released. Tsunade's daughter was quite anxious and wanted to see the results quickly. In the main board, where there was the class of prodigies, many names of children from clans appeared. The mother-daughter duo easily recognized most of them, thanks to their last names. It was no surprise that all kinds of clans appeared in this class, especially some listed as heirs. Tsunade, you're here too. Tsunade heard a familiar voice and turned to its source. Jiraiya. What are you doing here? Tsunade looked at her teammate with narrowed eyes, wondering why a character like Jiraiya would appear on the academy's result board, although she already had an idea of why. I'm checking a name, he said, waving and greeting both Tsunade and little Tsuna. Are you still looking for the perfect student? As you always say. She asked. That's right, I heard about someone mysterious in the prodigy class this year, he said excitedly. Someone mysterious? Who could that be? She asked curiously. Let me see here. Here. Minato Namikaze. Found the kid, said a young Jiraiya with the hope of fulfilling a certain prophecy. He always looked at the new buds of the village after receiving the prophecy from the old toad, so he had some contacts within the academy to know when someone extraordinary would appear. Minato Namikaze, never heard of. This time, it was little Tsuna who said. It's no surprise, little Tsuna. This boy came out of nowhere. He's from an orphanage, but his chakra is incredibly dense, and he has 3 elemental affinities. Jiraiya said with some excitement, maybe he finally found the disciple of his prophecy. That is truly remarkable, admitted Tsunade. Well, anyway, it was great to see you again, Tsunade. See you later, I'll just keep an eye on the boy in the coming years and pick him up for myself when he graduates. Jiraiya started to leave after that. No matter who that boy is, I will be in first place, said a determined Tsuna. I'm sure you will, Tsuna, said Tsunade. What these mother-daughter did not know is that they had already met as a boy on this same day and exchanged some words, but they had no idea that the name of that little rascal is the same as the one who performed excellently, even catching Jiraiya's interest. Meanwhile, on the other side of the village, a limping boy walked toward the center of the village from the training area to return to the orphanage. Hey, look at that boy. For the deceased Hokages, did someone attack this child? Who does something like this? Where are the Uchiha police? In front of them, Minato walked through the village looking very disheveled and injured. Damn, this got way out of hand. I must have dislocated some bones and lost a baby tooth. Minato was frustrated. His first training with observation hockey was a disaster. He couldn't do anything but bump his head into every obstacle or stumble over low objects. His clothes were in tatters, his face battered, especially the forehead with some dried blood. His arms seemed to hang on his shoulder. The boy literally looked like he had gone through a violent beating. Minato wouldn't be late for curfew like yesterday, but Madame Garit would certainly scold him for his current state. The boy limped, ignoring all the stares he was getting, and continued walking to the orphanage without caring if someone asked what happened to him. "Tell me, who did this to you?" Madame shouted at him as soon as he arrived and saw his current condition. "I'm fine, it was just training," he said. "Training? You call this training, where you don't want to tell me who beat you up?" she said sternly. "It was training. I tried running through the forest blindfolded. This was the result," he said simply. "Why did you train like that? Anyway, sometimes I don't understand you, kid. Anyway, I must congratulate you. I went to the academy again and saw that you entered the main class this year. Keep working hard, kid. Now clean up, and let's put some ointment on those wounds," she said with a tone between pride and severity. "That's great. Ha ha ha, thank you." Minato smiled with some missing teeth and entered the orphanage. "Anyway, make a bright future," she said. "You got it," Minato said and went to his room to get clothes for a shower and change out of the worn-out clothes. The children questioned him all night, but Minato simply replied that he didn't know most of the things they asked about his performance on today's test. And he really didn't know. The only things that had an influence were the supposed devil fruit and his body, but chakra and affinity were natural from the original. The next day, he woke up excited. Finally, he would go to the academy with 3 other children who passed the test. Some didn't make it, remaining stuck in civilian life. But it wasn't like their lives ceased to exist there. They would have some classes in the coming years without becoming a shinobi. After breakfast, Minato left with them and their papers to be presented to the academy. When they arrived, they separated as instructed to their respective classes. Minato went to Class A, the main class of that year. "Who are you?" A chunin was in front of the door, taking the papers and preventing any child from entering the wrong room. "Minato Namikaze, here, these papers indicate this room." The blonde handed the paper to the adult. "Let me see." You're correct. Well, you can enter. Welcome to Class A. Go in and find a seat. I'll introduce myself as your teacher once everyone is inside," he said, and Minato nodded. He then entered for the first time. The place was almost full, but he could already see many people he knew from the future of the work here. Chapter 7, Chapter 07, First Day in Ninja Academy 02. Third-person POV. Ninja Academy, Konoha, Year 32. Minato entered the classroom calmly. The place was almost entirely filled, as the children seemed quite excited about their first day at the Ninja Academy. The room resembled the one from the anime with not much difference, 3 rows with 4 tables arranged diagonally, with the back row higher and descending to the teacher's floor. Each row accommodated 12 students, with 3 students at each table, making a total of 36 spaces for the children to sit. Initially, Minato didn't know anyone, as everyone was a child for him to try to recognize someone, while the other part seemed to be getting along quite easily. They already knew each other, as all the clans had bonds with each other. Many children knew each other before entering the academy, thanks to meetings and parties organized by their parents. Some seemed lazy but chatted, others were arrogant, nodding as they listened to their classmates. Some looked at Minato with curiosity, trying to figure out if they knew him, but seeing that Minato didn't wear sophisticated clothes like the others, it was obvious that he didn't belong to Konoha's clans, earning him disdainful glances from many. But the boy didn't care about that. He didn't care about being approved by others as their future child. So, he calmly walked to one of the emptier tables at the back and intended to sit there. He didn't even notice a little girl looking at him like a hawk at this time from the first rows. She quickly got up and followed Minato from behind. "Suna. Why is she going after that stranger?" someone asked. "Do you know who he is?" "I don't know him." "That's no surprise, look at his clothes, he's a civilian and a poor one at that," someone said disdainfully. "So why is Princess Senju following him?" "Who knows, maybe he'll get a beating. I heard her mom used to beat all the boys back in school." "Ha ha ha. I feel sorry for the newbie then." Minato sat calmly before feeling a shadow over him, quickly realizing it was Tsunade's daughter, looking at him with crossed arms and a small smile without taking her eyes off him. You. Can I help you?" Minato said a bit cautiously, seeing that the other part was right behind him without him noticing. "Yes, you're the boy from yesterday. I said we'd see each other again." She seemed excited, but Minato had a cautious and nervous look about it. "I don't want to get involved with a character like her, definitely not." Minato protested internally. "About yesterday, it was a misunderstanding," he said with an apologetic tone. I see, but I'll sit here, maybe we can be friends. She said excitedly, but for Minato, she somehow wanted to beat him up for yesterday, and he knew this little girl was a kind of vengeful girl. Okay, let's act normally, she'll leave at some point. Minato adjusted his seat, looking ahead, making Tsuna look at him with a twisted look. You should at least introduce yourself. She protested because the boy is ignoring her at the moment, and many are watching the interaction between the two. Ah yes, my N. He was going to say out of politeness, but he was interrupted by the teacher's voice. Children, everyone has finally arrived, it's time to start our introductions and begin the lesson right away. The teacher announced as the last students passed by him. A Uchiha girl, being one of the last students, went to the last vacant spot, where Minato and Tsuna were sitting at the moment. Tsuna had to sit urgently next to Minato since her old place in the front rows was filled by another child, while Makoto sat stoically on the other side. Wow, a Senju and an Uchiha on each of my sides. This is surprisingly bizarre. Minato couldn't help but think about this situation in a rather strange way. Now that everyone is in their seats, let's begin with our introduction. My name is Maki Fuma. I enjoy reading in my free time and spending time with my family. I dislike people who don't endure with their full potential. I am a chunin specialized in ninjutsu, and my big goal is to make you shine in the coming years. I will be your teacher this year, and if all goes well, in the following years as well. All of you here today were chosen to be in the best class this year, and Konoha expects good results from you, as do I. I will try to guide you in the best way possible. He concluded and continued speaking when he saw everyone paying attention to him. Now, onto your introductions. I want your name, likes and dislikes, finishing with your dreams or goals right after. He said, and the first children at the front began to introduce themselves. Minato didn't know any of them, so the introductions reached the middle of the class, making Minato raise his eyebrow at the first one to introduce themselves there. Shikaku Nara, I like to rest and sleep and don't like being awake or having too much work. I don't have much ambition, I want to have a wife with 1 or 2 children and live an average life. He said, yawning. Shikamaru's father is quite a character in his youth, at least he will be quite competent in the future. Minato couldn't help but think. Well, that's kind of surprising, I guess. Next. The teacher replied, a bit taken aback by the sleepy child's honesty. Next to him, a blonde boy introduced himself. Inoichi Yamanaka, I like to learn, and I don't like doing nothing. My goal is to master my clan's techniques and make its name great in the future. Very good. Next. Choza Akimichi, I like to eat barbecue and don't like going hungry. My goal is to open a great barbecue place so I won't go hungry. He announced. The Inoshikacho trio from the future is in this room, that's surprising. Minato thought. Another odd one. Next. My name is Ibiki Marino, I like instant food, and I don't like being bored. My goal is to become a competent jonin. The boy spoke, and Minato looked at him, also surprised. This is Ibiki, how does he have so much hair? And to think he will become a torturer in the future. Minato thought. Next. Hayashi Hyuga, I like to follow rules and control situations. I dislike rebellious and weak people. My goal is to lead my clan one day. He spoke proudly. Next. Hisashi Hyuga, I like and dislike the same things as my brother. My goal is to serve my clan in the best way possible. He said, and Minato was surprised to find these brothers here. I'm Gurin Uchiha, I like to become strong and dislike weak people. My goal is to make the Uchiha name proud, he said with a huffing tone. Yes, next. I'm Akim Uchiha, I like my fire-style jutsus and dislike being weak. My goal is to bring pride to my family. He had a neutral expression like the last. Fire-style jutsus. That's surprising for a child. Next. These Uchihas are really proud. Minato couldn't help but murmur as he looked at the presentation of the 2 Uchihas in the class. This was the clan with the most members here, with a total of 4 members. The children continued with the presentations and finally reached Minato's table, starting with Tsuna next to Minato. My name is Tsuna Senju. I like the time I spend with my family and dislike lazy people. My goal is to be a powerful kunoichi like my mother and even surpass her in the future. She said proudly. Very well, Princess Senju. Next. My name is Mikoto Uchiha, I like being strong and dislike people taking care of my life. My goal is to become a powerful kunoichi so that I have control over my own life. Great, a worthy goal. Next. My name is Minato Namikaze, I like to train and become strong, dislike wasting time, and arrogant people. My goal is to be the strongest ninja in the village and become Hokage. He announced. Ha 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 ha. Some laughed at the civilian's goal, as no one believed in Minato. The 2 girls looked at him with mixed feelings. Mikoto glanced at Minato, who didn't seem bothered by the mocking attention and appeared firm in his goals, while Tsuna didn't care about his dreams, but his name came to mind in yesterday's conversation with Uncle Jiraiya. "Are you Minato Namikaze?" Tsuna shouted beside him when she realized. "Yes." Minato seemed cautious. "Children and Tsuna, don't disrupt the class." The teacher immediately warned. "Yes, yes." The children stopped laughing, and Tsuna said a little embarrassed and fell silent while looking at Minato strangely. "Anyway, I expect great things from all of you, now let's continue with the lesson." Chapter 8, Chapter 08, First Day in Ninja Academy 03. Third Person POV. Ninja Academy, Konoha, Year 32. As the class proceeded, Minato tried to concentrate on the lessons, ignoring the glances and whispers of his classmates around him. He knew it would be difficult to be accepted as a civilian among so many aspiring ninjas from renowned clans, but he was determined to ignore this initial reaction and prove his own worth over time, as he is the protagonist of this story. Let's start our lesson with the history of Konoha and the will of fire passed on by the first Hokage. Professor Fuma began. Minato had to look up. While most of the children seemed excited about this, he knew this was the beginning of the brainwashing they did to children, yet Minato put on a neutral face and began to listen to the professor start to tell the Hokage chosen version of Konoha's creation. "This isn't right." Minato heard a voice beside him and found Mikoto Uchiha murmuring as she listened to the professor. "Well, at least they didn't remove the Uchiha clan from the founding clans." Minato commented, and Mikoto looked at him in surprise. "Do you know the real history of the founding of Konoha?" She raised an eyebrow at Minato. "It's not like I was really there, but I know a lot of the history. For example, Uchiha Madara was the one who named Konoha in a room with Mito Uzumaki, Hashirama Senju, and Tobirama Senju." Minato whispered to her. "Really?" she asked in surprise and looked at Minato with some astonishment still. "Yes, the creation of Konoha was mainly a union between the Senju and Uchiha clans, not like the professor is saying over there, he's including other clans like Sarutobi just to invent some privilege with the Hokage. And this stuff about the third Hokage being the strongest is nonsense, even Tobirama can beat him easily." Minato whispered. Mikoto began to laugh softly at this. "Hey, can you stop gossiping during class? Pay attention." Next to Minato, Tsuna seemed dissatisfied hearing the whispers of Minato and the other Uchiha girl. "Tsuna, don't disrupt the class." The teacher shouted with Tsuna's little outburst. "Sorry." She had to admit and turned her face to Minato. "See what you did?" she said dissatisfied. "I didn't cause you to yell beside me, you have to be discreet. You'll be a ninja, remember that." Minato spoke, scratching his head. But Tsuna had veins on her forehead, thinking she would hit this blue-eyed boy at the first opportunity. "Now that we've talked about the will of fire, let's move on to our first practical lesson. I want to know how many of you have not released chakra before coming to take the test." The teacher asked, and only Minato raised his hand, since he was the only one who hadn't trained his chakra for not being in any clan. This earned some laughs and mockery from his classmates, but Minato didn't care, he wouldn't lie about it. As the laughter and mockery continued, Professor Fuma looked directly at Minato, his eyes sharp, but not devoid of a certain understanding. "Well, you shouldn't laugh at your classmate. Although he is a civilian, he has more chakra for his age than most of you, only losing to Tsuna Senju in this class." This immediately silenced all his classmates. The teacher turned his attention to Minato. "Minato, it's important to be honest about your abilities. That's the first step to overcoming them," he said with a tone of approval, and Minato nodded. The teacher then turned to the rest of the class again, changing the subject. "Today, we'll do chakra concentration exercises. I'll form pairs, and each of you will try to keep a leaf on your forehead using only chakra. This will not only help with chakra control but also concentration and focus." A buzz of excitement passed through the room as the children prepared for the challenge. The teacher began calling names, forming pairs. Minato was paired with Tsuna, the girl who had been annoyed with him earlier. She looked at him with a frustrated expression, but there was a spark of determination in her eyes. "Don't think I'll go easy just because you're a civilian," she whispered to him. Minato just smiled, his calm and confident expression contrasting with Tsuna's fierce determination. "I wouldn't expect any less from a ninja in training," he said, acknowledging her strength and seriousness. Sitting opposite each other, the air was charged with focused tension. A thin leaf rested on each of their foreheads, fluttering gently with every movement. Professor Fuma, with a serene and authoritative voice, instructed, "Focus on your chakra. Imagine it as a stream of energy flowing from the center of your being to your forehead, holding the leaf in place." Minato closed his eyes, trying to follow the instructions. Internally, he sought the calm and focus needed, but the chakra within him seemed like a wild animal, restless and untamable. The leaf, like a boat on a stormy sea, repeatedly fell from his forehead. He could feel the frustration bubbling within him, but refused to let it show. On the other side, Tsuna, with her eyes firmly closed, displayed intense concentration. She seemed naturally more skilled, yet still, the leaf on her forehead danced dangerously. Noting Minato's struggle, she murmured, surprisingly offering guidance, "You need to relax more, Minato. Don't force the chakra, guide it as if you were conducting a gentle melody." Grateful for the unexpected advice, Minato nodded slightly. He took a deep breath, trying to dissipate the tension in his muscles and mind. Visualizing his chakra as a calm river, he tried again. This time, when he opened his eyes, the leaf trembled but remained in place, sustained by a more stable and controlled flow of chakra. Around, the room was divided between those who laughed with each fallen leaf and those who, like Mikoto, held the leaf firmly in place, demonstrating the skill of future ninjas. She cast an approving glance at Minato, acknowledging his progress. "Great work," Professor Fuma praised, walking among the pairs. "Chakra control is fundamental for a ninja. Today is just the beginning. With practice and patience, you will become masters of it, and it will reflect in your skills." Tsuna, with an eyebrow raised, asked Minato, "You're good, haven't you done this exercise before?" Minato shook his head, a humble smile on his lips. "No, I've never released my chakra before coming here to take the tests. It's the first time I'm trying, but it's still very difficult," he admitted, his voice carrying a mix of frustration and determination. They continued, each attempt bringing them closer to mastery, one step at a time on their journey to become capable and controlled ninjas. As he focused intensely on his chakra exercise, Minato noticed a shadow approaching. Looking up, he saw Mikoto Uchiha walking toward him, her expression serious but her eyes curious. She had a natural elegance and a presence that didn't go unnoticed, even among the other talented children. What set her apart was the depth in her gaze. She observed the world around her with an intensity that suggested an understanding beyond her age. "You are brave, Minato Namikaze. Most here don't believe in you, but I like people who have bold ambitions," Mikoto said, her voice calm and somewhat respectful, breaking the barrier of silence that had formed around them. Her recognition was not just words, there was a genuine weight behind them, as if she truly saw potential in the civilian boy before her. Tsuna, in turn, did not take well to Mikoto's approach. "What do you want, Uchiha?" she asked, crossing her arms defensively. Her posture displayed a mix of irritation and challenge, a clear demonstration of her Senju pride. "I'm talking to the boy, Senju," Mikoto responded without hesitation, facing Tsuna's challenging gaze with an unflappable calm. "He's my partner." "Go take care of your own," Tsuna retorted, the rivalry between the Senju and Uchiha clans transpiring even in this childish interaction. "He's my first friend, so it's okay to talk to him," Mikoto replied, sitting down next to Minato with a naturalness that indicated she was not easily intimidated. Minato, sitting between the two, felt as if he were in the eye of a small hurricane. He knew the stories and rivalries between the Uchihas and the Senjus, legends and realities that intertwined in the foundation of Konoha. But seeing these tensions manifest in his classmates was a completely new experience. It was intriguing, confusing, and a bit intimidating. The civilian boy looked from Tsuna to Mikoto, trying to understand the complicated dynamics unfolding before him. He knew that each of them, in their own way, was strong, determined, and carried the weight of their respective clans on their shoulders. And now, here they were, interacting with him, a boy without a clan, without the same legacy, but with dreams as big as theirs. Chapter 9, Chapter 09, First Day in Ninja Academy 04. Third-person POV. Ninja Academy, Konoha, Year 32. The discussion between Tsuna and Mikoto had quickly escalated, both with inflamed pride and looks that cast sparks at each other. Minato, sitting between them, felt like a boat adrift between two colliding storms. Their voices rose, each word sharp as a kunai, until the attention of the entire room was turned to the trio. It was the voice of Professor Fuma, strong and unmistakable, that broke the tension. "Girls, can you stop this? Respect the class," he shouted, the veins in his forehead pulsing with the frustration of an educator trying to maintain order. Tsuna and Mikoto immediately fell silent, but still glared at each other, the challenge clear in their eyes. Minato, feeling the weight of the silence that followed, tried to intervene. "Can you both calm down a bit, you're still drawing attention," he whispered, trying to appease the situation. However, his attempt was met with a simultaneous and severe "shut up" from both girls, leaving him stunned and a little more cautious about intervening in future disputes. As the teacher resumed the class, discussing details about chakra control techniques, Minato sank into his own thoughts. "My chakra control is still horrible, and I'm at a disadvantage compared to the other students who have been training even before the academy," he reflected, recalling the teacher's words about his surprising amount of chakra. "But I'm surprised I have more chakra than everyone here, except Tsuna. That's an advantage, but I hope not to have the same control difficulties as my future son." His mind, always working and planning, began to trace a path to follow. "I have to train chakra control, observation haki, and my Pika Pika No Mi. It's so much for me when I'm only 6 years old." The magnitude of his goals and the skills he needed to master seemed overwhelming, but Minato's determination did not waver, and he would master these techniques in due time. He thought further ahead, beyond the academy and to the larger events he knew were to come. It's good to be prepared before the second ninja war breaks out. I might even save the Uzumaki, which should happen before the third ninja war. They will be valuable allies. He pondered the future, knowing that many of his plans would take years to materialize. But time was a resource he was willing to invest in intense training. Anyway, I still have plenty of time to prepare, so I'll focus on the now and leave the future for later. Minato murmured to himself, trying to reorient himself after the torrent of thoughts and concerns about the future. What are you mumbling there, Minato? Tsuna asked, leaning closer with a curious expression. Beside him, Mikoto also looked at him, her sharp eyes indicating a similar interest. Minato sighed internally, damn, forgot I'm between these two. My years in the academy can't be as quiet as I imagined before Kushina's arrival with these two by my side. He lamented silently. It's nothing, Tsuna, I'm just thinking out loud. He tried to deflect, hoping the conversation wouldn't deviate into another clash between the two. I see, just pay attention in class. We've been drawing a lot of attention from the teacher lately. I don't want to draw any more attention from him. Tsuna grumbled, clearly worried about the image they were projecting to the teacher and the rest of the class. Mikoto, however, didn't miss the opportunity to snipe. TSK. The teacher calls you out because you're scandalous. The secret is not to get caught. She said, her tone laden with typical Uchiha arrogance. What did you say, Uchiha? Tsuna retorted, her voice increasing in volume and irritation. Minato rolled his eyes, foreseeing the start of another heated argument. I'm saying you're too scandalous for a ninja, Mikoto replied, keeping her voice expressionless, but her words were like fuel to the fire. I'll show you that with my fists. Tsuna growled, clearly provoked beyond her limit. Come at me, Senju. I'll show you the power of the Sharingan. Mikoto challenged, even though her own Sharingan wasn't activated yet. You haven't even unlocked your Sharingan yet, girl. Tsuna retorted, mocking Mikoto's threat. Bang. The entire room trembled with the sound of a book slamming on Professor Fuma's desk. The noise echoed like thunder, immediately capturing everyone's attention. Minato, Tsuna, and Mikoto, together in the last row, turned abruptly to face the source of the sound. The professor was staring at them with eyes sparkling with frustration. You two, stop arguing again. You are disturbing the class. I swear next time I will put you both in detention. Fuma spoke, his tone serious and impatient, cutting through the air like a blade. The threat was clear, and for a moment, a heavy silence fell over the room. The other students, witnesses to this confrontation, looked toward the corner of the room with a variety of expressions. Some glances were tinged with envy, not just for the attention Minato received from Tsuna and Mikoto but also for the beauty and promise the two kunoichis exhibited. Other students whispered among themselves, questioning how Minato, a mere civilian, managed to stand firm and even mediate between two such dominant forces from such renowned clans. Why are they always together now? A boy whispered, unable to divert his gaze from the intriguing trio. He must be trying to use their connection to climb up the ranks, another boy speculated, his voice laden with poorly disguised jealousy. For Minato, Tsuna, and Mikoto, however, these murmurs were little more than distant background noise. They were far more concerned with the immediate consequences of their actions. Can you stop arguing all the time? It's the first day of class. Minato finally said, his voice firm and somewhat exasperated. He knew he needed to intervene before things escalated further. Tsuna turned her face away, clearly annoyed, but recognizing the seriousness of the situation. Tisk. Mikoto, equally frustrated, looked the other way, the tension still evident in her expression. Minato could only sigh, feeling the weight of the day on his shoulders. He wished the class would end soon so he could escape from that battlefield. As the class proceeded, a tense silence prevailed in the last row where Minato, Tsuna, and Mikoto were seated. The two girls, having been reprimanded by Professor Fuma, kept quiet, but the atmosphere around them was still charged. However, Minato felt the weight of the looks directed at him, an uncomfortable sensation he couldn't ignore. Great, I'm drawing attention thanks to these girls. Minato grumbled to himself, feeling a mix of irritation and concern. He noticed different types of looks coming from his classmates. Some, like Shikaka Nara, looked at him with an expression that mixed pity and a desire for distance, as if proximity to the troublesome trio was a kind of contagion they wanted to avoid. Members of the Uchiha clan, on the other hand, cast looks laden with resentment and anger. Minato couldn't say for sure if their anger came from seeing him close to the chief's daughter or if it was because he, a civilian, had somehow surpassed or offended their pride. Either way, he knew these looks were not good. The class dragged on, with Professor Fuma continuing to lecture on the fundamentals of the village and chakra. Minato tried to focus on the class, but the sensation of stares upon him was a constant distraction. Tsuna was eyeing him, her gaze firm and resolved. He knew what that meant. She wanted to talk to him after the incident on the test day. As soon as the bell rang, signaling the end of the class, Minato, already anticipating Tsuna's imminent approach, acted quickly. With agility that surprised even some of the more experienced ninjas, he grabbed his things and leaped off the counter in a single fluid motion. "Wait, Minato." Tsuna called, but he had no intention of stopping. His only focus was to get away from the blonde maniac and the uncomfortable situation he knew was approaching. With agile movements, he weaved through the other students, passing by them as if he were running on a well-practiced track. Upon reaching the corridor, he found himself surrounded by students from all classes, a sea of faces. But that didn't stop him. He used it to his advantage, quickly blending into the crowd and disappearing from sight. "Damn." He vanished. Tsuna murmured frustratedly, sweeping the corridor with her gaze, but Minato was already far away, indistinguishable among the other students. Beside her, Mikoto appeared, a mocking smile on her lips. "Seems like even men run away from you," she teased, enjoying the growing irritation of Tsuna. "Who's running from me? What do you think you're saying?" Tsuna retorted, veins popping on her forehead, her patience clearly running thin. "I'm saying you'll never find a man that way since they're already running from you." Mikoto continued, her taunting sharp and direct. "You talk as if you're better than me, Blood Eye. No one wants a woman like you." Tsuna returned, her words laden with anger and challenge. The exchange between them was like a verbal battle, each word a strike aimed to wound. Meanwhile, far from the tension and irritated glances, Minato ran through the streets of Konoha, his breathing rhythmic and focused. He knew he had narrowly escaped and that the break would be brief. "It's time to train again," he said to himself, his voice full of determination. He skipped going to lunch at the orphanage to train, not wanting to waste any time. Chapter 10, First Year 01. Third-person POV. Training Camp, Konoha, Year 32. Minato finally arrived at the location he had chosen for his training in recent days, an isolated and quiet area, perfect for concentration and the development of his skills without anyone interfering. At least he didn't even notice an umbu in the area. With a wooden kunai in hand, he headed to the nearby river. This kunai, despite not being made of metal, was an instrument he had been practicing throws and maneuvers with, and its tip was still sharp enough to be effective in fishing. Arriving at the river, Minato assumed a focused and balanced posture. He patiently observed the water, looking for signs of movement. After several frustrated attempts, adjusting his technique with each mistake, he finally managed to catch a fish manually. It was a moment of modest triumph, but significant, demonstrating his growing skill and patience with the blade. With the fish in hand, Minato quickly prepared a small fire on the bank. He cleaned and roasted the fish with his experience from a past life, creating a simple but nutritious lunch. While eating, his thoughts were focused on the training ahead. "I have the rest of the afternoon to train. I'll try to develop my haki and my ability with the fruit," he thought, referring to his ambitious goal of mastering skills that would make him formidable for the future. Finishing his lunch, Minato prepared for the next phase of his training. He placed a leaf on his forehead, a traditional chakra control training method that required him to keep the leaf attached to his forehead using only his chakra. To increase the difficulty and effectiveness of the training, he blindfolded himself. This would not only force him to rely on his other senses but was also preparation for his observation haki training. With his eyes blindfolded, Minato began to move through the forest, trying to dodge trees and natural obstacles as on the previous day. He knew this would be a challenging task, requiring full focus and deep attunement with his environment. At the same time, he tried to manifest his body of light, an ability of his fruit that, if mastered, would allow him to avoid damage and move at incredible speeds. It was a challenging and exhausting 3-in-1 training, but Minato was determined. With every step Minato took, every collision with the trees and natural obstacles of the forest, he absorbed a lesson. The sounds of the forest became a sonic map, each bird singing, each branch cracking under his feet, provided information about his surroundings. The smell of damp earth, the aroma of leaves and wood, all filled his senses, keeping him grounded in the present moment. The wind caressed his skin, a gentle caress that brought with it the direction and speed of potential obstacles. He used these natural clues to orient himself in his blind run. Ouch! He couldn't help but groan as he hit his forehead on a tree, but he quickly got up and continued his training. Once again he hit another tree, his leaf was placed back on his forehead, even without hitting, he could still feel the leaf struggling to remain on the skin. Each time the leaf threatened to fall, he adjusted his focus, channeling a precise amount of chakra to keep it attached. It was a delicate balance between keeping divided attention and yet being fully focused on each aspect of his training. Above all, Minato sought that deep and intuitive feeling, the premonition that preceded danger, the key to his observation haki. He knew that this ability was more than just a heightened sense, it was an almost supernatural perception of the world around him. Each time he hit a tree or stumbled, he came a little closer to activating this latent ability, learning to feel the world in a way his blindfolded eyes could not see. Even if it was a skill that would take up to a year to awaken, he would still continue. This intensive training was not just physical, it was a test of his will, patience, and perseverance. Each bruise, each scratch, were marks of his progress, symbols of his unwavering determination. He knew that the path to becoming the ninja he aspired to be was fraught with challenges, but each step, each fall, each success, brought him closer to his goal. After 3 hours immersed in this rigorous regime, his body was covered in bruises and scratches. Recognizing the need to shift focus, Minato decided to continue his training with kunais. Despite the fatigue, he knew he needed to hone his throwing skills and precision. Picking up his wooden kunais, he began to practice his throws, aiming at specific targets he had marked on the trees. With each throw, he adjusted his aim, his strength, and his chakra control, refining his technique with each kunai he threw. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows through the forest, Minato continued, tireless in his quest to achieve the extraordinary and refine his skills. Minato returned to the orphanage in the late afternoon, walking through the village streets in a visibly worn state, similar to the last time he had undergone similar training. His clothes were dirty and crumpled, and small cuts and bruises adorned his skin like the last time. Despite this, there was a glow of determination in his eyes, a clear sign that he did not regret the effort expended. As he walked through the streets of Konoha and people wondered if the boy had been attacked again. Madame Garit, the person in charge of the orphanage, was waiting for him as expected, as if she already knew about Minato's training escapades. With her arms crossed in a reproachful but concerned look, she watched him approach. "So you were training again? I hope you've eaten," she said. Her tone was stern, but there was a hint of affection in her words. "I was training, yes, I need to get stronger," Minato replied, his voice carrying a tone of apology. He knew that Madame Garit was concerned about his health and well-being, but he also understood that his training was essential for his future goals. "As long as you are well-fed, it's fine. It looks like tomorrow you will start full-time classes, so I doubt you can do these trainings again," she commented, a gentle reminder that Minato's life would soon become more complicated with the increase in school responsibilities. Minato nodded. He knew that his days of free training were about to become rarer, and he would need to adjust his routine to balance school and personal development. Ignoring the other boys who were excitedly talking about their own training and the first day of school, Minato headed directly to his space. He was physically and mentally exhausted, and he knew that the only thing that could really help him now was a good rest. Lying in his modest bed, Minato closed his eyes. The next day, with the sun still shy in the sky, Minato walked towards the academy for another day of classes. Upon arriving at the entrance, he met Tsuna, waiting for him with her arms crossed and an expression that left no doubt she had something to say. "Hello, Tsuna." Minato greeted, trying to keep the tone light. "Did you run away from me yesterday?" She interrogated him, an eyebrow arched in suspicion. "I don't know what you're talking about, I just went to train," he replied, maintaining a small smile, trying to steer away from the subject. "Minato, if I find out you're running away from me, I'll catch you. I won't allow that girl to mock me if boys are running away from me," Tsuna said, frustration coloring her words, and the pout on her face revealed more than she would have liked. "What did you say?" Minato raised an eyebrow, surprised by her admission without understanding what she meant by that. "It's nothing. Now let's go to class, we can't be late, can we?" She quickly changed the subject, grabbing him by the arm resolutely. "Wait, I know how to go to class by myself." He protested, but received only an intense look from the girl, who clearly was not willing to let him escape again. With little room to argue, he let himself be led by her to the classroom. As they walked, Minato couldn't help but think about the dynamic unfolding. This year is going to be quite intense. He murmured to himself, half resigned, half amused by the situation. The blonde Senju by his side was a force to be reckoned with, and he knew that his interactions with her and the other students would bring challenges and, possibly, unexpected opportunities. The path ahead was uncertain, but Minato was ready to face whatever came, inside and outside the classroom. Chapter 11, First Year 02. Third-Person POV. Ninja Academy, Konoha, Year 32. Sitting at the back of the room, Minato found himself once again in the company of Tsuna and Mikoto. The atmosphere among the trio was mixed, alternating between conversations and a subtle rivalry between the two girls, while Minato wished to be anywhere but in the middle of these two troublemakers, as he classified them. Suddenly, Mikoto broke the silence with a sharp observation. "I noticed he didn't run away from you this time. Did you threaten him?" she inquired, casting a perceptive glance toward Tsuna. "He never ran away from me. My mother said that's just how boys are," Tsuna quickly responded, crossing her arms defensively, a hint of pride tinting her words. "What kind of talk is this? You're only 6 years old, you should be talking about dolls, not these more adult things." Minato murmured, a bit exasperated with the direction the conversation was taking. He was more comfortable discussing techniques and training than navigating the complexities of his female peers' interactions with the opposite sex. "Spoken like the 6-year-old boy who's learning to be an assassin," Mikoto retorted with a sarcastic look toward Minato. "I guess that's fair. he admitted, recognizing the irony of the situation. You're hurt, your hands are also quite worn, this means you weren't in a fight, but in training. Mikoto continued speaking after Minato's remark, her analytical eyes observing the signs of wear on Minato. It's true, I was training. I want to improve my control and my skills with kunais, so I'm training after school, Minato openly admitted, seeing no reason to hide his efforts and dedication. What kind of training is it that you come all bruised? Tsuna questioned, a tone of concern mixed with mockery in her voice. I don't have a large clan behind me. I have to make do with what I have, I train in the public fields. Minato confessed. He didn't have the luxury of resources or private training that many of his classmates had, but that didn't diminish his determination. I see. It must be good, since there's no one watching you all the time and criticizing every mistake. Mikoto commented, a glimpse of envy in her voice. She never liked the constant pressure and high expectations her father and the Uchiha clan placed on her, especially regarding training. It was a weight she carried every day, and the idea of training freely, away from judgmental eyes, seemed appealing to her. But having some guidance is good. Minato pondered aloud, recognizing the advantages of having a mentor or someone experienced to guide and correct mistakes. While he valued his independence, he knew that proper guidance could speed up his progress and help him avoid common pitfalls on the path of a ninja. Minato, do you train chakra control and kunais? Tsuna asked, curious about the details of Minato's training. Yes, but I use wooden kunais. I need to earn some money to buy better equipment. I have a plan to have an income, but I want to learn Fuinjutsu. Maybe I can make some money in the future if I can get a master to create some seals, Minato commented quietly, sharing his goals and the limitations he faced due to a lack of resources. Fuinjutsu, so boring. Mikoto grimaced, expressing her personal opinion on that particular area. She preferred more direct and impactful methods of combat. I have to admit that it's kind of boring, but my mother is forcing me to learn some seals, especially the one she uses as her main weapon. Tsuna shared, a bit of resentment in her voice. I envy you, Tsuna. You can have contact with Mito-sama. What I wouldn't give to become her apprentice. Minato expressed his deep desire to learn from the best, especially in the field of Fuinjutsu. Mito Uzumaki was known for her proficiency in that area, but Minato knew that accessing her as a master was beyond his current possibilities. Yes, great-grandmother is the best, there's no one more powerful in the world than her, even among the Uzumaki Senjus. Tsuna spoke with pride, her eyes shining as she spoke of her famous great-grandmother. I imagine. Minato lay back in his arms while murmuring. If you want, I can talk to great-grandmother, she always listens to me. Tsuna continued, the pride in her voice clearly evident. Her offer was sincere and reflected the closeness and respect she had for the powerful matriarch of her family. I would appreciate it. Minato replied quietly, his voice tinged with a mix of hope and skepticism. He knew that despite Tsuna's generous offer, the chances of being accepted as an apprentice to Mito Uzumaki were slim. He had a feeling that fate would lead him to learn from Mito through Kushina, not directly through Tsuna. As they talked, the class was suddenly interrupted by the teacher, who brought up a new fascinating topic for the rest. Did you know that you can master all the elements of chakra? He asked, immediately capturing everyone's attention, which left aside the conversation with the girls to focus on the class. Really, can we learn all 5 elements? A student asked, clearly excited by the possibility. It's true, but it requires dedication. The Hokage-sama is a man who mastered all of them, that's why he is considered the greatest Hokage, the teacher explained with pride in his voice. Greatest Hokage. He wouldn't last 5 minutes with Hashirama in his prime. Minato murmured to himself, unable to resist mocking the statement. In his opinion, the 3rd Hokage was far from being the most powerful, especially when compared to the legendary figure of Hashirama Senju. Anyway, we're going to have a lunch break. This afternoon we're going to the training track to do some exercises, so get ready for the workout, the teacher announced, to the delight of many children in the room who were eager for a change of activity at last. Minato picked up the food container that Madame Garit had prepared for him and headed to a quiet spot under a tree. As he ate his lunch, his thoughts wandered about what he had learned and the possibilities the future might bring. Meanwhile, 3 shadows dimmed the sun in front of Minato. Hey, are you Minato Namikaze? The civilian who hangs out with Tsuna Senju and Mikoto Uchiha, said a slightly older boy with a disdainful air as he approached Minato. His posture was challenging, and he looked at Minato as if expecting the mere fact of being a year older to give him some authority. That's my name. What can I do for you, brat? Minato responded without hesitation, an eyebrow arched in challenge. He was not willing to be intimidated or looked down upon just because someone had decided to confront him. Brat. What did you call me? The boy immediately shouted, his voice full of indignation and anger. Minato, on the other hand, shrugged while opening his food, clearly uninterested in a pointless quarrel. My name is Kai Inuzuka. You better stay away from those girls, civilian. he said, trying to threaten Minato, but he just continued eating, enjoying the meal Madame Garite had prepared. Madame Garite always knows how to make great food. Minato praised, more interested in his meal than in the growing frustration of the Inuzuka. Hey, I'm talking to you. The Inuzuka shouted, trying to capture Minato's attention, who looked at him with an interrogative gaze, clearly indifferent to the supposed threat. Sorry, I didn't hear. Who are you again? Minato asked, scratching his head, genuinely confused about what that boy wanted from him at such a delicate time as lunch. I said I am. Get out of the way. A new voice interrupted with a punch to the Inuzuka boy's head, sending him flying to the side as he fell knocked out. Mr. Inuzuka. His classmates quickly ran to where he fell, concerned about the sudden attack. Tsuna. Minato was surprised by the sudden appearance of the blonde girl, who approached him with her hair swinging in the wind. I saw you here alone and it looked like you were in trouble, Tsuna said, crossing her arms while staring at Minato with a concerned look, but at the same time strong and determined. I didn't need help, I could handle some brats, Minato responded with a shrug. TSK. You're also a brat, Minato. Mikoto appeared right behind Tsuna. What are you doing here too? Tsuna looked at her suspiciously, clearly not expecting Mikoto to join them. I wanted to see how the fight would unfold, but you protected your boyfriend so quickly. Mikoto said calmly, provoking Tsuna with a comment she knew would irritate her. Who's my boyfriend? And you didn't answer why you're here. You should be with your clan, Tsuna retorted, frustration and anger growing within her. I'm not. They're so boring and arrogant, so I came here with you, Mikoto replied with a small smile. She calls them arrogant. Both Tsuna and Minato murmured about the girl who is arrogant herself. Chapter 12, First Year 03. Third-person POV. Ninja Academy, Konoha, Year 32. In the afternoon, with the sun high in the sky and the heat permeating the air, the teacher gathered the elite class at the training track in the courtyard, a spacious and well-equipped space designed to test and develop the physical and mental abilities of the young ninjas. The children gathered, some excited, others nervous, but all aware that this training was a crucial part of their ninja journey. Today we will test your physical fitness. Don't worry about the initial result. We have years to train you, and you're in the elite class for a reason. So just strive to improve from today onwards, the teacher said, offering words of encouragement. His voice was calm and steady, conveying the seriousness of the training, but also an underlying confidence in each student's abilities. As everyone familiarized themselves with the track, looking at the various obstacles that included walls to climb, beams to balance on, and areas designated to test agility and speed, the air was charged with a mix of anticipation and determination. Some students stretched, others exchanged words of encouragement or strategies, and some, like Minato, quietly observed, mentally preparing for the challenge ahead. I want everyone to line up at the start of the obstacle course. We're going to do an initial circuit to assess your physical level, the instructor announced, and all the children began to line up at the starting line. They positioned themselves side by side, some with confident postures, others a bit more hesitant, but all ready to begin. Minato took his place in the line, next to Tsuna and Mikoto, his already common partners. He could feel their tension, the friendly but intense competition between the girls. He knew that, despite being together, each one was focused on their own goals and desires for improvement. The teacher raised his hand, ready to give the start signal. A tense silence fell over the track as all eyes focused on him, waiting for the moment to begin. And then, with a decisive nod, the race began. The students took off, each with their own pace and style, facing the obstacles with determination and courage. It was the beginning of not just a simple circuit, but a long and challenging path toward mastery and excellence with parkour and speed. As the young ninjas raced towards the obstacle circuit, the track was a tangle of challenges designed to test strength, agility, and speed. Minato, although a civilian, had exceptional physical characteristics, a result of his origins in the world of One Piece. His body was naturally more powerful and resilient, and he moved with an agility and strength that surprised many of his peers. The first obstacle was a series of tall walls that needed to be climbed. While some students struggled to find a foothold, Minato used his superior strength to propel himself upward, almost with ease, his movements fluid and precise. Incredible, he's really a civilian. Someone asked. He's not even sweating chakra. Tsuna reflected with some surprise. Yes, he's using pure physical strength, but how is that possible? Mikoto also murmured. Moving forward, there was a narrow beam that required balance and concentration. Here, many students faltered, their bodies swaying uncertainly. Minato, however, crossed the beam with the confidence of someone accustomed to high-sea battles and maneuvers on rocking ships naturally. His posture was firm, his eyes fixed on the goal ahead. Next, the circuit led to a series of barriers and tunnels that required agility and flexibility. Minato stood out, his speed almost a blur to the onlookers. He moved with a grace that belied his power, sliding under barriers and twisting through narrow tunnels with ease that made it clear his training and origin were not as ordinary as many thought. But what really impressed was his endurance. While others began to show signs of fatigue, Minato's breathing remained controlled, his movements as efficient at the end of the circuit as at the beginning. He treated each obstacle as an opponent to be overcome, a chance to prove to himself and others what he was capable of. At the end of the circuit, while other students arrived panting and exhausted, Minato completed the course with a breath that surprised even the teachers. He didn't reach first place, as he was competing with students who had been training since birth for their clans, but he certainly surpassed most of the other students. Minato's performance did not go unnoticed. Murmurs and looks of admiration, envy, and surprise ran through the crowd that arrived after him at the finish line. Even Tsuna and Mikoto, who knew Minato better than most, couldn't help but be impressed with the demonstration of skill and strength. As Minato caught his breath, his thoughts were already on the next challenge, the next chance to improve and grow. After the completion of the circuit, while the young ninjas recovered, panting and exhausted, the teacher walked along the finish line, holding a clipboard and carefully noting the results of each student. He observed each one with an attentive eye, marking the times, highlighting the strengths, and the areas that needed improvement. The teacher approached Minato, looking at the clipboard before fixing his eyes on the young ninja. "Minato Namikaze," he began, his voice carrying a tone of respect and a bit of surprise. "Your time and ability on the circuit were remarkable. Your strength, agility, and endurance are exceptional, especially for a civilian, and you did this with physical capabilities. This speaks volumes about your commitment and potential." Minato just nodded, listening attentively. He was aware of his abilities, but he knew that praise from the teacher was not the ultimate goal. It was just the confirmation that he was on the right path. The teacher made a special mark next to Minato's name on the clipboard and then continued to speak. "However, the path of a ninja is not just about physical ability. Tactics, strategy, chakra control, teamwork, and many other aspects are equally important. I hope you continue to develop in all these areas." "Understood, Professor," Minato responded, his voice firm and determined. He knew that the original Minato would have already been breaking all the academy records at this time before Kakashi, so he must do even better. As the teacher moved away to continue his notes, Minato looked around at his peers. He saw Tsuna and Mikoto discussing their own results, some students expressing frustration, others joy, and still others silent determination. These two are always fighting all the time. Minato looked at the girls with a lost gaze. After the obstacle course, the teacher guided the students to a new training area, aimed at improving precision in kunai throwing. It was a crucial skill for any ninja, useful both in combat and on missions that required discretion and accuracy. Minato joined his peers, each receiving a set of kunais to practice. "The wooden kunais I use have the same weight as these, but it's still quite different to hold a real one compared to a copy," Minato murmured, balancing the weapon for the first time. Lined up in front of targets fixed at various distances, the students began to throw their kunais, one after the other. There was a palpable tension in the air, a mix of concentration and competition among the children. Minato positioned himself, briefly observing the others before focusing on his own target. He took a deep breath, seeking to find a state of calm and focus. Throwing kunais was never his strong point, he knew that his precision was mediocre compared to some of the other skills he possessed. With a fluid motion, he threw the first kunai, watching as it spun through the air and hit the target, but not exactly at the point he was aiming for. It hit the target, but far from the center. Minato threw one kunai after another, each time adjusting his aim, his strength, and his control. Despite his efforts, only 40% of his kunais hit a satisfactory area of the target. Frustration began to form within him, but he refused to let it take over. He was determined to improve, no matter how many attempts it took. Beside him, Tsuna and Mikoto also practiced. Tsuna, with impressive precision, threw her kunais with confidence and skill, while Mikoto, even more adept, showed her mastery with each throw. "Focus, Minato. Visualize the exact point you want to hit," the teacher advised, noticing Minato's struggle. He offered some additional tips on posture and throwing technique, hoping to help the young ninja improve. Minato nodded in acknowledgement and took another deep breath. He remembered the intense training he had undergone, the hours of practice, and the burning desire to improve. With a new sense of determination, he threw another kunai, watching closely its flight and impact. The kunai hit closer to the center, a small but significant progress. "I'm on the way, but I need to improve a lot with my training," he murmured, still not satisfied with the result. Chapter 13, First Year 04. Third-Person POV. Ninja Academy, Konoha, Year 32. After the kunai throwing session, the teacher decided to shift the focus of the training to hand-to-hand combat. It was an essential part of ninja training, teaching not just fighting techniques but also how to react under pressure, assess opponents, and quickly adapt to varied situations. The children gathered, some eager, others apprehensive, but all aware that this would be a test of their physical and mental abilities. Let's test your combat skills, announced the teacher. It's not just about strength, but strategy, agility, and effective use of your environment. Remember, the goal is not to severely injure your opponent, but to demonstrate control and technique. The students were paired up, and the training field quickly transformed into a whirlwind of activity. Minato was paired with a classmate he only knew by sight. Although not as physically imposing as some of the other students, there was a clear determination in their eyes. As the fight began, Minato focused on observing and reacting. He knew his physical abilities were strong, but he was also aware that hand-to-hand combat was unpredictable and that any overconfidence could be quickly undone. He moved with agility, defending against his opponent's attacks and looking for opportunities to counterattack. Around him, the training area was full of action. Some fights were quick and decisive, while others were prolonged tests of endurance and skill. Shouts of encouragement and frustration could be heard mixed with the sound of rapid footsteps and strikes. Minato, using his superior strength and speed, began to gain an advantage in his fight. He dodged attacks gracefully and responded with controlled strikes, always careful not to cause serious injury. He could feel fatigue beginning to affect his opponent, but instead of using that to end the fight quickly, he slowed down, allowing both to have a longer, more analytical training. At the end of the exercise, Minato emerged victorious, but his spirit of camaraderie remained intact. It was a good fight, he said, extending his hand in a gesture of friendship and respect. Thank you. I guess. The classmate responded, still catching their breath, but clearly grateful for Minato's consideration. It was then that the teacher intervened, deciding to raise the level of challenge for Minato. Minato, fight against Shikaku, he announced, referring to Shikaku Nara, known for his intelligence and strategic skills, as well as his characteristic laziness. Such a drag. Go easy. I don't want to go home hurt, Shikaku spoke in a typically bored tone of his clan. Minato sighed, understanding the reluctant nature of his new opponent, but also recognizing the opportunity to learn from someone whose skills were more mental than physical. The ensuing fight was an interesting contrast to the previous one. Shikaku, despite his lazy demeanor, was a cunning opponent, using his shadow jutsu to try and control and predict Minato's movements. Minato, in turn, had to adapt his fighting style, relying less on brute force and more on speed and strategy to overcome Shikaku's deceptive techniques. Eventually, the cat-and-mouse game began to wear on Shikaku, who clearly preferred activities that required less physical effort. With an exaggerated yawn and a look conveying a mix of boredom and mild irritation, he finally backed off. Such a drag. That's enough, Shikaku announced, his voice laden with boredom as he put his hands in his pockets and slowly walked away. I'm not interested in getting hurt just to prove a point. You win, Minato Namikaze. His casual attitude and lack of interest in continuing the fight didn't surprise Minato, who knew the Nara clan's reputation for preferring mind over muscle. Minato, watching Shikaku walk away, sighed lightly, a mix of relief and disappointment in his chest. He understood and respected Shikaku's decision, but at the same time, longed for a challenge that would truly test his abilities. His attention, however, was quickly diverted by a commotion around. Ow, look at them. An excited child's voice cut through the air, followed by murmurs and glances pointed towards another part of the training area. Curious, Minato turned to see what was attracting so much attention. At the center of the training track, Tsuna Senju and Mikoto Uchiha stood face to face, ready to begin their own fight. It was a scene that captured attention. On one side, Tsuna, known for her physical strength and the fierce determination that ran in her Senju blood, on the other, Mikoto, with her speed and agility that made her a formidable opponent, distinctive traits of the Uchiha clan. As the fight began, the difference between their approaches became evident. Mikoto moved like a blur, her steps quick and light, almost dancing around Tsuna, who, in turn, responded with powerful and decisive movements. Each of Tsuna's strikes was a demonstration of pure strength, while each of Mikoto's dodges was a testament to her exceptional speed. The fight between them was like a ballet of contrasts, strength against speed, power against agility. The other children watched in silence, some cheering, others merely absorbing every move, every tactical decision. Minato, in particular, also watched the fight attentively, hoping to absorb something from the different fighting styles, even though his style was more like Mikoto's, favoring speed. The fight made all other bouts stop to watch the exchange of fists between the girls. Each strike, each dodge was made by two of the class's leading geniuses. In the end, the fight ended in a draw with the interference of the teacher. You managed to get out unscathed this time, Uchiha, Tsuna spoke arrogantly. You were lucky, Senju. Next time won't be so easy. Mikoto spoke with a small smile. Meanwhile, the teacher continued the fights. Let's continue the fights. Minato, fight against Choza Akimichi, the teacher instructed, and Minato nodded. Choza Akimichi would not just be a member of the renowned Akimichi clan, known for their ability to manipulate their size and weight, which gave them a significant advantage in terms of strength and defense, but also the future patriarch of the clan like Shikaku. Minato knew that this fight would be a true test of his abilities, facing an opponent with such unique and powerful potential and capacity. As they positioned themselves, Minato assessed Choza, trying to plan a strategy. He knew brute force wouldn't be enough and that he would need to use his speed and agility to try to circumvent Choza's defense. The fight began with Choza immediately utilizing his body strength, jumping on top of Minato to slow his movement. Minato, moving quickly, tried to find a weak point, a moment of opening. He dodged Choza's powerful blows, each capable of causing serious damage if it hit. Minato managed to land a few strikes, but soon realized that his damage was minimal due to Choza's impressive natural defense. Each attack Minato made seemed only to make Choza more determined. The Akimichi used his strength trying to unbalance Minato and force him into a vulnerable position. The fight continued, with Minato striving to maintain agility, but fatigue began to set in. Each dodge and run consumed his energy, and he could feel his pace slowing down. Choza, noticing this, intensified his attacks, becoming increasingly confident of his victory. Finally, in a critical moment, Minato stumbled, a fraction of a second of hesitation that was enough for Choza to take advantage. With a quick and powerful move, Choza managed to hit Minato, sending him to the ground with a surprising impact. Minato lay there, panting and defeated, but not discouraged. He knew that each defeat was a lesson, a moment of learning to become stronger. Slowly getting up, he faced Choza with a look of respect. "Good fight," he said sincerely, acknowledging his opponent's skill. Choza offered his hand to help Minato up. "You fought well too," he replied, a sign of mutual respect between the two. The teacher, observing the end of the fight, noted the results and moved on to the next combatants. Minato's next opponent had a mocking and confident look. "I'm Akim Uchiha, I'll defeat you easily as any Uchiha would, civilian." The boy taunted, clearly underestimating Minato due to his lack of a renowned clan and by his natural Uchiha pride. Minato, in turn, rolled his eyes, not letting himself be intimidated by Akim's provocative words. Both positioned themselves in the makeshift ring for the fight, under the watchful eye of the teacher and peers. The fight began, and immediately it was clear that Akim had more training. His stance was firmer, his movements more fluid and confident. He advanced quickly, trying to dominate Minato with a series of agile moves. Minato, in turn, remained focused, dodging Akim's attacks and trying to find an opening. Despite his lack of formal training, Minato had an iron determination and a natural ability to adapt quickly. He observed every move of Akim, learning and anticipating. However, Akim's skill and confidence were palpable, and he seemed to have control of the fight. But then, in the heat of the moment and perhaps due to overconfidence, Akim made a mistake. In a particularly arrogant move, he attempted a boulder strike, hoping to finalize the fight with style. It was the slip that Minato was waiting for. He saw the opening created by Akim's arrogance and, with a quick movement, took advantage of the chance. Minato, using his agility, circled around Akim and, with a surprisingly strong push for a boy his age, launched Akim out of the ring. It was a simple but effective move, executed at the exact right moment. Akim fell to the ground with a dull thud, his expression mixing surprise and confusion. For a moment, the ring was in sepulchral silence, all those present absorbing the unexpected outcome of the fight. Minato, standing, still catching his breath after the effort, felt a wave of realization. He had faced a considerable challenge and emerged victorious. It was a good fight, the teacher finally broke the silence, praising both competitors. His voice carried a tone of respect and a slight touch of surprise, reflecting the reaction of the spectators. "I should have won that fight." Akim protested, his voice tinged with arrogance and a touch of resentment. He was still on the ground, looking incredulously at Minato. "Yes, but you're very careless," Mikoto commented, an evident mockery in her voice as she watched the scene with crossed arms. She couldn't help but point out the flaw that had cost Akim the fight. Tisk. Akim clicked his tongue in frustration, clearly dissatisfied with how things had unfolded. The teacher, seizing the moment as a teaching opportunity, addressed all the students. "Remember, a ninja always has to be attentive, Akim. I hope you learn from this. And Minato, congratulations on using the disadvantages of a stronger opponent," he praised. His words served as a reminder that cunning and perception were as important as brute strength on the path of a ninja. With that, the class came to an end. The students, still discussing the fights and their outcomes, began to go their separate ways. Minato, with the fresh victory in his mind, decided to use the rest of the afternoon for further training. He knew that each victory was just one step in his journey and that there would always be more to learn and more challenges to face. Determined and focused, he headed to the training field, ready to continue honing his skills and preparing for the future. Chapter 14, First Year 05. Third-person POV. Hokage Tower, Konoha, Year 32. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with vibrant colors, Minato headed to his favorite training spot. He was determined to make the most of the last moments of the day to improve himself, especially after the day's events. The victories and defeats he had endured had given him a new sense of purpose and determination. He knew he needed to grow much more to reach his ideal. While Minato focused on his training, practicing his senses to develop his haki, and working on his taijutsu with his technique based on agility and strength, something important was happening in the Hokage's office. The village leader, a man of great wisdom and power, was receiving a detailed report on the students of Class A, the elite class of the academy this year. This is this year's batch, interesting. He murmured, spreading papers with various profiles across his desk. Among the various names, some he knew very well either by the name of their clan or by knowing their parents. The main children had potential that could bring changes to the village and to the ninja world as a whole. Hiruzen reflected on each of them, thinking about how he could guide and support their growth. Tsuna Senju, with her renowned lineage and impressive physical strength from the first and second Hokage, already showed signs that she could have as much talent as her mother, a powerful kunoichi. Her connection to the legendary first Hokage and the heritage of her clan brought great expectations, but also immense responsibility. Mikoto Uchiha, with her speed and the promise of an early Sharingan, carried the legacy of one of the village's most powerful clans, but was also someone the Hokage should keep an eye on if she showed too much potential. And then there was Minato Namikaze, the clanless boy who impressed everyone with his large amount of chakra, multiple elemental affinities, and notable physical aptitude. The Hokage was particularly intrigued by him. Minato didn't have the backing of a powerful clan, but his abilities and potentials indicated that he could one day become an exceptional ninja, perhaps an elite jonin or something more. Hiruzen was still skeptical about Minato's potential, but he could not deny the potential that this child represented. The Hokage read carefully the notes about Minato. Large amount of chakra, 3 elemental affinities, naturally high physical aptitude. He murmured to himself. It seems Namikaze was a small clan that disappeared with the First War. They specialized in space-time techniques. Interesting. He read about a few more children and was pleased with what he saw. Interesting, the Hokage commented, putting the report aside. He knew that the village's future had promising sprouts, seeing that peace is cracking every moment and soon war will break out, so it's better to have capable ninjas for the future. As the Hokage lost himself in his thoughts about the future of the young ninjas of the village, a familiar and laid-back voice emerged from one of the open windows of the office. The Hokage sighed, a mix of resignation and affection in his gaze. I see you're thinking again, maybe about a hot spring. Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin and one of the Hokage's most notorious students, appeared with his mischievous smile and playful gaze. You like to show up every day, Jiraiya, the Hokage commented, a slight smile forming on his lips despite his attempt to maintain a serious demeanor. I just came to say hello. Jiraiya approached with interest, his eyes quickly turning to the Hokage's desk, where the report of the new students was. This is the report of the new students. The Hokage confirmed, noting Jiraiya's sudden interest. Interesting, I'm interested in one too, here it is. Jiraiya pointed to the name of Minato Namikaze on the report. The Namikaze. Perhaps because he's a civilian like you. The Hokage raised an eyebrow, intrigued by his student's choice. Maybe, but there's no denying the boy has potential. I want him when he graduates, Jiraiya spoke with a firm and determined tone, a rarity for the normally jovial Sannin. You. Why are you so interested in the boy? By the way, I don't know if I can do that. Danzo is recruiting for his new division, the Root, and he needs new talents, Hiruzen commented, starting to smoke his pipe, the concern evident in his voice. Sorry, sensei. But I want him, no matter who I have to fight with. I'll become this child's teacher, Jiraiya declared, his usually playful tone now replaced by an unusual seriousness. Well, if you're so insistent, I can grant that to you, but I want to know about your latest research, the Hokage spoke, a smile forming on his lips at the mention of Jiraiya's notorious interest in research. Jiraiya beamed at this, clearly pleased with his master's concession. Oh, sensei, you're going to love hearing about this, he responded, already preparing to recount his adventures and discoveries. While Jiraiya spoke animatedly with the Hokage, young Minato was engaged in his training in the dense forest that surrounded the Leaf Village before the sun completely set. He was determined to make some progress in observation haki. Minato ran through the forest, his eyes blindfolded as always to increase his reliance on other senses. I just need to concentrate, he murmured to himself, trying to tune in and trust his instincts about the world around him. But the task was not easy. Several times he stumbled over exposed roots or collided with low tree trunks. Ouch, he exclaimed, hitting a tree with his face. He fell to the ground, holding his sore nose. For a moment, he considered giving up for today. However, the image of the future he aspired to began to appear to him. I need to keep going. He murmured. He got up, shook the dirt off his clothes, and prepared to continue. Taking a deep breath, Minato started running again, trying to open himself to the sensations around him. He felt the wind whispering among the leaves, heard the chirping of the birds at the end of the day calming down with the approach of night, and even the slight crackling of a branch breaking under his foot. Then, something changed. For a brief moment, it seemed like the world around him slowed down. He felt something, a presence, an imminent danger coming from his right. Instinctively, he turned to the left, a sudden and clumsy move, but effective. He felt the rough bark of the tree brush lightly against his shoulder instead of colliding head-on as before. He stopped, panting, trying to understand what had just happened. For a brief moment, Minato felt a clarity, a perception beyond his normal senses. Could it have been observation haki, he wondered, his heart racing with excitement at managing to feel the ability for the first time. He knew he still had a long way to go, but this small success was a sign that he was on the right track. This is amazing. I need more of this sensation. Minato spoke excitedly. He continued his progress again, trying to dodge the trees and obstacles in front of him, but still couldn't get the same feeling again, causing him to hit his face against various trees. I think I just got lucky. I don't think that's going to happen again anytime soon. Minato murmured, giving up on today's training since the sky was already dark, and he had to return before Madame Garit sent some Chunin after a missing child. Even though he hadn't made any more progress, Minato was satisfied with the sensation he had at that moment, as it was proof that he was indeed developing the ability that would be better than any sensor at that time. Chapter 15, First Year 06. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 32. Minato's routine had become a series of rituals and strict disciplines, each day starting with the journey to school in the early hours of the morning and ending with intense training sessions in his usual field after classes on history, math, and other subjects. The academy was a mix of theoretical and practical learning, where he spent most of his day, always attentive and seeking to improve. In class, Minato was an exemplary student, but it was in the training field that he truly felt at home. His relationship with Tsuna Senju and Mikoto Uchiha continued the same. The two girls, continuing their own disputes from their renowned clans, still sat by his side and accompanied him during lunch. Despite the clan differences, the three formed a peculiar trio. Minato fought a few times against them in combats during practical classes, and despite always having lost in technique and skill in his fights against the girls, he always stood out in physical conditions, being among the first in terms of strength and endurance in the circuits that the teacher put the class through. In the kunai throwing classes, Minato observed a slow but steady improvement. His accuracy had increased by about 10%, a modest progress, but encouraging for his condition. Still, it was far from the level he aimed for. He spent extra hours practicing, each throw an attempt to refine his aim and control every day. Outside the academy, Minato dedicated himself to developing chakra control and improving observation haki. Slowly, he began to notice more moments when the ability manifested, allowing him to anticipate and dodge obstacles more effectively. However, the manifestation of his body of light, an ability he eagerly awaited, still proved elusive. Despite his incessant efforts, he couldn't trigger this elemental transformation, which left him frustrated and often injured after more intense training sessions with him hitting the trees in his way. Each night, he returned to the orphanage with new scratches and bruises, a testament to his dedication and determination. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into a whole month since his entry into this world of ninjas. Minato had made remarkable progress, but he knew he still had a long way to go. He felt himself getting stronger, closer to what he aspired to, as his path was just beginning and he had many challenges that his future held. As the sun gave way to the shadows of dusk, Minato was intensely focused on his training. With his eyes blindfolded, he ran among the trees, trying to refine his perception and reaction through observation haki. He was about to dodge another tree when an unexpected voice cut through the forest silence. "So this is where you train?" The childlike, curious, and somewhat amused voice made Minato lose concentration at a crucial moment. Pow! Minato's forehead collided with the tree he was about to dodge. The sharp pain made him crouch down and hold his head. Ow, ow, ow. Minato murmured, a mix of pain and frustration in his voice as he rubbed the spot where he had hurt himself. Ha 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 ha. The clear and unmistakable laughter of Tsuna Senju echoed through the forest. She found the scene hilarious, seeing Minato with his eyes blindfolded colliding with the tree. "Don't laugh, what are you doing here?" Minato demanded, a little irritated but more embarrassed than anything. He quickly removed the blindfold from his eyes to face his friend, who was still having fun with the situation. "I wanted to see how you create all those wounds, but what kind of training is this? It's kind of sadistic," Tsuna said, still laughing, but also with a touch of genuine curiosity in her voice. Minato sighed, the initial embarrassment giving way to a slight resignation. "It's a type of training to increase my perception and reflexes," he explained, trying to regain some dignity. "It's not sadistic, it's a challenge." Tsuna, still smiling, approached and examined Minato's forehead. "You always try so hard. But be careful not to hurt yourself too much, okay? I don't know how this training is supposed to help you," she said, her voice now softer and more concerned. Minato nodded, silently thanking her for her concern, but still spoke with a bit of frustration. "TSK. This is my training, it improves the senses, it's very effective for the future," Minato argued, trying to explain the importance of his method to Tsuna, who still seemed to find the situation more comical than serious. I've never heard of anything so self-harming. You had to see the booth you shocked with that tree. I still don't understand. Ha 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 ha. She laughed again, genuinely finding the situation amusing, her hand pressed against her belly in an attempt to contain the laughter. If you're here to laugh at me, I'll continue my training, Minato murmured with a frown. He began to ignore Tsuna, preparing to put the blindfold back on. Hey, don't ignore me, wait. Tsuna stopped laughing when she saw Minato adjust the blindfold and start running through the forest again, clearly willing to continue despite the collisions and ignoring the little girl's presence. Minato ignored her and continued his run, focused on honing his perception beyond sight. Pow! With another dull thud, he fell to the ground after colliding with another tree. The fur. Ha 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 ha. Tsuna began to laugh again, unable to contain her amusement at seeing her friend trying so hard but continuing to crash into trees one after another. Despite the pain and embarrassment, Minato did not give up. He got up and continued his run through the forest, each collision, each bruise, bringing him closer to his goal. Why do you keep doing this? It seems to be quite painful. Tsuna was no longer laughing. The initial fun had given way to genuine curiosity and a hint of concern. Why would Minato persist in something so clearly painful? I need to become stronger, he said as he started running again, his voice mixed with determination and a hint of frustration before colliding with another tree. Pow! Tsuna watched him silently for a moment, her expression now serious and thoughtful. She realized there was more to that determination than she initially thought. She saw, perhaps for the first time, the depth of Minato's resolve and began to respect him even more for it. Even as he continued to collide with trees, Tsuna knew that somehow, each collision was forging Minato into something stronger, something greater. Pow! Another collision, followed by a brief sigh of pain and determination. Minato didn't stop, his determined figure advancing and falling, but always getting up to continue. Pow! Tsuna furrowed her brow with each sound, each thud a reminder of the brutality of the training Minato chose for himself. Pow! And then, amid the cycle of collisions and determination, Tsuna finally broke the silence. Why do you want to become stronger and why do you strive so much? She asked softly, her voice carrying a mix of genuine curiosity and concern. Minato stopped for a moment, panting. He turned to Tsuna, removing the blindfold from his eyes to face her directly. Because the path of a ninja isn't easy, and this is my path, he began, his voice full of a conviction that went beyond his age. I intend to live my life without regrets in this world, he continued, firmly. Minato was aware of the challenges and dangers the future might bring, and he intended to overcome all of them. A life without regrets. Tsuna murmured, echoing Minato's words. She looked at him with a unique expression. Minato finally paused his training and turned to Tsuna. I'm done for today, I'll wash off a bit of my dirt in the river and head back to the orphanage. You should go back to your house, your parents must be worried. Minato reminded her, making Tsuna snap out of her thoughts as he walked away. As Minato washed his face in the river and bid Tsuna goodbye to head home, the girl walked back to the village in a different direction from Minato towards the Senju clan headquarters with many thoughts on her mind, as Minato's words had touched her in some way. Chapter 16, First Year 07. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 32. Minato returned to the orphanage as he had for a month in his routine every late afternoon, each day bringing new marks from his relentless training. The night had fallen, and the warm light of lamps illuminated the entrance when Madame Garit greeted him with a watchful look at the boy's arrival. You finally came back, she said, observing the new scratches and bruises that decorated the boy's skin. Let's go inside, she said, making room for him to enter. Minato, he's back. All bruised as always. One of the children dining pointed out Minato entering the place. You need to take a bath first, then join the other children, Minato. Madame Garit instructed Minato. Minato nodded and, without saying a word, went to the room to get some clean clothes and headed to the bath. After washing away the pains and dirt of the day, Minato joined the other children at the orphanage for dinner. It wasn't long before curiosity and questions began to arise. Minato, what's it like being in the elite class this year? You've been there for a month now, and everyone says only the best are in it, and it's full of future clan leaders. A child asked, his eyes shining with the idea of being among the notables of the academy. Jealous, how many contacts I could make if I were in it. Another murmured, more interested in the connections they could form. I heard that Minato has a group made up of 2 more girls. The conversation began to take on a gossip tone. Really? Who are they? A younger child asked, clearly intrigued. You don't know, it's Mikoto Uchiha and Tsuna Senju. They're quite famous at the academy, someone replied, and a murmur of admiration swept through the table. What? A Senju and a Uchiha? That's amazing, Minato. I bet he's just a servant for them, so don't be surprised that Minato can walk with them, a skeptical voice sounded, mocking Minato. TSK. You talk too much. Minato murmured, his patience running out with the gossip and assumptions about his life. He wasn't interested in proving anything to these children. "Minato, let's fight anytime. I'll show you how a real ninja fights," one of the older ones challenged. "Hey, you're in the 3rd year, how do you want to fight against a 1st year?" Another child intervened, trying to defend Minato. "Minato's in the elite class, it's fair," the challenger insisted. "It's not fair, you're just jealous," the discussion continued, each child taking a side, defending or challenging Minato. "I'm not." "Yes, you are." The voices mixed in chaos of arguments and accusations. Minato moved away from the discussion, finishing his meal in silence and going to rest, ignoring all those childish voices. On the other side of Konoha, at the Senju clan headquarters, very different conversations were taking place. Tsuna, usually lively and full of energy, was visibly distracted that night, sparking the curiosity of her family around the table. "Tsuna, what's wrong? You're so focused today." Tsunade looked at her daughter with concern and curiosity. "I'm just thinking." Tsuna responded softly, her thoughts still on Minato's words. "Ho ho ho. What is my great-granddaughter thinking about?" Mito, the venerable matriarch of the clan, gently teased, trying to lighten the mood with her typical good humor. "Tsuna, I heard you left the academy and went to one of the public training fields." Damn, observing his daughter's behavior, tried to understand the reason behind this sudden behavior. "I went to see a friend training." Tsuna admitted, somewhat reluctant to share her thoughts and feelings. "A friend, it usually starts like that." "Ho ho ho ho." Mito joked once more, casting a knowing glance at Tsuna, who quickly became defensive. "It's not that," she defended herself. "I saw him train, and he was so determined in his training that it surprised me. Despite his failures, he never gave up, and I asked why he was so insistent. He told me he wants to be strong to live a life without regrets." Tsuna murmured, her words carrying a mix of admiration and reflection. "Oh. Who is your friend?" Tsunade asked, raising an eyebrow, intrigued by the effect this friend apparently had on her daughter. "It's that one from the test day, Minato Namikaze. We've been friends since the first day," Tsuna stated. "Little Tsuna, you're only 6 years old, you can't think about getting a boyfriend so early." Mito laughed, teasing Tsuna even more, who immediately blushed and protested against the implication. "It's not that, Grandma, I'm sure Tsuna doesn't have that kind of relationship with any boy, otherwise, that boy wouldn't survive the next day." Tsunade spoke, the intensity of her words cracking the table and causing a brief silence. "I'm sure it's nothing like that, Tsunade, you need to calm down." Dam tried to calm the mood, his serene voice contrasting with the tension that was beginning to form in the atmosphere. At that moment, Nawaki, proudly wearing his genin clothes, appeared. "I heard everything. If a boy thinks he can date my little umbrella, he can just wait for his death," he declared. "It's not like that, uncle. I was just surprised by it." Tsuna shouted, clearly embarrassed by the direction the conversation had taken. She quickly changed the subject to something that really mattered to her. "I thought about what Minato said and I also want to live a life without regrets," she said, determination shining in her eyes. "That's very good, Tsuna." Mito acknowledged Tsuna's words with a warm smile and a nod of approval. "Mom, I want to learn everything about being a powerful medic. Teach me everything." She looked at Tsunade with expectation and hope. "That's good, daughter. I'll start your more rigorous training from tomorrow after the academy when I'm not in the hospital," Tsunade replied, a glint of pride in her eyes. The next day, Tsuna arrived at the academy with a new determination. She was ready to absorb all the knowledge and skills she could, not just as a kunoichi but also as a future medic. "Hey, what's up with you?" Mikoto asked with a raised eyebrow as Tsuna opened a medical book her mother had lent her. "I'm following my dream, I'm going to learn everything about medicine, Uchiha," Tsuna replied firmly, closing the book and looking directly at Mikoto. "What's this change?" Mikoto looked at Tsuna suspiciously, noticing the difference in her attitude. "Yesterday I went to see Minato train and discovered some things. I want to live my life without regrets too," Tsuna said with a smile, her voice carrying a mix of determination and inspiration. "Minato training? Where does he train?" Mikoto asked. As Tsuna and Mikoto discussed, Minato entered the classroom, completely oblivious to the girls' conversation about him. He settled in his usual place and focused on the day's lessons, dedicating himself to absorbing as much as possible from both theoretical and practical classes. During practical classes, Minato once again stood out in combats against some of the less experienced fighters. His physical strength and agility were notable, but when facing more experienced ninjas, the lack of technique and experience became apparent. Despite the defeats, Minato accepted each result as a valuable lesson, analyzing where he needed to improve and planning how he could overcome his own limitations. At the end of the day, as Minato left the academy toward his training site, he noticed a familiar presence following him. Mikoto Uchiha, curious about the training that had so influenced Tsuna, decided to see for herself what Minato was doing. Minato, initially surprised to have company, soon resumed his usual training without caring about the Uchiha girl. He ran between the trees, his blindfold on, intensely focusing on each movement, on each sensation. Mikoto watched in silence. She didn't laugh like Tsuna did, instead, there was a look of reflection on her face. After some time observing Minato colliding and getting up repeatedly, she finally approached. "Why do you do this?" Mikoto asked, her voice carrying a mix of curiosity and newfound respect. Minato stopped, removing the blindfold and facing Mikoto directly. "Because I need to be stronger. Because I have goals that I can only achieve through effort and pain," he replied earnestly. Mikoto nodded, understanding. At that moment, she recognized Minato's determination not as an act of madness but as a sign of his dedication and willpower. When they parted that night, something had changed. Mikoto looked at Minato not just as a classmate but as someone who, despite their differences, shared a similar determination to change their fate. Chapter 17, First Year 08. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 32. As tensions between the five great nations increased, threatening the fragile peace that had been maintained for years, life in Konoha continued. Concerns about a possible imminent conflict were present in the minds of all the world's military forces, from the most experienced leaders to ordinary ninjas. The possibility of a second ninja world war loomed like a shadow over the villages. In the midst of this whirlwind of preparations and uncertainties, a boy with golden hair stood out for his unwavering determination in Konoha. Minato, at 6 years of age, continued his rigorous training in his usual field in the forest over the months since he joined the Ninja Academy. Every possible day, he was there, running with a blindfold over his eyes, dodging trees and obstacles on the ground. It took months of constant effort and many collisions and falls with some lost baby teeth, but he finally began to feel the initial sensation of what would be the development of his observation haki. Now, he was honing his ability with mastery in its first stage, feeling everything around him as he passed through natural obstacles. Every movement, every breath, every sound, and sensation became part of his expanded consciousness. The world around him, which was once a sequence of disjointed images and sensations, was now becoming a living map in his mind, each element a note in a complex symphony that he was learning to interpret even without his eyes. With one last effort, Minato ran through the final stretch of the forest before finally stopping, panting but triumphant. "Finally, I have developed this haki," he celebrated, a feeling of accomplishment filling his young being. "Although it's just the initial stage, I can predict attacks and sense objects, something even more powerful than the Byakugan," Minato reflected, his thoughts racing as he considered the implications of his new ability. "To start, I don't need to expend chakra on an activated dojutsu to have this ability. Second, it's much more powerful than that. It's just the first stage, and I'll be able to develop it to see as far as a Byakugan, feel people's emotions, and even predict seconds into the future." Minato mused alone in the forest as evening fell, his spirit uplifted by the possibilities his new ability brought, considering it the best haki for the ninja world. After successfully mastering his technique at this initial stage, Minato returned home, his face lit with a satisfied smile. He knew there was still much to learn and improve, but that moment marked a turning point in his journey since entering this world. "I need to focus on my chakra now. I still haven't released my body of light, so it's better to focus on my control of spiritual energy for now," Minato reflected as he walked back to the orphanage. He knew that mastery of chakra was fundamental for any ninja, and without refined control, he would never reach the level of skill he desired, as he didn't want to rely only on his other unusual abilities in this world. "Today you are much better. It seems you at least know how to take care of yourself now. Unlike the last few months, you are coming back less and less injured." Madame Garit, as a daily ritual, always came to greet Minato arriving from his training. She watched the boy with a mix of maternal concern and admiration for his determination. The boy preferred to train alone in his training area rather than interact with the other children. Madame Garit always found Minato's behavior strange but accepted it, seeing how he strived to become stronger and was in the most privileged class of the academy that year. The next day, in the training class, Minato was paired with Tsuna for a fight. "Minato, I won't go easy on you." Tsuna spoke with a smile, her posture full of confidence and anticipation for the fight. "Bring it on, Tsuna. But how about a bet?" Minato suddenly spoke, a sly glint in his eyes. A bet with you? Why would I do that? I'm not addicted to gambling like my mother." Tsuna crossed her arms, a challenging expression on her face. "If I win, I want a jutsu that you have access to, how about that? If you beat me, you can ask anything from me, it can even be something that can be charged in the future." Minato proposed, his voice calm, but full of determination. "Fine, but don't regret it since you've never won a fight against me." Tsuna spoke, accepting the bet with determination and a touch of excitement. They then began the fight. As the fight between Tsuna and Minato unfolded, an air of anticipation hovered. The classmates, accustomed to seeing Minato being outdone by Tsuna, watched with renewed interest. Minato, now with his observation haki more developed, positioned himself with unusual confidence, his eyes focused and determined. Ready, Minato? Suna asked with a confident smile, ready to demonstrate her usual superiority. Always, Minato replied, his posture calm and focused. As soon as the signal was given, Suna launched into a fast and powerful attack. Her movements, usually a blur to her opponents, were strong and precise. But this time, Minato was prepared. With the aid of observation haki, he could sense Suna's movements before they happened, like a prediction, dodging with a grace and accuracy that surprised everyone, including Suna. With each dodge and fluid movement of Minato, Suna's frustration grew. She increased the pace, unleashing a series of quick and varied attacks, but Minato continued to dodge, each of his movements synchronized with her attacks. The spectators watched, stunned, as the fight took a turn no one expected. "How are you doing this?" Suna exclaimed, her frustration turning to surprise. She had never seen Minato fight like this. "It's the training you laughed at me for one day," Minato simply replied, maintaining his focus. The fight continued, and with each move, Minato not only avoided Suna's attacks but also began to counterattack, pressing her back. Then, in a decisive moment, he saw an opening. With a quick and precise move, he pushed Suna, using her own strength and momentum against her. Suna, caught off guard, stumbled backward, unable to recover in time. With one final effort, Minato pushed her even further, and with a look of surprise and disbelief, Suna stepped out of the designated fight area, marking the end of the combat. For a moment, there was shocked silence. Then, a wave of surprised murmurs and exclamations ran through the crowd of students. Minato had won, overcoming Suna in a way no one expected. Winner. Minato Namikaze. The teacher announced, still a bit stunned. He didn't understand how Minato became so agile and predicted all of Suna's attacks, one of the best when it comes to a fight. Suna, still out of the fight area, looked at Minato with a mix of surprise and a twinge of frustration. "You've improved, Minato," she admitted. "Wow, Senju. He got you there." Mikoto spoke and didn't miss the chance to tease Suna. "Shut up, Uchiha. He might beat you too," Suna said with a tone of frustration. Minato approached Suna at that moment with a satisfied smile, still catching his breath, reminded of the bet they had made before the fight started. "Do you remember our bet, Suna?" he asked, a sly glint in his eyes. Suna nodded, an expression of reluctance mixed with the acceptance of her defeat. "Yes, I remember. What do you want?" Minato looked around, ensuring only Suna could hear him. "I want to learn the Shadow Clone Jutsu," he revealed. This jutsu, a B-level technique, which allows the user to create real clones of themselves, was something Minato considered extremely valuable for his development as a ninja. Suna's eyes widened, surprised by the request. The Shadow Clone Jutsu wasn't a simple technique, it was categorized as forbidden. "Are you sure?" "This jutsu isn't easy to master and is quite dangerous." Minato nodded with determination. "I know. But that's exactly why I want it. It will help me get stronger and reach my goals as I don't have access to jutsus like you do." Suna sighed, a smile forming on her lips. "All right, Minato. I'll ask my mother or great-grandmother to deliver the scroll." Minato was satisfied with this, he would finally learn something powerful. He might not be as powerful as Naruto to create hundreds of clones, but having a dozen of them at this time would help him develop his jutsus and body several times over. Chapter 18, First Year 09. Third-person POV. Ninja Academy, Konoha, Year 32. On the following day, Minato was already seated in his place, with Mikoto by his side, discussing something intensely. "What was that technique?" Mikoto looked curiously at Minato. "Something I've been training for many months, over half a year," Minato calmly replied. "Does it have to do with that strange training you've been doing after class, isn't it? Dodging trees blindfolded helps that much in improving your reflexes?" Mikoto asked curiously. "More or less, I managed to develop a technique in the midst of that," Minato calmly responded. "Well, everyone is quite curious about it, they're still figuring out how you managed to defeat that Senju," Mikoto said, pointing towards the classroom. All the students were looking at Minato while murmuring something about him among their groups. "Great. I hope I don't attract too much attention. I just want to fight," Minato murmured, looking at his classmates with a raised eyebrow. Minato thought a bit frustrated. The conversation between the two was interrupted with Suna entering the room and going to her usual place next to Minato. The girl was carrying an almost palpable excitement as she approached. "Good morning, Minato, good morning, Uchiha." Even Suna didn't make her usual grimace when she spoke to Mikoto. "Someone seems happy," Mikoto murmured, and Minato looked at the Senju girl curiously. "Let me tell you, it was hard. But my great-grandmother gave me the scroll." Suna spoke, barely containing her enthusiasm. She knew how important it was to get that scroll. "Really?" That's great. Where is it? Minato replied, equally excited. The possibility of learning the shadow clone jutsu made him eager to start. I'm not just going to give you the scroll like that, Suna said, a mischievous glint in her eyes. She couldn't help but have a little fun with the situation. What? Why? Minato asked, his expression becoming a mix of surprise and suspicion. Because we're going to train together, Suna revealed with a small smile. She knew that training together would benefit not just Minato but also help her improve her own skills, and she didn't want to fall behind Minato after yesterday's fight. Okay. I'm fine with that then. Minato replied, he had nothing against training with this girl. Ha ha ha. You don't think I'll let you surpass me that easily? Besides, I want you to show me that training of yours. I still can't believe you beat me like that. We need to have a rematch. Suna grumbled. Minato nodded in agreement. Sure, we can train together. It will be good to have someone to practice with, he said with a small smile. What are you mumbling over there? Mikoto spoke from the other side of Minato, interrupting the conversation and showing her usual curiosity. Just training, Uchiha. Suna replied in a slightly displeased tone. Oh. After Minato defeated you, you finally stopped being lazy. Mikoto teased, a mocking smile on her lips. When was I lazy? If you want to provoke me, at least speak the truth. I'm going to do training that will knock you down. Suna retorted. I want to see that. Mikoto challenged, clearly amused by the exchange of barbs. She then turned her attention back to Minato, quickly changing the subject. Speaking of training, I have something for you. For me? Minato raised an eyebrow, surprised by the sudden change of focus. Yes, take this. Mikoto extended a box to Minato. Curious, he opened it and was surprised to see a dozen real kunais inside. This. Minato couldn't hide his surprise and gratitude. The wooden kunais he had been using were limited and didn't reflect the reality of a ninja combat. You keep complaining about using wooden kunais, here's a set for you to train with. Mikoto said with a wink, clearly pleased to be able to help her friend. How suspicious, you giving a gift to him. You're not interested in Minato, are you? Suna tried to provoke. Unlike you, I don't need to make a bet to give a friend a present. Mikoto retorted arrogantly. What did you say? Suna didn't like that comment and was ready to respond in kind. Hey, calm down. Thank you, Mikoto, this will help me a lot. Minato intervened before the discussion between the two escalated further. After a day full of theoretical and practical lessons, the bell finally rang, announcing the end of the activities at the academy. Minato and Suna bid farewell to Mikoto and the other classmates. As they left the room, they went directly to the training site to study the scroll Suna had obtained from Mito with the jutsu created by the second Hokage. As soon as they arrived at the training field, a familiar and isolated area surrounded by trees and dense vegetation, both prepared to begin. Suna took out the scroll and carefully unrolled it. The instructions for the shadow clone jutsu were there, written with detail and precision. Are you ready? Suna asked, looking at Minato with a serious expression. She knew that mastering this technique would not be easy and would require impeccable concentration and chakra control. Always, let's start. Minato responded. Suna began by explaining the fundamentals of the jutsu, the way the chakra should be shaped and divided. Minato listened attentively, absorbing every word. After the explanation, they began to practice, trying repeatedly to shape their chakra correctly to create a clone with the crossed finger seal. In the beginning, their attempts were frustrating. Creating a clone that was more than a mere illusion was more difficult than they had imagined. But Minato didn't give up. With each attempt, he adjusted his technique, learning from his mistakes, and striving to better understand the jutsu's complexity. Suna, in turn, also tried focusing her chakra with her seal, but she still had as much difficulty as Minato. She was learning while correcting Minato when necessary and encouraging him to keep trying. The sun began to set, casting long shadows over the training field, but the two children still persisted, driven by determination and the desire to master the jutsu. As night fell and the stars began to appear in the sky, Minato finally made a breakthrough. With a concentrated effort, he shaped his chakra more successfully and, to his surprise, a clone collapsed on the ground appeared beside him. What is this? Ha 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 ha. Tsunade began to laugh at Minato's small clone. It was a copy of the clone Naruto created in the first episode, if that could even be called a clone. That was terrible. Minato had to admit, looking at his clone. They tried for a while longer, but they reached their limits. Exhausted but not discouraged, they finally agreed to end the training for that day. Let's try again tomorrow. It's our day off from the academy, so we'll have the whole day to practice, Suna suggested. Minato nodded in agreement, seeing that it was pointless to continue and everything was dark. Tomorrow, without a doubt, we'll make more progress, he said, confidence in his voice bringing a smile to Tsuna's face. The next day, with a break from the academy, both met at the same training field in the morning. The sun was still low in the sky, casting a soft light over the forest. They began immediately, picking up where they had left off and striving even harder to master the technique. I did it. Tsuna was the first to make a clone. Finally, as the afternoon progressed, Minato made a new attempt to form a clone. He shaped his chakra with precision, and this time, a stable and solid clone appeared beside him. The clone stood firm, an almost perfect mirror of Minato, before dissipating calmly. You did it, Minato. I knew you could, she exclaimed, running to hug him in a spontaneous gesture of celebration. Minato, surprised by the hug, hesitated for a moment before reciprocating, a genuine smile forming on his face. Thank you, Tsuna. I think we finally managed to master it, he said. Shall we start sending clones to school now? Tsuna asked curiously. I don't think that's a good choice. We might have only been able to create these clones because we have more chakra than the other children, but it's still risky for a newly learned technique. Maybe at the beginning of the year, what do you think? Our chakra will be more stable to leave the clone in class while we train somewhere else. Minato suggested and Tsuna nodded, understanding the situation. I think you're right, but I want to see the face of that Uchiha when she finds out that who's beside her are just clones. Ha 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 ha. Tsuna had a devilish face at that moment. Chapter 19, First Year 10. Third-person POV. Training Camp, Konoha, Year 32. In the last months of the year, Minato's routine solidified into a continuous cycle of what he had been doing all year. Each morning, he would rise before the sun to train his body before heading to the academy. He continued to attend the academy, where his skills visibly improved, and his classmates and teachers began to recognize the boy's growing competence in areas where he had been weak. He quickly began to outperform everyone in circuits with physical tests, and his body rapidly adapted to any challenge. His kunai accuracy shot up from 40% to 70% after he began training with the real kunais that Mikoto gifted him. In the tests with the rings, Minato dominated the class, almost never losing a duel since he activated his observation haki. It wasn't a surprise how everyone was stunned by how the boy could simply predict all the opponent's attacks, even in blind spots, making even the Hyuga brothers of the class, Hayashi Hyuga and Hisashi Hyuga, ask if Minato had his own Byakugam. Even the arrogant Uchihas couldn't escape their defeats against the civilian's incredible prediction ability, making him the #1 student when neither Tsuna nor Mikoto could defeat him. Minato had changed from the odd civilian to the rookie of the year, surpassing all the future leaders of the clans. But Minato didn't limit his dominance to just the academy. The training field in the forest became a second home for him. He spent hours there, tirelessly working on his chakra control, perfecting the shadow clone jutsu, and advancing in the mastery of observation haki. Even when it got dark, he was still training. With each passing day, he became more agile, stronger, and more attuned to the world around him. In these training sessions, Tsuna became a frequent visitor. She participated in his training sessions, even risking doing the strange training of running blindfolded in the forest, but that didn't end very well for her in the first weeks and she ended up giving up that training, limiting herself to just fighting Minato in their sparrings that they did all the time. Minato and Tsuna seemed to have developed something more over time, even though neither admitted it. There was something growing between the two, as they spent every day together in recent months. Mikoto was a girl who wanted to be with them, but her clan prohibited any training done outside of the clan, so her visits were very limited. With the freedom of Minato and Tsuna together, they laughed, shared stories and challenges, and occasionally competed in friendly training fights. Tsuna, in turn, was developing her own abilities, perfecting the hereditary techniques of the Senju clan, and exploring new areas of ninja knowledge, such as medical ninjutsu, inspired by her mother, Tsunade, in the following months. That day, the training field in the forest was a scene of effort, determination, and friendly rivalry. While tensions between neighboring nations grew and rumors of imminent conflicts spread through Konoha, Minato and Tsuna continued to focus on their development, preparing for whatever the future brought. Minato and Tsuna had spent the last hours in intensive training, practicing their techniques, improving their reflexes, and testing each other. It was a routine that had become familiar but never monotonous, each session bringing new challenges and learning opportunities. I give up. Tsuna's voice, mixed with exhaustion and a hint of frustration, echoed through the open space. She fell to the ground, breathing heavily, looking at Minato with an expression that had more to say. Already, Tsuna. You gave up quicker than yesterday. Minato commented, a playful smile on his lips, but his eyes showed genuine concern for his friend. You have a damn weird ability that can predict all attacks, that's not fair. Tsuna murmured, referring to Minato's observation haki, an ability he had developed and perfected over the months. You shouldn't say that, you have an incredible lineage in your veins, you're the second best student in the class, Minato replied. I'm not the first, even though I'm satisfied to show that Uchiha that I'm the best, I'm not the first in the class, Minato. My great-grandfather was the first Hokage. I should be more than this. Tsuna exclaimed, standing up abruptly. Minato looked at Tsuna, his blue eyes reflecting a deep understanding. He knew how difficult it was for her to deal with the expectations and pressure of being the great-granddaughter of the first Hokage. Suna, you're amazing just the way you are. You don't need to be first in everything to prove your worth. Your great-grandfather would be proud to see the kunoichi you're becoming. I'm sorry for that, I shouldn't be talking to you like this, it's just that 2 members of the Senju clan died on a mission yesterday. She murmured with a bit of sadness. Died. Minato repeated with a concerned look, already imagining what might have happened. Yes, the Senju clan is disappearing, Minato. There are only a few of us left, even assuming my mother's name, I'm still worried. I should be stronger. Suna murmured, her voice laden with a mix of sadness and determination. Being strong is good, Suna, but don't let it consume you. Minato spoke, placing a hand on her shoulder in a gesture of comfort and continued his speech. If it's to protect those you love, it's important, but don't let it spoil your relationships. Get strong, but always keep people around who can celebrate your strengthening together. Minato's words were sincere, inspired by what Naruto might say to someone at this moment. I think you're right, thank you, Minato. She murmured, a slight blush of gratitude and shyness coloring her cheeks. You should. The intimate conversation was abruptly interrupted by sudden danger. Kunais flew towards them from the surrounding forest. Minato, reacting instinctively, drew a kunai and defended himself and Suna from the projectiles. Metallic sound, metallic sound. The metallic sound of impacts echoed through the air, a sharp reminder of the dangerous world they lived in. Oh. You're good, an unknown voice commented from the forest, and an older boy, apparently about 12 years old, emerged from the shadows of the trees. His presence was imposing, and there was a glint of challenge in his eyes. Nawaki. What are you doing here? Suna expressed her surprise and slight discomfort at seeing her uncle suddenly appear after attacking Minato. What? I just came to see if my niece is all right. There have been many deaths in our clan, and you're here until this time. How can I not be worried? Nawaki responded. Suna knew that Nawaki had good intentions but felt a bit suffocated by the constant protection. I think I have to go. She turned to Minato with an apologetic look, indicating that their training together would have to be interrupted. It's okay, it's already dark, Minato replied with understanding but kept a watchful eye on Nawaki. Don't forget to come to class tomorrow. It will be our last day, Suna reminded Minato, who nodded in agreement. Is he your boyfriend? I heard he's the #1 rookie of your class, Nawaki asked as he walked away with Suna from the site. He's not my boyfriend. Suna responded promptly, a bit flushed by Nawaki's assumption. Meanwhile, Minato walked away, leaving Suna and Nawaki behind. He reflected on the last day of the year approaching. It was a day when not only parents would be watching their children but also future teachers, masters, and maybe even members of the high ranks of Konoha like the Hokage himself. Everyone would be assessing the abilities and potential of the first-year students. Minato was prepared to break all the academy's records the next day, as was naturally expected of him. Chapter 20, First Year 11. Third-person POV. Training Camp, Konoha, Year 32. On the last day of school, the Konoha Ninja Academy was filled with an unusual energy and anticipation. The first-year Class A, known for having the most exceptional students of the year, was the center of attention, and the presence of a crowd of spectators, proud parents, respected ninjas, and important figures from the Konoha clans, only increased the tension and excitement. The morning began with a summary of the lessons taught throughout the year by Professor Fuma. He went through a detailed review, ensuring that the fundamentals were firmly established in each student's mind. Then, all the students were given a written test, which they completed quickly as their theoretical exam for the year. During the break, Minato was surprised to see Madame Garit accompanied by some students from other classes. She approached him with a warm smile and words of encouragement. Minato, you will have an important test this afternoon. I heard that the Hokage himself will appear, so good luck to you. Minato thanked her, feeling a mix of gratitude for the woman who had always taken care of him. The academy courtyard began to fill even more. In addition to the parents and clan members, jonins began to infiltrate the crowd, their presence signaling the importance of the day. And then, with an entrance befitting his status, the Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, arrived. His presence immediately attracted everyone's attention, and he gathered the crowd for a speech. Minato, while somewhat respecting the Hokage, felt a certain boredom during the speech. He was more interested in locating his friends. Mikoto was somewhere with her clan, the Uchihas displaying their usual pride. Suna was next to her parents, listening intently to the words of the Hokage. The speech, filled with words of encouragement and hope, ended with respectful applause from the crowd. After the speech, while some students returned to their classrooms, Class A remained in the courtyard. It was time for the practical tests, and all the spectators were eager to see the young ninja's skills in action. Minato felt some of the pressure and expectation, but also a firm determination. He had prepared for this moment, and now was the time to show the results of his hard work. Quickly the children were called for the first test, while all others took a place as spectators on the platform set up for the viewers. Among the spectators, the Jonins and the Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, watched with keen interest, ready to witness the potential of the new generation of ninjas. The academy courtyard had been transformed into a complex training field, with various testing stations set up under the supervision of Professor Fuma and other experienced chunins who took care of the boys' evaluations. The first test of the day was the obstacle course. The students were called in groups, each positioning themselves at the starting line with a mix of nervousness and determination. The circuit in front of them was a series of physical challenges designed to test their agility, speed, and strength. As soon as everyone lined up, the teacher gave the signal to start the test. Begin. With the command from one of the teachers, the group of students took off. They ran, jumped, and climbed with all they had, each trying to outdo the others and, more importantly, overcome their own limits. Minato, with his usual calm and focus, quickly took the lead. He moved with a grace and efficiency that set him apart from the others. Even without using chakra to enhance his performance, his natural speed and agility were evident. He climbed the walls with ease, jumped the pits with precision, and maneuvered through the nets as if he were dancing. That boy. He's the famous Minato Namikaze, the civilian who entered Class A, a Jonin questioned, watching Minato overcome the obstacles with a skill rarely seen in someone his age or someone using only their physical strength without chakra to enhance their power. Interesting. He's not even using chakra, but his body is naturally very fast. Another evaluator commented, impressed with Minato's performance. Murmurs of admiration spread among the observers, many of whom were now focused exclusively on the young Minato. Hiruzen, the Hokage, watched with a keen and thoughtful gaze. Hokage-sama, we have good fruits this year, one of the Jonins commented beside him. It's true. I cannot deny that. Hiruzen replied, his gaze still fixed on Minato. He saw a talented young man with a bright future ahead. As Minato crossed the finish line, a wave of applause and exclamations of surprise ran through the crowd. He had completed the circuit in an impressive time, setting a high standard for the other students. On a rooftop near the academy, a figure watched the unfolding events attentively. It was a man with white hair, looking at Minato with an interest that went beyond the casual. His eyes followed every movement of the young student, analyzing and evaluating with the precision of an experienced ninja. Good job, boy. He murmured to himself, a slight smile forming on his lips as he assessed Minato's potential. Then the first stage ended with Minato claiming first place, an impressive result for a civilian amidst so many renowned clans. Let's move on to the second stage. Kunai throwing, announced Professor Fuma, taking charge of this part of the test. He instructed the children to prepare, distributing kunais and designating targets. One by one, the students threw their kunais, aiming to hit the center of the targets positioned in front of them. The evaluators watched closely, quickly noting the results. As expected, members of the Uchiha clan proved particularly proficient at this task, their natural abilities and intensive training quickly taking the lead in the group. It seems the boy isn't so good with kunais, commented a Jonin, noticing that Minato wasn't among the best in this stage. This is his first year, remember he's a civilian who's never received formal training. You should give some credit to the boy. A Chunin murmured at his side, defending Minato's effort and progress. Minato, for his part, had hit 70% of the targets, a result that placed him in 12th place. It wasn't the best, but for him, who had spent a year striving and training, it was a satisfactory outcome and a starting point for future improvements. He nodded to himself, already planning how he would surpass this result next year. As the kunai test came to an end, the atmosphere in the Ninja Academy became electric, with palpable excitement and anticipation among both students and audience. The most awaited moment of the day had finally arrived, the fights in the ring. It was time for each student to prove their worth not just in physical and technical skills, but also in strategy, adaptability, and emotional control under the watchful eyes of the spectators. Students, one by one, were called to the center of the ring, each name announced generating murmurs and expectations. The fights promised to be the highlight of the day, a spectacle of young developing skills. Some of the first fights announced were Tsuna Senju vs Mikoto Uchiha, a confrontation that already promised to be one of the most exciting fights of the day, pitting two of the most talented kunoichis against each other, representatives of legendary and rival clans. Shikaku Nara vs Inoichi Yamanaka, a battle of intellects and strategies, a clash that would bring to the fore the sagacity and creativity characteristic of these clans. Chozo Akimichi vs Hayashi Hyuga, strength against precision, brute power challenging the skill of control and keen vision. A duel of opposite styles, but equally respected. Ibiki Marino vs Kaito Aburame, O.C. Ibiki, with his ambition to become a competent jonin, would face Kaito, a representative of the enigmatic Aburame clan with their insect-based techniques. Hisashi Hyuga vs Arata Sarutobi, O.C. Hisashi, with his Byakugan ability, against Arata, a promising young member of the Sarutobi clan known for their tenacity and potentially fire-related skills. Other fights also promised to be exciting. Gurin Uchiha vs Ryohei Inuzuka, OC. The clash between the refined technique of the Uchiha clan and the ferocity of the Inuzuka clan. Tsum Inuzuka vs Haruto Kurama, OC. The agility and savagery of Tsum would face the creativity and illusory powers of Haruto, a young talent from the Kurama clan known for their genjutsu skills. This confrontation would test not just physical strength but also mental endurance and the ability to adapt to unexpected strategies. And, finally, the duel that many awaited with great anticipation. Minato Namikaze vs Akim Uchiha, the talented civilian, known for his ambitions and notable skills, would face Akim, a member of the prestigious Uchiha clan. All eyes would be on this confrontation, to see how the young Minato would fare against such a formidable opponent. All the spectators watched attentively for the unfolding of these fights. Chapter 21, First Year 12. Third-person POV. Ninja Academy, Konoha, Year 32. Tsuna Senju vs Mikoto Uchiha. Please enter the ring. One of the examiners took the paper and asked the girls to step into the circle under everyone's watchful eyes for the first fight. The atmosphere in the Konoha Academy was electrifying. The chatter stopped, and all eyes were fixed on the central ring. It was the moment many had been eagerly awaiting, the fight between Tsuna Senju and Mikoto Uchiha. Two young kunoichis, both with powerful heritages and promising futures, were about to face off. After the chunin called their names, the two girls stood up. Tsuna, with her confident and determined posture, walked to the ring displaying the characteristic strength of the Senju clan. Her fists were clenched, ready to defeat her year-long rival. Mikoto, on the other hand, displayed an almost disconcerting calm, a serenity that hid the agility and precision the Uchiha family was known for. As soon as they faced each other, the examiner started the fight. Begin, announced the referee. Tsuna advanced first, her movements powerful and direct. She sought to close the distance quickly, aware that her strength was her greatest advantage. With each step, she tried to impose her presence, as if to say that the legacy of the first Hokage ran in her veins. Mikoto, however, was not intimidated. She danced around Tsuna, her movements fluid and graceful, a battle dance that confused and frustrated her opponent. With each of Tsuna's thrusts, Mikoto glided to the side with the elegance of a leaf in the wind. Her agility was her weapon, and she used it masterfully. Tsuna's strikes were strong, each one loaded with the intention to end the fight. But Mikoto was always a step ahead, anticipating and avoiding, her mind as quick as her feet. But Tsuna's patience was not infinite, and with each of Mikoto's dodges, her frustration grew. "You are not Minato, you can't run forever," Tsuna shouted, launching an even more fierce attack. "I don't intend to," replied Mikoto, her calm voice contrasting with the intensity of the fight. And then, in a move that surprised all who were watching, Mikoto stopped retreating. Instead, she advanced, meeting Tsuna's strength with her own speed and precision. It was a clash of styles, a collision of legacies. The two kunoichis clashed in the center of the ring, the sound of their blows echoing like little thunders. Tsuna, with her brute strength, delivered powerful blows that promised to end the fight with a single hit. On the other hand, Mikoto, with her feline agility, dodged and counterattacked with precise and quick strikes, aiming to unbalance her opponent. The fight was tied, each one exploring the weaknesses and resisting the strengths of the other. Tsuna launched a powerful punch that Mikoto dodged at the last second, responding with an agile kick that Tsuna barely managed to block. The spectators were on the edge of their seats, amazed at the skill and determination of the young children. "This won't be easy," Tsuna whispered, panting, but with a glint of challenge in her eyes. "I expected no less from you," Mikoto replied, equally panting, but smiling. "But I am not going to lose." They stepped back and, almost as if they had agreed, charged at each other with everything they had. Tsuna with a determined yell, Mikoto with concentrated silence. Their fists were on the way to a clash that would decide the fight. However, at the last moment, both attempted a risky maneuver. Tsuna used her strength to try to throw Mikoto out of the ring, while Mikoto used her agility to try to dodge and counterattack. The result was unexpected, both lost their balance and fell out of the ring almost at the same time. The referee looked surprised, trying to determine who had fallen first, but it was impossible. The onlookers exchanged glances and nodded to each other. "Technical draw," announced the referee, raising his hands to signal the outcome. The audience burst into applause. Some were disappointed not to have a clear winner, but most were thrilled by the skill and fighting spirit the two girls had shown. Tsuna and Mikoto got up, both a bit surprised but satisfied with the outcome. They exchanged a look of mutual respect. "Good fight," said Tsuna, extending her hand. "You too," replied Mikoto, shaking Tsuna's hand. "But next year, I will win," Tsuna declared. "We'll see about that." Mikoto responded with a hint of arrogance. As Tsuna and Mikoto left the ring, the buzz of the crowd was still alive with comments and discussions about the fight they had just witnessed. The examiner, a man with a firm posture and attentive gaze, called the audience's attention back to the present with his clear and authoritative voice. "The next fight will be between Shikaku Nara and Inoichi Yamanaka. Please, enter the ring." The conversations quieted down, and all eyes turned back to the fighting area. Shikaku, known for his intelligence and tendency toward laziness, slowly rose from his place. He yawned openly, showing an apparent lack of interest, but his eyes were sharp and observant. Inoichi, on the other hand, stood up with an energy and enthusiasm that strongly contrasted with Shikaku's relaxed attitude. He was known for his ambition and desire to learn more and more. Both boys positioned themselves, Shikaku with his hands in his pockets, a casual posture that some might interpret as disinterest, but those who knew him understood it was just his way of being ready for anything. Inoichi, more upright and focused, analyzed his opponent, trying to anticipate the moves and strategies he might employ. "Begin," announced the referee, and the fight started. Shikaku was the first to act, moving with a laziness that belied his intent, trying to corner Inoichi with a move that seemed casual but was calculated. Inoichi, however, was not easily fooled. He responded with a series of maneuvers aiming to unbalance Shikaku. It was a cat-and-mouse game, each trying to anticipate and counter the other's moves. As the fight between young Shikaku and Inoichi unfolded, it was clear that, despite their young age, both had a remarkable understanding of tactics and strategies. Shikaku, with his casual posture and hands in his pockets, advanced with a calculated slowness, each step a test for Inoichi's defenses. Inoichi, energetic and focused, responded with quick and decisive movements, trying to find a gap in Shikaku's seemingly relaxed defense. The fight continued, each boy anticipating and reacting to the other's moves. Shikaku, with his sharp intelligence, made lazy moves that concealed his true intention of cornering Inoichi. Inoichi, in turn, used his energy and enthusiasm to keep Shikaku moving, seeking to tire him out and create an opportunity for a decisive blow. As they progressed, fatigue began to show. Shikaku, realizing that Inoichi's energy and vigor might overcome his strategy of patience, began to reconsider his plan. Inoichi, sensing Shikaku's hesitation, pressed even harder, his eyes shining with the prospect of an imminent victory. Finally, after an intense cat-and-mouse game, Shikaku found himself cornered, Inoichi's cunning and relentless energy prevailing. With a sigh of resignation and a smile acknowledging his friend's skill, Shikaku stepped back and admitted defeat. "You won, Inoichi," he said. "I won." Inoichi cheerfully celebrated, and many spectators clapped for him. The next fight will be between Choza Akimichi and Hayashi Hyuga. "Please, enter the ring." The crowd stirred with renewed anticipation. First, Choza Akimichi made his entrance, his imposing and confident figure immediately capturing everyone's attention. Known for incredible physical strength and abilities that represent the tradition of his clan, he walked with an air of determination and serenity, ready to face his opponent. Next, Hayashi Hyuga entered the ring with calm grace and piercing eyes. His posture and sharp gaze reflected his dexterity and the perfect control he possessed over his abilities. Representing the prestigious Hyuga clan, he emanated a silent confidence and an aura of intensity that promised a memorable fight. As the two ninjas positioned themselves face to face, the anticipation was palpable. Choza with his brute strength and Hayashi with his lethal precision, both at the age of 6, were ready to prove their abilities and honor their clans. The examiner stepped back, and silence took over the arena. All eyes were fixed on the center, waiting for the start of a fight that promised to be an incredible display of power and technique. As the examiner retreated, a tense silence fell over the arena. Choza and Hayashi, despite being only 6 years old, faced each other with the seriousness of seasoned veterans. Choza, with his size and impressive strength, even for his age, took the initiative, advancing with firm and determined steps towards Hayashi. Hayashi, in turn, remained motionless, his penetrating eyes watching every move of Choza. As Choza was about to reach him, Hayashi dodged with agility, his lightness contrasting with Choza's brute force. The crowd watched, fascinated by the dexterity and speed of the young Hyuga, who dodged Choza's advances with surprising grace. Choza, undiscouraged, attempted several times to hit Hayashi with quick and powerful blows, each capable of changing the course of the fight if connected. But Hayashi, with an almost supernatural perception, anticipated and avoided each attack, his calm expression never wavering. Then, in a defining moment of the fight, Hayashi did something extraordinary. With a focused look and deep breath, he activated his Byakugan, a feat rarely seen in someone his age that left everyone stunned. His eyes took on a new intensity, the veins around them becoming visible as he looked directly at Choza. With the Byakugan activated, Hayashi clearly saw Choza's chakra points, predicting his movements with even more precision. He began to counterattack, each move calculated to avoid direct contact while targeting points that would reduce Choza's strength and mobility. The young Akimichi felt the pressure, his attacks becoming more desperate as he struggled to keep up with the precision and agility of his opponent. Finally, with a quick and precise move, Hayashi struck a crucial point, causing Choza to stagger and fall to his knees. The silence was deafening as everyone absorbed what had just happened. Hayashi, with his Byakugan still active, offered Choza a look of respect and a hand to help him stand. Choza accepted the help, his face showing a mix of disappointment and admiration. The examiner announced Hayashi as the winner, and the crowd erupted in applause and exclamations. Despite his young age, Hayashi Hyuga had demonstrated remarkable skill and the promise of becoming an exceptional shinobi, bringing honor and prestige to his clan as a member of the main family. Chapter 22, First Year 13. Third-person POV. Ninja Academy, Konoha, Year 32. As the previous battle reached its impressive conclusion, the arena was filled with murmurs and exclamations. Incredible. Be a Kugan at this age, a voice stood out among the spectators, clearly amazed by Hayashi's early ability. Admiration was palpable, surprise and respect mingling in the words echoing through the space. A jonin, with an assessing and experienced gaze, nodded in agreement, adding his voice to the conversation. The future of the Hyuga clan looks promising with a young one like this, he stated, his words conveying not only an assessment of Hayashi's potential but also a prediction of what his growth could mean for the clan. Around the arena, various members of the Hyuga clan, with their characteristic eyes and dignified postures, nodded in approval. Looks of satisfaction and a hint of pride adorned their faces as they considered Hayashi not only as a talented young individual but also as a future leader, someone who could one day stand out as a patriarch of the clan, especially considering his direct lineage from the main branch. Even the Hokage, observing from his honored position, expressed his acknowledgement. A promising young one, indeed, he murmured, a slight smile outlining his words. His confirmation served as a seal of high expectations and belief in Hayashi's potential. As this exchange took place, the focus began to shift to the next battle. Now, step forward, Ibiki Marino of the Marino clan versus Kaito Aburame of the Aburame clan. Competitors, please enter the ring, the examiner called, his voice clear, bringing the attention back to the present. Ibiki made his entrance with fierce determination, his expression serious and focused, an image of determination and the ambition of a future jonin. His eyes swept the arena, every detail, every shadow and light, analyzed as possible advantages in his imminent battle. Anticipation grew among the spectators, all feeling the tension and promise of another memorable fight. Shortly after, Kaito Aburame entered, his presence almost enigmatic with the characteristic hood of his clan covering most of his face. The aura of mystery surrounding him became more palpable with the subtle, almost imperceptible buzz of the insects that formed the basis of his techniques. He stood before Ibiki, the confrontation of their gazes promising an intriguing battle. The examiner stepped back, and the arena fell silent, all eyes fixed on the two young shinobi. Begin, he ordered. The fight began almost instantly. Ibiki advanced, his movements quick and decisive, but Kaito remained still, a subtle signal from his hand releasing his insects. In the blink of an eye, a swarm of them enveloped Ibiki, disorienting him and obscuring his vision. Ibiki struggled to fend them off, but with each move, Kaito controlled the insects with precision, anticipating and countering every attempt by Ibiki to break free. And then, as quickly as it began, it ended. With one final coordinated move, Kaito's insects struck key points, causing Ibiki to yield. The examiner quickly announced Kaito as the winner, and the crowd, still processing the speed and effectiveness of the fight, erupted in applause and exclamations. Let's continue, the examiner began, his voice projecting clearly throughout the arena. Next up, Hisashi Hyuga and Arata Sarutobi stepped forward. Shortly after, Arata Sarutobi made his entrance. With a confident demeanor and a gaze reflecting the fiery ambition of his clan, he walked to the center of the ring, acknowledging Hisashi with a respectful nod. The examiner took a step back. Begin, he declared, and immediately, the battle commenced. Hisashi advanced first, his swift and precise strikes a demonstration of his skill and intense training. Arata, however, was prepared. He skillfully dodged, his agility allowing him to stay out of Hisashi's reach. With each move, Arata observed, learned, and adapted, a quality inherent to the Sarutobi clan. As the fight progressed, Arata began to take the initiative. With agile maneuvers and smart use of his surroundings, he started to put pressure on Hisashi, who, without the Byakugan, struggled to anticipate and react to the fast and varied attacks. Finally, at a decisive moment, Arata executed a series of moves that unbalanced Hisashi, followed by a final strike that brought him down. Silence fell for a brief moment before the examiner announced Arata Sarutobi as the winner. The crowd applauded. Hokage-sama, your clan has a great talent, defeating a Hyuga, a jonin spoke to the Hokage. While many members of the Hyuga clan looked grim, others congratulated the Sarutobi clan. The examiner appeared with the next matchup. He proclaimed, Gurin Uchiha vs Ryohei Inuzuka. Enter the ring. Gurin Uchiha entered first, his small stature not diminishing the aura of determination surrounding him. Even at just 6 years old and without the Sharingan, his confidence and training were evident. His eyes carefully watched the ring, calculating every possible move as he walked with a seriousness that defied his age. Next, Ryohei Inuzuka advanced with palpable energy and enthusiasm. Without a canine companion by his side, he relied on his own innate fierceness and agility. His expression was fierce, a reflection of his clan's combative nature, and he bounded back and forth, barely containing his youthful fervor. The examiner stepped back, and silence filled the arena. Begin, he ordered. Ryohei was the first to act, advancing toward Gurren with a series of fast and unpredictable movements. His actions were wild and instinctive, attempting to disorient Gurren with his speed and energy. Gurren, on the other hand, remained calm. He watched, learned, and adapted to each of Ryohei's moves. With careful and precise steps, he dodged the attacks, using his intelligence and training to anticipate where Ryohei would be next. Each defense and counterattack by Gurren was a demonstration of his innate ability and the training he had received from his clan. The fight continued, a test of agility and strategy. Ryohei pressed on with all the fury and energy of his youth, but Gurren responded with a calmness and technique that were almost surprising for someone so young. And then, in a decisive move, Gurren managed to dodge a particularly fast attack from Ryohei and lightly touched him on the shoulder, a symbolic but clear gesture, causing his opponent to fall out of the ring. The examiner announced the end of the fight, declaring Gurren Uchiha the winner. The crowd applauded, impressed by the young Uchiha's skill and composure. Tsuminazuka and Haruto Kurama, please step into the ring. Tsuminazuka was the first to enter, her energy and determination radiating throughout the ring. She didn't yet have her canine companion, but the tenacity and inherent fierceness of her clan were evident in her posture and fierce eyes. She bounded back and forth, clearly eager to begin. Shortly after, Haruto Kurama entered calmly, his presence almost ethereal in contrast to Tsum's vibrant energy. His clan is known for their genjutsu ability and creative nature. Haruto walked with serene confidence, his intelligent and observant eyes analyzing the ring and his opponent. The examiner took a step back and gave the signal. Begin. Tsum wasted no time, immediately advancing toward Haruto with impressive speed. Her movements were fast and direct, each one reflecting intense training and her clan's fierce nature. Haruto, on the other hand, remained calm and focused. He began to execute moves to slow down his opponent. But she was too fast, as she had been trained by her clan in the arts of genjutsu, and the agility of the girl from the Inuzuka clan was faster than he could anticipate. The fight turned into a game of cat and mouse, with Tsum trying to overcome Haruto's defenses and Haruto attempting to create an opening with his physical abilities. With a combination of agility, instinct, and an impressive understanding of Haruto's tactics, he managed to get close enough to strike Haruto, signaling the end of the fight. The examiner announced Tsum Inuzuka as the winner, and the crowd erupted in applause. As Tsum and Haruto left the ring, the atmosphere of excitement and anticipation did not diminish. There were more than a dozen fights left among all 36 students in Class A who hadn't fought yet. As the day progressed, the arena witnessed a variety of exciting matchups. Each fight revealed a new layer of skill and spirit in the young competitors. Some duels were quick and decisive, while others were long and tactical, but all showcased their talents for their respective clans. The techniques varied greatly, some competitors relied on speed and agility, others on strength and endurance. Some showed promise in advanced tactical skills, while others surprised with creative and unexpected moves. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows over the arena, the tournament was approaching its climax. The crowd, though tired from the children's long sequence of fights, grew in excitement and noise. They knew that the event everyone had been waiting for was about to happen. "Ladies and gentlemen," announced the examiner, his voice rising above the crowd. "We have reached the last fight of the day, a matchup that promises to be one of the most memorable of this tournament. On one side, we have the number one newcomer, Minato Namikaze, who has demonstrated resilience and growth throughout the year in most tests. On the other side, Akim Uchiha, a talented young one from one of our most powerful clans." A murmur of excitement ran through the crowd as Minato entered the ring. His expression was calm, but his eyes gleamed with fierce determination. He was not just a newcomer, he was a shinobi who was already beginning to stand out, even among his talented peers from various clans. Akim Uchiha entered with an almost majestic presence and an arrogant gaze. The expectation surrounding his abilities was high, and he carried that weight with quiet confidence. His eyes, though calm, reflected the intensity and fire of his clan. The examiner stepped back. "Let the final fight of this tournament begin," he declared. A tense silence fell over the arena, all eyes fixed on the two young individuals in the center of the ring. Chapter 23, First Year 14. Third-person POV. Ninja Academy, Konoha, Year 32. As Minato and Akim, both only 6 years old and in what would be the final fight of their first year at the academy, entered the ring, the crowd was eager to see how both would perform. Minato, the number one rookie, had earned an enviable reputation among everyone in the past few months, although no one knew of his special and unique ability in this world. Akim, however, had an arrogant look plastered on his face. He was determined to defeat Minato and prove that he was the best in his class. He would not allow a nameless civilian to take the place he believed was his by right. The examiner, sensing the tension in the air, stepped back and declared, "Begin." Minato immediately took a fighting stance, his expression focused and his body agile. He was ready to demonstrate his skill and show why he was considered the number one rookie. His confidence was palpable, and the crowd knew they were about to witness something extraordinary. As the last and most anticipated fight of the day began, Akim Uchiha, representing one of the most respected and feared clans, did not hesitate. With fierce determination shining in his eyes, he advanced toward Minato with a speed and confidence that could only come from deep training and an unwavering belief in his abilities. Each of his steps was charged with clear intent, a promise that he would live up to his clan's legacy. The crowd watched, holding their breath, as Akim launched into a series of quick and precise attacks. But Minato proved to be a formidable opponent. Somehow, he anticipated and dodged Akim's attacks with a grace and precision that defied understanding. Spectators exchanged looks of surprise and admiration. How can he do this? Ninjas around murmured among themselves, unable to understand how Minato could predict each of Akim's moves without the aid of a famous jujutsu from some special clans. Curiosity and astonishment spread through the crowd like waves, all fascinated by Minato's apparent foresight of Akim's movements. The Hokage, with his calm expression, yet clearly impressed, watched every detail of the fight. Beside him, a jonin, unable to contain his curiosity, questioned, "Hokage-sama, can you tell how the boy is doing this?" The Hokage turned slowly, his gaze still fixed on the fight. "I am as surprised as everyone," he began, his voice reflecting his amazement and admiration. "I heard that the boy might do something similar from his teachers, but seeing it in person is truly astonishing. The boy is predicting the attacks without even looking at his opponent. He seems to have an exceptional mastery of his perception and instincts, almost as if he could sense the young Uchiha's intentions before they materialize." Minato switched from defense to attack, pressing the Uchiha and making him retreat at that moment. As Minato dodged and counterattacked with a skill that defied logic, the confusion and fascination among the spectators grew. "He's using that ability again." Tsuna spoke with crossed arms among the other children. "It's like he has my clan's Sharingan." "But it's strange," murmured Mikoto Uchiha, her forehead furrowed in confusion each time she looked at Minato in the ring. She was not alone in her thoughts, many around began to whisper comparisons, trying to understand the source of Minato's almost supernatural ability. While Akim launched a series of quick and precise attacks, Minato responded with agility and foresight, counterattacking the Uchiha and making him receive hits from Minato. Applause and exclamations of admiration echoed through the arena, the crowd vibrating with each fluid and precise movement of Minato. He was the favorite in this fight. However, Akim Uchiha refused to be overshadowed. Feeling the pressure of the fight and the need to respond to Minato's exceptional skill, he did something no one expected. With a burning determination and intense focus, he activated his Sharingan, a tomo standing out in his red eyes. A murmur of surprise immediately swept through the crowd, gazes fixing on Akim's intense and shining eyes. "The Sharingan," Minato murmured, his eyes fixed on the determined visage of the young Uchiha before him. The recognition in his voice was mixed with a hint of surprise. "See, civilian, this is the power of the Uchiha clan, the power that will defeat you," Akim exclaimed, his confidence inflated by the activation of his Sharingan. The determination in his voice and the glint in his eyes revealed a deep pride in his legacy and abilities. The crowd reacted with surprise and admiration. At just 6 years old, he activated the Sharingan. "That's incredible," a spectator exclaimed, their voice laden with shock and admiration. "Indeed, impressive for an Uchiha, as expected from this clan," commented the Hokage, a subtle acknowledgement in his voice. Though his words were calm, there was a certain gleam in his eyes. Meanwhile, among the members of the Uchiha clan, surprise was mixed with satisfaction. Many looked at Akim with newfound regard, while others, already aware of his potential, nodded with quiet pride, seeing in him a potential elite shinobi of the clan. With the Sharingan active, Akim now possessed supernatural vision. He began to read and anticipate Minato's movements with a precision that rivaled Minato's intuitive ability. The fight, once dominated by Minato's agility and foresight, now became a balanced clash of extraordinary skills. Spectators followed with wide eyes, the tension and excitement growing with each movement. Both young fighters were now on equal footing, each using their unique abilities to outdo the other, the blows and counterblows occurring at an impressive speed. Minato, feeling the pressure of Akim's Sharingan, murmured to himself, acknowledging his opponent's skill. "My Haki is even better than your Sharingan, but he has a far superior style of taijutsu than me. This is getting bad for me. I need to end the fight as quickly as possible." As he dodged a kick from Akim, his eyes sought an opening, a moment to reverse the tide of the battle that now balanced precariously on the edge of a thread. Each moment a testament to the talent and potential of two of the most promising young fighters of the year. As the battle between Minato and Akim intensified, the crowd watched, completely captivated. Akim moved with lethal precision, his red eyes tracking every movement of Minato, anticipating and responding with quick and accurate physical blows. "Damn it! How can he compare to my Sharingan?" Akim couldn't help but murmur in frustration as the fight continued to be balanced. Minato, in a spectacle of agility and grace, danced around Akim as if he were as light as air. His movements were a blur to the onlookers, fluid and unpredictable, each step and dodge so harmonious and calculated that it seemed part of a complex dance. Even in the face of the Sharingan's predictive power, Minato's ability to sense Akim's intentions and move accordingly, a mastery he called observation haki, allowed him to be always one step ahead. Akim, feeling the pressure to maintain his Sharingan active, which required a constant amount of chakra and focus, launched into a frenetic assault. Each of his attacks was quick and precise, a determined effort to corner and defeat Minato. But Minato, with a dexterity that defied belief, dodged each attack, his form gliding through the ring with the ease and grace of a leaf in the wind. Then, in a critical moment, Minato noticed the opening he had been waiting for. Akim, in his determination to end the fight and under the strain of maintaining his Sharingan, became slightly more predictable. Minato, with impressive agility, slid under a particularly aggressive blow. In a movement swift and lightning fast, he kicked to the side of Akim's head, a non-lethal blow but sufficient to make the boy fall unconscious, ending the fight. The crowd, which had been held in collective suspense, erupted in applause and exclamations of admiration and respect. Victory for Minato Namikaze, the examiner announced, his powerful voice echoing over the clamor of the crowd. That announcement sealed the outcome of the fight but also marked the beginning of the legend of Minato Namikaze, a name everyone knew would one day be synonymous with greatness both within and beyond the village's boundaries. Chapter 24, First Year 15. Third-person POV. Ninja Academy, Konoha, Year 32. As the dust from the last fight settled, the crowd's energy shifted from vibrant excitement to animated and reflective conversation. The day's fights had ended, and now was the time to analyze the results, discuss the displayed skills, and ponder the future of these young shinobis. The spectators, still in their seats, began to discuss among themselves. "Did you see Minato's agility?" one asked, still impressed. "And Akim's Sharingan, so young and already so powerful," another responded. Groups of jonins and instructors gathered, speaking in lower tones but with equal enthusiasm, analyzing the abilities and potential of each child, making mental notes on how to guide and train them in the coming years. "Very impressive for first-year children, the Leaf Village is surely blessed with this generation," someone said. "Interesting is Minato Namikaze, will he break all the academy records in the coming years?" Another asked curiously. "A Byakugan and an early Sharingan, it's a year full of talents." The Uchihas, in particular, surrounded Akim after he regained consciousness, impressed with his early activation of his Sharingan at such an age. Despite his defeat, he was still seen as a prodigy, someone who would certainly bring great prestige to the clan. The Hokage, along with other leaders and high-ranking ninjas, remained a bit longer, discussing what they had witnessed. They talked about how to cultivate and direct these emerging talents, ensuring that each child received the proper guidance and training to reach their maximum potential in the coming years. As the crowd left the arena, the atmosphere of excitement and competition gave way to a calm reflection. The children, now free from the uniforms that marked the intensity and seriousness of the tournament, began their journey back to their homes, accompanied by their guardians. Madame Garit walked alongside him, observing him with a look that mixed pride and maternal concern. "You put up a good fight in the end," she said, breaking the comfortable silence that surrounded them. The sun, now touching the horizon, bathed the village in golden tones, casting long shadows and softening the lines of the day. "I managed to win in the end, but I was lucky. Fighting against the Sharingan is not easy," Minato replied modestly. Madame Garit smiled, her expression lighting up with admiration and a touch of pride. "Even so, you received the title of Rookie of the Year, Minato. I'm proud of you, you have a bright future in your military career." Her voice was firm but carried a softness that spoke of her affection for the boy. "Thank you. But next year I'll do better. I'm going to train all vacation," Minato replied, his determination shining through his words, his posture a reflection of his unwavering will to improve and grow. Madame Garit, however, offered a gentle sigh, concerned about the boy's well-being beyond his abilities as a shinobi. "That's good, but don't focus only on training, you missed much of your relationships with the other children at the orphanage this year," she warned him. Minato knew she was right. Though dedicated to his training, he felt the growing distance between him and the other children. Besides Tsuna and Mikoto, with whom he shared mutual respect, he felt an increasing discomfort in his social interactions with children his age. He was no longer just a boy and it was uncomfortable to act as such. As Minato walked back to the orphanage, his mind a web of thoughts and plans. "I'll train more," he murmured to himself, a silent promise cast into the evening wind. "I can try now to use my shadow clones. If I have Tsuna with me, I can improve my taijutsu during the vacation," he reflected. "Speaking of physical fighting style, I'm going to look for Day. I need to strengthen my body to learn the 6 styles of the Navy and armament haki, which requires a stronger body to develop these skills. Having him as a partner despite that he hasn't developed the 8 gates, is still very useful," Minato murmured, hoping to improve his performance even more for the next year. As Minato pondered his future, the Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, returned to his tower to end the day with some final paperwork. The tower, a symbol of leadership and responsibility, was quiet, but this calm was interrupted by the arrival of an expected, but always intriguing visitor, Danzu Shimura. Danzu, with his imposing presence and calculating eyes, entered the room. Hiruzen. He greeted, his tone neutral but carrying layers of unspoken intention. I've seen the children, Danzu began, getting straight to the point. Hiruzen, aware of the implications, replied calmly but with an unwavering firmness. Yes, but as I've already told you, we'll review this in the coming years. He sat down, his posture reflecting the authority and wisdom of his position. The ANBU, always vigilant, positioned themselves discreetly, a constant presence of protection and service hidden around the room. Even so, I want to reserve some of them, especially that Minato Namikaze, Danzu declared, his voice revealing a specific interest in the young prodigy. Minato is out of the question, as are the future leaders of the clans. Someone made me reserve Minato, so he won't be able to enter your division, Hiruzen responded. Danzu raised an eyebrow, surprised and visibly frustrated. What? That was not our agreement. The root needs talents, he growled. Hiruzen, however, remained unshakable. Our most promising talents need to be nurtured for the benefit of the entire village, not just a single division. Minato and the others will be fundamental for the future of Konoha, he declared, ending the conversation with a note of finality that left little room for argument. But I need talents, Hiruzen, I want the best, insisted Danzu. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Hokage, maintained a serious and determined expression as he faced Danzu. Yes, and you will have yours, but Minato won't be part of it, he stated, his voice firm and resolute. Danzu, in turn, was clearly frustrated. You saw his abilities, we need to study them, Hiruzen. No one should predict attacks as he did without a Dojutsu like Sharingan or Byakugan. He even proved superior to that Uchiha's Sharingan. He argued, his voice carrying a greed. Hiruzen, however, remained unmoved. Yes, but we know nothing about this ability. So, I won't waste a talented young man with your studies. Danzu, impatient, tried once more. Think about it, Hiruzen. The boy must have some Kikei Genkai in his body, something we can benefit from. His insistence revealed a desire to possess and control whatever power Minato might have. My answer is no, Danzu. Hiruzen raised his voice, a rare tone for him, who usually maintained his calm. Jiraiya has taken an interest in the boy and I've already promised him to him when the young one graduates, so let's end this matter here. His decision was final, and there was no room for further discussion. As you wish, Hokage. Danzu growled, the last word laden with bitterness as he left the room, but before he exited the door, he turned back. And the Uchiha who opened the Sharingan. We'll keep an eye on it, our teacher always said that the Sharingan could open from trauma, we can't assume a 6-year-old will be the next Madara. The third Hokage spoke and Danzu continued walking and closed the door. Hiruzen sighed deeply as his old friend left, his thoughts concerned with the future. It's just 1 year. Let's see how they fare until they graduate. He murmured, gazing at the moon, pondering the fate of Minato and the other talented children. The next day, well before the sun rose, Minato left the orphanage with a fervent determination. It was December, and he had just over 2 months before the start of the next academy year. He was resolved to dedicate himself entirely to becoming much stronger physically and even to improve his haki, if possible. The child ran to his usual training spot. The world was still quiet, and the streets were empty, but Minato's heart was full of an unquenchable fire. He knew the next few months would be crucial in further improving his strength, wanting to reach new heights. Chapter 25, Second Year 01. Third-person POV. Training Camp, Konoha, Year 33. The morning was just beginning to lighten, casting a soft glow over the training field where Minato was already in action. His clothes were drenched in sweat as he practiced his taijutsu techniques, each kick and punch echoing with the sound of his concentrated breathing while his eyes were blindfolded. He was fighting against his own clone while his copy fought one another with limited vision, relying solely on his unique ability. His goal was clear, to become stronger, faster, more resilient. As he moved at an almost frantic pace, while battling his clone, a figure approached silently from where Minato was fighting his clone. Tsuna, with her blonde hair gently swaying in the cold January wind, watched Minato for a moment before calling out to him. Minato. Stop this fight, she called out cheerfully. Surprised, Minato interrupted his training with his clone, removing the blindfold, dispelling the shadow clone, and turning to find Tsuna holding a box wrapped with a simple yet elegant bow. His face expressed a mix of surprise and curiosity. Tsuna. What are you doing here so early? Tsuna stepped forward, a shy but warm smile on her face. I know you probably forgot, but today is January 25th, your birthday. She extended the box to him. I wanted to be the first to give you a present. Minato was visibly surprised, his eyes widening a bit as he realized the date. My birthday. You knew. he accepted the present, his expression a mix of gratitude and admiration. Tsuna's smile was contagious, and the playful light in her eyes reflected the joy she felt in surprising Minato. Yes, I picked up the date at the academy some time ago, she explained, her voice soft and friendly. You are always so focused on training that I thought you might have forgotten. There was a tone of admiration in her words, an appreciation for Minato's dedication and determination. Holding the box with an almost ceremonial reverence, Minato felt a wave of warm emotion flood his heart with his friend doing this for him. It was rare to receive such gestures of consideration, and Tsuna's surprise touched him deeply. Thank you, Tsuna. This means a lot to me, he murmured, and his voice, usually firm and confident, carried a layer of emotion that he rarely showed. His words were simple, but the gratitude he felt was immense and genuine. With hands following anticipation, he opened the present, and his eyes lit up to see what was inside. Are these weight seals? Incredible, he exclaimed, his surprise quickly turning into enthusiasm as he saw the papers tinged with Fuinjutsu. The weight seals were exactly what he needed to take his training to the next level, a tool he had long desired but never had the means to acquire, as they were very expensive. Tsuna laughed, pleased with Minato's reaction. Yes, you were always complaining that you needed them. My great-grandmother made them when I asked, she said, her tone brimming with pride and joy. The mention of her great-grandmother added an extra layer of meaning to the gift. Minato looked at Tsuna, his expression now a mix of surprise and gratitude. I don't know what to say, Tsuna. This will help me a lot, he said, his words sincere and full of appreciation. Minato quickly returned to the training spot with the seals placed on his clothes, leaving behind a stunned Tsuna. So, are you going to spend your birthday stuck in more training? Tsuna asked a bit dissatisfied. Yes. Minato responded with a raised eyebrow, ready to recreate the shadow clone. Stop that. Let's go to the river. Tsuna exclaimed, grabbing Minato by the arm and dragging him to the nearby stream before he could react. Hey, what are you doing bringing me here? Minato demanded, realizing he was being dragged away without the ability to react by the Senju girl. Tsuna pulled Minato with cheerful determination, ignoring his mild protests. Today, you're going to do something different, Minato. No clones, no training. Today, you're going to relax, even if it's just for a little while, she said, a mischievous glint in her eyes. As they approached the river, the soft sound of flowing water filled the air, a calm and steady melody. The sun, now higher in the sky, reflected off the water's surface, creating sparkling patterns of light. Tsuna released Minato's arm, pointing to the smooth stones on the bank. Let's have a contest to see who can make a stone skip the most times on the water. My great-grandfather used to do this with his best friend. She suggested with a smile, recalling stories she heard about Hashirama with Mito, but never imagined that best friend would be Madara Uchiha. Minato looked at her, a bit disconcerted but curious. Skipping stones on the river, he repeated, his voice mixing disbelief and a bit of interest. It was such a simple activity, so far removed from his rigorous training, it seemed almost alien. Yes. Tsuna exclaimed, carefully selecting a smooth stone. Watch, like this. She demonstrated, throwing the stone with an elegant wrist movement. The stone bounced several times before sinking, leaving concentric circles in the water. Minato watched, the corner of his mouth curving into a half smile. Maybe today is a day to just relax. He murmured internally. Minato chose his own stone, feeling its weight and surface. With a focused look, he threw it, watching it bounce repeatedly on the water. This is strangely satisfying, he admitted, a feeling of relaxation beginning to take over him. Tsuna laughed, happy to see Minato engaging in the activity she suggested. See. Not everything has to be about training and being the best. Sometimes, just enjoying the moment, is enough. They continued, throwing stones, competing in a friendly manner, and laughing when one or the other made a particularly good or bad throw. Over time, Minato allowed himself to truly relax, the laughter and the soothing sound of the water easing the constant tension he usually carried. While Minato and Tsuna continued their simple but joyful stone-skipping contest, a new figure approached the river. It was Mikoto Uchiha. So, this is where you two have been all this time. She murmured, approaching. Mikoto walked with quiet elegance, carrying a picnic basket in her arms. The sunlight filtered through the leaves of the trees danced gently over her black hair as she approached, a soft smile on her lips. I didn't expect to find you two here, Mikoto said, her tone calm and friendly. She placed the basket on the ground, revealing an array of snacks, fruits, and refreshments carefully prepared. I heard it was Minato's birthday and thought a picnic would be a nice way to celebrate. Minato looked surprised at Mikoto. Mikoto, even you knew about my birthday. You didn't have to bother, he began but was interrupted by Tsuna. Of course she had to. It's your birthday, Minato. Even for an Uchiha, she's still your friend, isn't she? And today, you're going to enjoy every moment. Tsuna exclaimed, clearly pleased with Mikoto's addition to the small group, despite their usual rivalry. Mikoto laughed, waving them over to sit around the basket. Come on, Minato. Today is a day to relax and have fun, and I'm willing to spend a day with this Senju to celebrate your birthday. No training, no worries, just a good time with friends. Reluctantly, but curiously, Minato joined them, sitting on the soft grass by the river's edge. As they began to enjoy the snacks, the conversation flowed naturally, revolving around funny stories from the academy, plans for the future, and even some friendly teasing. Minato, who usually kept to himself and focused on his training, found himself laughing and participating more than he expected with his best friends in the last year. While Minato, Tsuna, and Mikoto settled around the picnic basket, the peaceful environment of the river provided the perfect backdrop for an afternoon of relaxation and camaraderie. Minato, still a bit displaced from the situation, sat cross-legged listening to the girls holding the seals won by Tsuna. Tsuna, always observant, noticed the subtle tension in Minato and decided to break the ice. She picked up one of the sandwiches prepared by Mikoto and lightly tossed it towards Minato, hitting him gently on the arm. Hey, Minato. You can't eat weight seals. Try this, it's much better, she said, laughing. Minato, caught off guard by the playful act, couldn't help but smile. Picking up the sandwich, he took a bite and nodded in approval. You're right, Tsuna. This is really good, he laughed. Mikoto, who had been more reserved, watched the interaction with a slight smile. Deciding to join in, she extended a bowl of fruit to Tsuna and Minato. I tried to make something that all of us would like. I think we need a bit of sweetness after all this talk about training, she commented. The conversation flowed more naturally now, with laughter and shared stories. Tsuna, feeling inspired, proposed a game. How about we play Truth or Dare? It could be a fun way to get to know each other better, she suggested, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Minato and Mikoto exchanged a look, a mix of hesitation and curiosity on their faces. All right, but nothing too extreme, Minato agreed, and Mikoto nodded, reluctantly agreeing. The game started innocently enough, with questions about favorite foods and childhood memories. However, as it progressed, the questions and challenges became more personal and revealing. This resulted in some red cheeks admitting some things about Minato from both girls. As the day came to an end, Minato looked at Tsuna and Mikoto, a feeling of gratitude and camaraderie filling his heart. Thank you for today, he said sincerely. I didn't realize how much I needed this. Tsuna smiled, and Mikoto nodded, both feeling a similar connection. They began to gather their things, preparing to return to the village. Chapter 26, Second Year 02. Third-person POV. Training Camp, Konoha, Year 33. The orphanage was quiet and welcoming, illuminated by soft lights as the day came to an end. Minato, with thoughts of the meeting he had with Tsuna and Mikoto, was greeted by an unexpected and warm scene. Madame Garit, with a maternal smile and a cheerful laugh, extended to him a carefully decorated cake as soon as he entered. Happy birthday, Minato, she exclaimed, her eyes shining with affection. Minato's surprise was evident, his face taking on an expression of shock and admiration. He didn't expect anything, accustomed to simple or non-existent celebrations over the years in his memories, so he was surprised by this. Don't look at me like that, it's your birthday. Congratulations. Madame Garit continued, encouraging him to accept the celebration. The other children from the orphanage, drawn by the sweet smell of the cake, joined the chorus. Happy birthday, Minato, one of them said, pulling the chorus of childish voices that echoed through the room. Well, thank you, I guess. Minato muttered, his voice low but filled with unexpected gratitude. He was accustomed to being the forgotten one, the one who trained alone and focused only on becoming stronger. But there, surrounded by other children and the careful attention of Madame Garit, he felt differently in his heart, a sense of belonging and joy. The night unfolded with laughter and conversation as everyone ate the cake. Madame Garit, always attentive, watched the children with a satisfied look. As soon as they ate and celebrated, everyone went to bed with the curfew. Minato, lying in his bed, couldn't help but smile slightly. The day had been different from any other birthday he had had. Not only had he spent the day with Tsuna and Mikoto, his best friends, but he also felt the warmth and celebration at the orphanage, something he rarely experienced. Minato reflected on the last few weeks since the end of the first year at the academy. He had dedicated himself to refining his chakra, practicing tirelessly with the leaf on his forehead. He was not yet ready for more advanced techniques like walking on trees or over water, but he knew his time would come. More impressive was his ability with shadow clones. Now, he could create 3, each an extension of himself, training and learning simultaneously. This technique had become a vital part of his regime, allowing him to multiply his training time and experience. With the knowledge that this technique provided him, it was the biggest cheat in this world, in his opinion. Thus, Minato went to bed satisfied that night. The training field was filled the next day with Minato for his training regime again. However, this day was different. Minato arrived at his training spot and immediately felt the presence of someone hidden among the trees. Since the last day of the academy ended, I have been watched by someone, Minato reflected as he did his usual stretches to train as any other day. His haki allowed him to sense the hidden presence in the nearby trees. It was a chunin, at least in ability and discretion, that he felt in his senses. He might be some agent of Danzu. That damn, Minato pondered with a twinge of irritation. He knew of Danzu's ambitions, and it wouldn't be long before that man would be interested in unique abilities like his, as it was no longer a secret that he had a unique ability. Deciding not to give these spies the show they desired, Minato put on his usual blindfold and began his taijutsu training as he would normally. He moved with blind precision, each punch and kick a dance of strength and control. The recently added weight seals to his training made each movement demand more of him, but also made him stronger, more resilient. He didn't summon his shadow clones, aware of the constant gaze on him and the B-rank jutsu would attract unwanted attention, but worked with fierce intensity, as if fighting against an invisible opponent. As the morning gave way to afternoon, Suna appeared. Her announcement of arrival broke the tension in the air. Minato, she greeted, her voice strong and clear cutting through the quiet. She walked up to him with firm steps, her presence always as imposing as it was friendly. Hello, Suna. Minato greeted her, ready for another day of training. He said and quickly moved a finger as a sign, making Suna slightly raise an eyebrow and nod discreetly, maintaining her normal expression and posture, recognizing that signal from Minato. It was a gesture they had previously agreed on, a sign that they were not alone. Suna, always attentive, immediately grasped its meaning. They began a small sparring, a routine both were well accustomed to. To any casual observer, it seemed like just another training session between two dedicated students. However, beneath the surface, there was a palpable tension, an awareness that they were being watched. When the hidden agent finally withdrew, Minato let out a sigh of relief. So he's gone. Suna commented, her voice low, a rhetorical question hanging in the air. Yes. Minato confirmed, his tense expression softening slightly. Suna, noticing the concern on his face, decided to touch on a subject that was on her mind. You know, Minato, you are a skilled sensor. No child should recognize things like this at your age, no matter how skilled they are. My great-grandmother said that you must be special. Suna murmured, a tone of admiration mixed with concern in her voice. What? You spoke of my abilities to Mito-sama. Minato asked, a glimpse of surprise and a sense of betrayal appearing in his eyes. Suna raised her hands defensively. Don't get so upset. I had to say we were being watched, so I had to mention your strange ability that could recognize an observer from a short distance, she explained as if it were the most obvious thing to do. Minato sighed, the frustration disappearing as quickly as it came. Whatever, now that he's gone, let's train with clones, he declared. In an instant, he formed 3 shadow clones, while Suna, with more chakra and control, created 5. This was a common scene, thus they spent their days, training together, developing their skills, and facing challenges in sparring. Over time, Mikoto also joined them when she could escape the watchful eyes of her clan. The weeks of intense training had passed like a blur for Minato and Suna. Each day brought a new challenge, a new opportunity to hone their skills and strengthen their bond. They had become stronger, faster, and incredibly synchronized in their movements and strategies. The atmosphere of friendly competition between them only added fuel to their determination. Now, sitting together by the river's edge, skipping stones on the calm water, they shared a moment of tranquility before the return to their academic routine. Ready to go back to class? Suna asked, her stone bouncing several times before sinking. Of course, I'm the top rookie, I intend to keep being that this year too, Minato replied with a confident smile. He picked up another stone, throwing it with his perfected technique to beat the girl at their little game. Suna laughed, a glint of challenge in her eyes. Just wait for me to surpass you, smarty pants, she said, delivering a light but surprisingly powerful punch to Minato's chest. He didn't have time to react, caught off guard. That hurt, you're increasing your strength a lot lately. Minato murmured, rubbing the spot she hit. He was impressed, but not surprised. Suna always had incredible potential. I've been training with my mom. You have no idea how strong she is, she broke a stone in front of me with just a punch, it was incredible. Suna spoke, her admiration and pride for her mother evident in her voice. I believe it, trust me. Minato replied, thoughtful. He had memories of Tsunade Senju as one of the most powerful shinobi in Konoha, especially when she fought with the other Kages against Madara. You never really met her. Suna looked at him with a suspicious gaze, curious about Minato's familiarity with her mother. Well, who doesn't know Tsunade Senju, the disciple of the third Hokage? Minato replied, trying to deflect Suna's scrutinizing gaze. Whatever. It's getting late, I better be going, see you tomorrow. Bye, Minato. Suna stood up, the energy and joy always present in her farewell. She ran off, her figure quickly disappearing among the trees. Minato watched her leave before getting up. The sky was tinged with the colors of twilight, and he knew it was time to return to the orphanage. Tomorrow would begin his first day of class in the second year. Chapter 27, Second Year 03. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 33. As the dawn of a new academic day approached, the bustle and anticipation filled the air at the orphanage. Madame Garit, always the maternal and encouraging figure, stood at the door, wishing each child success and good luck. "Good luck on the first day of school," she exclaimed with a warm and genuine smile. "Yes, Madame Garit," came the enthusiastic chorus from the children, their faces aglow with a mix of nervousness and excitement. Minato, among the second-year students, was in the midst of the group. He was not alone. Beside him were new students, eager and hopeful after going through the start of the school year trials as Minato did last year. Minato had become a small idol among the younger ones after his achievement of being first in Class A. Now, all the classes at the academy were united by the shared beginning of another academic year. Upon arriving at the academy, the familiar buzz of animated conversations and laughter filled the air with all the children. The building was as crowded as Minato remembered from the previous year, with a sea of new and some familiar faces. As he entered the room indicated on his new schedule, Minato noticed that despite the small changes in the room, much remained the same. The students had already occupied their usual places, creating a familiar pattern of voices and colors as they chatted among themselves. He headed to the back of the room, his preferred spot, and noticed with a smile that Mikoto was already there, settled in. "Hello, Minato." Mikoto greeted, her smile a rare but sincere expression of welcome coming from the Uchiha. "Hello, Mikoto. Is Tsuna late?" Minato asked, looking toward where Tsuna normally sat, finding only the empty space. "I'm here." Tsuna's voice suddenly rang out, and Minato turned in time to see her emerge from behind a cloth she used to camouflage against the wall, a typical trick of her mischievous and unpredictable nature. She advanced for a surprise attack, trying to hit Minato with a quick punch. Minato, for a moment, was stunned by the similarity of the scene to something he remembered from another life, a memory of a blonde boy named Naruto hiding from his pursuers with the same trick in the original work's first episode. But the surprise soon gave way to instinct, and he skillfully dodged Tsuna's punch. With an awkward movement, she lost her balance and fell to the floor. "Always trying to surprise me, huh, Tsuna?" he teased, as she accepted the help and got back on her feet. The classroom, which normally buzzed with the murmur of conversations and laughter typical of the first day of school, suddenly focused on the small spectacle provided by the trio. Mikoto, always ready for a sharp remark, didn't miss the chance to mock Tsuna's failed attempt. "Ha ha 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 ha. You even made her fall to the floor. I told you it wouldn't work, Senju." Mikoto spoke, a mocking laugh accompanying her words. Tsuna, now standing thanks to Minato's help, shot an annoyed look at Mikoto before addressing Minato. "Damn, you and that weird ability." Tsuna murmured with frustration over Minato's capacity to always evade her pranks. "Tsuna, these pranks are dangerous, you could get hurt." Minato warned with a concerned expression. He was used to coming out unscathed from Tsuna's antics, but he didn't want to see her injured. "I don't want you worrying about me." Tsuna replied, a blush appearing on her cheeks as she moved away to sit on the other side, leaving Minato no choice but to sit between her and Mikoto. The attention of the class gradually returned to their own conversations, and Mikoto took the opportunity to question Minato about his plans for the year. "So Minato, what are your plans for this year?" she asked curiously. "Study, train, and get a job. I need some money," Minato replied, his voice carrying a mix of determination and realism. He knew that the upcoming year would demand more from him, not just academically, but also personally. "Interesting, are you going to start sending clones to school?" Mikoto asked, intrigued by the strategy Minato mentioned during the holidays. "Yes, this year it's possible since we'll only have 2 days of practical classes per week. I can send clones to attend the theoretical classes, with the original working or training elsewhere," Minato explained. It was a bold and risky tactic, but he had carefully considered his options. "But if you get caught, you could be in trouble, you know that." Tsuna intervened, her voice laden with genuine concern. "I'll only be in trouble if I get caught, Tsuna." "So I'll do it without getting caught," Minato responded, his confidence instilling a respectful silence in his friends. "Well, if that's the case, I'll do the same as Minato." Tsuna replied, crossing her arms, a spark of challenge in her eyes. The idea of being left behind was unthinkable to her, always so fierce in her determination to excel. "You, Senju." Mikoto raised an eyebrow, surprised and somewhat skeptical of Tsuna's declaration. "Of course, Uchiha. I won't be left behind. You should worry about yourself since you'll be increasingly left behind by us." Tsuna spoke with typical arrogance. "TSK. You think I won't do it? I'm with you guys, then. I don't know the shadow clone, but Minato will teach me, and I'll show you that I'm superior to you, Senju." Mikoto responded with a firmness that made it clear she wouldn't accept being underestimated. "Oh. You're full of yourself, Uchiha. Tsuna retorted, but before the conversation could escalate further, Minato intervened. Tsuna, let's talk about this later, the teacher is coming in. Minato said and pointed to the door, where a new instructor entered the room. The men who entered wore sunglasses and discreet clothing, a marked change from the more familiar style of Professor Fuma. Isn't that Professor Fuma? Has he been replaced this year? Mikoto asked, confirming everyone's surprise. Hello everyone, my name is Kui Abirame, I'll be the chunin in charge of you this year. Professor Fuma is taking care of the first year, I will take his place this year, the man announced calmly, his voice low but clear. A new teacher. What a drag. Tsuna murmured, clearly less enthused by the change. He's from the Abirame clan, but he doesn't seem to be as shy as all the others. Minato observed. He noticed the classmates from the Abirame clan, usually reclusive and reserved, appearing equally surprised by the new teacher. The first day of Minato's second year at the Konoha Academy was marked by the introduction of a new teacher, Kui Abirame, whose approach was noticeably different from that of Professor Fuma. Without the usual discussions about dreams and ambitions, the room filled with notes and focused attention as the teacher shared the theoretical classes of mathematics and ninja world history that followed, demanding the students' complete attention. At the end of the day, Minato headed to his usual training spot. He was committed to improving his taijutsu and chakra control, and for that, he used the basic taijutsu scrolls he had acquired at the academy. If I have the 6 styles of the Navy, I'll have my own style, Minato murmured to himself, reflecting on his aspirations and limitations. But, for now, I'll have to make do with the basic techniques from the academy. Despite his closeness to Tsuna, he was aware of the barriers his lack of affiliation with a powerful clan brought. He would never achieve a taijutsu style as good as the great clans had and could never acquire a scroll. He knew that, although his speed and strength were notable, his techniques were still inferior to those of students from the great clans. The next day, committed to his rigorous routine, Minato created a clone to attend classes in his place, while his original body headed to the training spot. Hours passed as Minato dedicated himself to training throughout the day. He alternated between taijutsu exercises and meditation to improve his chakra control. At sunset, exhausted but satisfied with the day's progress, Minato returned to the orphanage. As Minato's clone dispersed, the memories of the day's theoretical classes flowed into him. Tsuna and Mikoto, though curious and impressed, still hesitated to use the same strategy as Minato. But surprised by Minato's audacity, they finally gained the courage needed to follow in his footsteps. However, before they could implement the plan, Minato needed to teach Mikoto the shadow clone technique. The next day, repeating his method, Minato sent another clone to school while his original body headed to the training spot. Tsuna was already there, practicing diligently, waiting for him. Together, they dove into an intense training session, honing their techniques and strength. As the sun reached its peak in the sky, Mikoto joined them, having discreetly escaped from the academy. She asked Minato to teach her how to create shadow clones. Patiently, alongside another clone of his, Minato guided Mikoto through the complex steps. After a few hours of practice and guidance, Mikoto finally mastered the technique, albeit limited to one clone. With this new ability, the trio began to skip theoretical classes, opting to send clones in their place, while reserving their physical presence for practical sessions where the risk of unmasking the clones was high. This tactic allowed them to maximize training time and personal growth during theoretical days. Meanwhile, Minato looked for a source of income to support his needs and perhaps save for future resources. He found a job at a warehouse of a local grocery store, where his tasks included noting inventories and carrying heavy items for the owner. It was a discreet job, away from watchful eyes that might recognize him as an academy student, and it paid enough to get by for the next few months. He began to divide his chakra between 2 more clones, one at school and another at work, while his original body trained with Tsuna and Mikoto. It was exhausting. Minato arrived at the orphanage each night feeling every muscle protest from fatigue. However, he persisted, knowing that each day of work and training brought him closer to his goals. This routine extended over the days, weeks, and months. Minato, Tsuna, and Mikoto became increasingly synchronized and strong for their ages, as Minato balanced his school responsibilities, work, and personal ambitions. Chapter 28, Second Year 04. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 33. As the months unfolded, Minato solidified his position as the most prominent student in his class once again. His unmatched dedication and skill made him unbeatable in sparring and practical exams. In theoretical areas, Tsuna emerged as a formidable competitor, especially with her knowledge in medicine, a passion she cultivated under her mother's tutelage over the past months. However, even with her intensive studies and undeniable talent, Tsuna still remained in second place, with Minato maintaining the lead. Minato's precision with kunais had also notably improved. He was now among the top 5 in his class in this skill. His status as the #1 rookie was undisputable, and his reputation only grew with each new achievement. Tsuna and Mikoto, too, had made significant progress, surpassing many of their peers thanks to the secret training with Minato. The three formed a formidable team, pushing each other beyond their limits and sharing techniques and strategies within their bounds. They had created an efficient system, sending clones to theoretical classes while dedicating their original bodies to intense training and personal improvement. However, Minato had his doubts about how safe his secret was. He had noticed the presence of bugs at his training location and wondered if Professor Kui Aburame was aware of his escapades with Mikoto and Tsuna. Despite never having confronted Minato or mentioned his suspicions, the uncertainty remained, leaving Minato cautious and always on alert. With the money he had accumulated from his job, Minato had invested in additional weights and seals to enhance his training. These new tools not only increased the intensity of his sessions but also boosted his physical development and ninja skills. When Madame Garit inquired about how he had acquired these resources, Minato was honest. His revelation about using clones for both school and work surprised the old lady, but she didn't express many objections. She saw that, despite his unconventional tactics, Minato continued to excel academically and maintained an honest source of income. His impeccable performance and conduct reassured her, and she recognized that Minato was doing what he thought necessary to enhance his future potential. The months followed, and Minato, Tsuna, and Mikoto continued their journey, each growing, learning, and overcoming challenges. As time passed, Minato noticed significant changes in his body. The rigorous training routine, combined with the weight seals and the development of his skills, was shaping him into an increasingly capable shinobi. He could feel his strength increasing, a testament to the latent potential residing in his young body. However, he was conscious of his current limitations with his young age. At 7 years old, his body was still developing, and more advanced techniques like the 6 styles of the Navy were beyond his reach for now. Yet, this reality did not discourage him, on the contrary, it encouraged him to excel in other areas and prepare for the moment when he could learn these techniques. On a day of practical class, Minato joined Tsuna and Mikoto at the academy. "Minato, what are you going to do?" Tsuna asked, curious about Minato's plans for that day. "I'm going to study Fuinjutsu. I heard there are some beginner books in the library, so I plan to study that, in addition to some other chakra techniques," Minato responded with a thoughtful expression. He was always looking for ways to expand his knowledge and skills. "Why haven't you used the library before? What's changed this time?" Mikoto inquired, noticing the change in Minato's approach. "I'm developing my body and refining my chakra control. Now I can make 3 clones, but my 7-year-old body has a limit. I'll focus on absorbing knowledge while my body matures," Minato explained. "Well, I can't say you're wrong. That's why I'm studying a lot. My mother says this is the best time to read because later it's going to be much harder for all of us," Tsuna shared, agreeing with Minato's strategy. She was also taking advantage of this crucial period to absorb as much knowledge as possible under her mother's tutelage. "Good for you. Most of my clan only have fire jutsu scrolls, it's hard to find anything useful," Mikoto said. Minato, always the optimist and encourager, tried to cheer her up. "You should focus on your strengths. You can cast the shadow clone jutsu and even the fireball. At 7 years old, you're very cool, Mikoto." His tone was sincere, trying to highlight the impressive abilities that Mikoto already possessed. "But I don't have as much chakra as you and Senju over there. I can only cast 1 clone, and I get tired quickly after launching a few jutsus," she murmured, expressing her frustration. "But you have a powerful lineage, there are still positives in your blood. I heard that you Uchihas received the physical strength of Rakuto-sanin. Isn't that fantastic?" he encouraged, referring to one of the most legendary stories in the ninja world. Tsuna, overhearing the conversation, showed her skepticism. "What story is that, Minato?" she murmured, clearly doubtful of the claim's veracity. "It's true," Minato affirmed with conviction, not minding sharing one of the world's most important secrets with his friends. Mikoto, skeptical, rolled her eyes. "Yeah, you're going to tell that fanciful story about a man who possessed the legendary Rinnegan and that his lineage divided into Uchihas, Senjus, and Uzumakis. You said you read this in a book, right?" "Yes, and I believe in the book," Minato affirmed, even if he was slightly lying about the origin of his knowledge. Tsuna, with her arms crossed, expressed her disappointment. "That's a children's story, Minato. I expected more from you, honestly." "Whatever. I'm going to lunch, I'll send a clone to the library to see what I can find." He walked away, creating a clone that headed to the library while he himself went to the practical class. The practical class that day went as usual, with Minato standing out among his peers. He ran the course with impressive agility and dexterity, finishing in first place once again. His precision with kunais was notable, hitting 85% of his targets, and in all the sparring, he emerged as the undisputed winner. His commitment and skill were evident, and he was quickly becoming an example for the other students. As the class ended and the students began to disperse, a familiar voice caught Minato's attention. "Minato," called Professor Aburame, his voice calm but authoritative. Minato, a bit surprised, approached the professor while the other students continued to leave the room. "Yes, Professor." Minato replied, maintaining a respectful posture and waiting to find out what had caught the teacher's attention. I've seen that you're interested in learning Fuinjutsu, Professor Aburame began, catching Minato completely off guard. The revelation left him momentarily speechless. Only Tsuna and Mikoto knew of his interest in the art of seals and that he had sent a clone to the library. What? How did you know? Minato couldn't help expressing his shock. The idea that his secret escapades and studies had been discovered was something he hadn't considered, despite some suspicions. Don't think that I don't know about your escapades throughout the year, Minato. You're a great student, but you still have a lot to learn, as you're only a 7-year-old child, the teacher continued, but there was a certain pride in his tone. Minato waited, nervous, anticipating some form of punishment or reprimand. So? He murmured, uncertain of what was to come next. Then, I'm proud of you, the professor declared, to Minato's surprise. Can you imagine how it is to split your chakra into 4 parts, creating 3 shadow clones? No genin should do that, but you do and stay all day with it. I was expecting something like this from a senju like Tsunade's daughter, but you are surprising. Minato felt a wave of relief and confusion. So you knew about all my clones all this time, he asked, still stunned by the revelation. Of course, I knew. I may seem like an ordinary chunin, but in the Aburames, we are specialists in tracking. I knew you were a clone in the 2nd week of your escapades, Professor Aburame explained, his expression calm and inscrutable. Minato, with a mix of anxiety and caution, stared at Professor Aburame, searching his eyes for any indication of what the future held for him. What's going to happen to me now? He asked, the concern evident in his voice. Professor Aburame observed him closely before responding. What do you want to do? You know I can recommend you for early graduation. You know how to use a forbidden jutsu, learning the other basic techniques should be quite easy for you, he said, presenting Minato with a path few had the opportunity to traverse. However, he continued, as if he already knew Minato's answer before asking. But I feel that you don't want that, do you? The question was rhetorical, a confirmation of what he had already perceived about the young shinobi in front of him. Minato hesitated for a moment before responding. No, I don't want early graduation. I need to further increase my knowledge and improve my strength. I feel I wouldn't have the time I have now if I become a genin. His answer was firm. Even if it makes you famous. Graduating at 7 would make you have a famous name in the military records. I don't doubt you will break all the academy records, but graduating at 7 will open many doors for your future, Professor Aburame argued, presenting Minato with the tempting prospect of recognition and opportunities. Sorry, Professor, but I'm not ready yet, Minato replied. He had his reasons, his own goals and ambitions that transcended the mere pursuit of fame or early recognition. Moreover, he wanted to be in the academy when Kushina arrived in the village, wishing to see the future Jinchuriki. Understanding Minato's determination and thoughtful thinking, Professor Aburame nodded in approval. I understand, I can relate to that. But I'll leave something for you, he said, taking out a basic Fuinjutsu manual from his clan. I made sure to send a clone to my house and get it. I noticed your clone didn't find anything in the library, so here's a manual for beginners. Minato, surprised, took the book. He quickly deactivated a clone to confirm Professor Aburame's words and discovered that indeed the library didn't have what he needed. Thank you, Professor, he exclaimed, the joy evident in his voice as he held the manual. I'm counting on your bright future, Minato, Professor Aburame murmured, watching the young boy leave the room. He saw in Minato not just a talented student, but a shinobi who promised to shape the future. With the manual in hand and a new sense of purpose, Minato left the room, his mind buzzing with the possibilities that Fuinjutsu could offer him. Chapter 29, 2nd Year 05. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 33. Minato held the Aburame clan's Fuinjutsu manual as if it were a treasure as he returned to the orphanage. He was eager to dive into the pages and absorb every bit of knowledge he could. With a new goal in mind, he dedicated himself to learning the basics of Fuinjutsu that late afternoon, an ancient and complex art of sealing. Minato sent a clone for training while he focused with the original on learning Fuinjutsu. In the following days, whenever he was not at the academy or training his body and chakra, Minato could be found with his nose buried in the manual. He studied each chapter and seal diagram meticulously, understanding the theories behind the seals and how they manipulated chakra in various powerful ways. He learned about different types of basic seals, their functions, and applications, and began to understand how he could incorporate them into his own ninja style. Aware that practice was as crucial as theoretical study, Minato knew he needed suitable materials to start practicing his calligraphy and seal creation. Thus, with the money he had saved from his job, he purchased regular ink and a fine brush. These materials were not cheap, he had to learn first to improve his calligraphy before using chakra ink. With his new materials in hand, Minato began practicing the calligraphy necessary to create effective seals. He found he was terrible with writing, but this only strengthened his determination to improve quickly. After getting used to this type of training, Minato began to put a clone to practice while the original would do more intense training. His clone spent hours practicing, repeating the same characters over and over, perfecting his technique. He filled pages and pages with seals, comparing each attempt to the book's examples, seeking to achieve perfection. Over time, his hands became steadier, his lines more precise, and his seals more potent. Minato also began experimenting with simple seals, applying them to small objects and observing the effects. He started with basic tasks, like making an object glow or emit a sound when activated with a bit of chakra. Each success was a small victory, each mistake a valuable lesson. He was determined to master this art, knowing that Fuinjutsu could be an incredibly powerful tool in his arsenal. On a sunny day after school, Minato met Suna at their usual training spot, a secluded area where they often practiced and discussed their skills and progress. Suna was curious about Minato's recent activities, especially after noticing that he was carrying something different with him, a book and inks with brushes. "Hi, Suna," Minato greeted with a wave, his face lit up with an animated smile. "I've been working on something new." Suna, with an intrigued look, asked, "What is it?" "You're always full of surprises." "It's a Fuinjutsu manual," Minato began, displaying the book he had received from Professor Aburame. "I'm learning the art of seals. It's fascinating, but I'm still stuck on the calligraphy." Suna's eyes widened in surprise and admiration. "Really? That's amazing, Minato. How did you get it?" "Professor Aburame gave it to me," Minato revealed. "He knows about our clones and, instead of reprimanding me, offered me this book to delve deeper into Fuinjutsu when he discovered my interest in the area. He thinks I can make good use of it." Suna was impressed not just with the professor's generosity but also with the trust he placed in Minato. "That's a big deal and a great opportunity, Minato. What have you learned so far?" Minato opened the book to the pages he had been studying and discussed what he had learned, from the basic principles of Fuinjutsu to the calligraphy techniques and the first attempts to create functional seals, but he could not execute anything since Fuinjutsu needs better chakra control and calligraphy than he possessed. Suna listened attentively, absorbing every detail. "That's really complicated, but if anyone can learn this quickly, it's you. My great-grandmother made me practice calligraphy since I was 4, it was horrible," she said in her usual way. "Actually, I have some tips that might help you practice," she continued. "When you're training with kunais and shurikens, you need precision and control. Maybe you can apply the same concentration and precision to drawing the seals with your calligraphy." Minato nodded, acknowledging the smart suggestion. "That makes sense. I'll try to incorporate that technique into my practice." They spent more time discussing possible applications of Fuinjutsu and how Minato could improve his chakra control and calligraphy to apply to the seals. A few days later, there was an odd sight at the training field. Minato had sent one clone to school, another to work, one to learn calligraphy, and his original body took the day to train and hone his observation haki, which seemed to be reaching a new threshold. Minato's clone dipped the brush into the normal ink and moved it with meticulous precision, forming seal characters one after another in a corner of the place where the trio was at that moment. Suna, curious and always ready to help, offered suggestions and encouragement. "Try to keep your hand a bit firmer here," she said, pointing to a particular curve in the seal. Meanwhile, Mikoto was throwing shurikens with deadly precision in a corner, each embedding exactly in the center of the target. However, she couldn't help but get involved in the conversation, especially when she saw an opportunity to tease Suna. "Do you really think you're going to make him improve with those obvious tips, Suna?" Mikoto called out, a teasing smile on her face. Suna rolled her eyes, a reluctant smile appearing on her lips. "At least I'm trying to help, unlike certain people who just know how to throw shurikens all day, Uchiha." Mikoto laughed and responded, "Throwing shurikens is an art, Senju. Maybe you should try to improve your skills instead of giving tips about calligraphy." Although the argument between Suna and Mikoto was a common occurrence, Minato knew that deep down, they respected and cared for each other. It was this camaraderie and mutual support that made their training days not only productive but also enjoyable. In the following months, Minato dedicated himself to a rigorous routine that balanced his education at the academy, intensive training, and work. Every day, he attended classes at the academy, where he continued to excel, maintaining his position as the top student. To support his needs and invest in more materials for his Fuinjutsu study, Minato continued to work hard at his job in the grocery store. He saved every penny earned to buy more quality ink and brushes. "Minato, we're finally going to finish the second year. I heard from my father that the conflict is ready to burst into the world," Mikoto spoke to Minato as they trained. "It's true, we're about to enter the Second Ninja War." Minato spoke. In a few years the war would break out. Minato never had precise knowledge about the events before Naruto, and the fanfics he read were not official events made by the original author, but by the writers and their logic, so he could expect most things to happen in an unknown way to him. "Do you think we'll graduate early?" she asked. "Honestly, I think so, maybe not at 8 years old since it's forbidden to send children to war, but we won't have the same privilege of graduating at 13 years old," he spoke sincerely. And to think we're going to the next year, these months have passed so quickly. She murmured, looking at Minato in a somewhat strange way. Well, at least we are getting stronger to survive, that's going to be our survival, he said, referring to the war, which would not be easy for them. Now, after months of relentless dedication, tomorrow would mark the last day of class for the year. Minato felt a mix of relief and anticipation. The academic year had been a time of constant training for Minato, Suna, and Mikoto, incredibly productive. Well, I'm going back, my father will send ninjas after me if I don't return. So, see you tomorrow, Minato. Mikoto said and got up to leave. See you later, Mikoto. Minato began to pack up his materials and started to return to the orphanage, tomorrow marking the last day of the second year. Chapter 30, Second Year 06. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 33. At the dawn of the last day of the academic year, Minato woke up with a mix of satisfaction and anticipation. The day had finally arrived, marking the end of another year at the academy. Although there wasn't as much public as last year, Minato was determined to maintain his prominent position in the class. Minato chose a simple and functional outfit for the last day of school. He wore a clean, well-fitted white t-shirt. Complementing the shirt, Minato wore black shorts that fell comfortably above the knees, creating a visual balance that was both discreet and elegant. After dressing and eating with the other kids in the kitchen, he picked up his Fuinjutsu manual and other materials for one last review. Upon arriving at the academy, he felt the lively atmosphere. Students were torn between excitement for the imminent holidays and anxiety for the final results. Conversations and laughter filled the air, as Minato passed by other students from various years and classes. In the classroom, he felt a climate of anticipation among his peers. Minato sat next to his friends, all immersed in the unique atmosphere of the day. The teacher began the class with reviews of the year, rekindling memories and lessons learned. Soon after, he distributed the written test, marking the beginning of the final exams. While working on the test, Suna spoke to Minato. I heard we're going to start learning jutsus next year, Suna murmured. They're basic jutsus, we learn them easily in our clans. Mikoto joined the conversation. Minato couldn't help but mutter softly, lucky you. He spoke more to himself than to the others. Unlike his classmates, Minato didn't have a clan or a family to teach him. The older children from the orphanage were all he had, and even that option was not ideal. Turning his attention back to the test, Minato delved into the questions. He reflected internally on the simplicity of the subjects, noting how some questions could be solved using formulas unknown in this world. Yet, he answered each question with ease. As the first part of the day came to an end with the conclusion of the written test, it was no surprise to anyone that Minato was the first to finish, achieving a maximum score. His exemplary performance was expected as usual by everyone. After lunch, the practical exams came. The courtyard was reserved for the second-year students, and Minato stood out once again. He dominated the physical test, demonstrated almost perfect accuracy with the kunai on 95% of the targets, and won all the taijutsu fights, including a particularly challenging one against Akim Uchiha and his Sharingan. He finished the day again as the number 1 student. At the end of the day, Choza approached him. Hey, Minato. Do you want to go to the steakhouse with us? Choza asked suddenly. Sure, why not? Minato thought for a bit. He had nothing to lose that day. After accepting to hang out a bit with his classmates, he turned to Tsuna. Do you want to go too? He asked the Senju girl. Sure, let's go. She replied easily. And you, Mikoto? Want to come too? Minato turned to Mikoto as well. Mikoto, however, hesitated, her expression mixing the desire to join and the obligation she felt. Sorry, my father is waiting for me at the clan, I won't be able to accompany you. Her voice carried a note of regret. Minato nodded in understanding. It's okay, we'll do something next year, he replied with a small smile. With the class over, Minato approached Professor Aburame after coordinating with his classmates, carrying the Fuinjutsu book that had been so fundamental in his studies. Professor, thank you for lending me the book. I've studied it well and believe I could train on my own from now on, as the basics are learning calligraphy and some easy-to-execute seals. The professor, recognizing Minato's dedication and skill, responded with sincerity and a touch of pride. That's good. I don't know if I will be the teacher next year, but if you need, you can come to look for me. With a, okay, thanks, Professor. Minato said goodbye and left the room to join his classmates. Shikaku, Choza, Inoichi, and Tsuna were already gathered with others. Shikaku, always practical, murmured, let's go already, I want to sleep early today. Noticing Minato's arrival, they headed to the local steakhouse, a popular spot among Konoha's youth to celebrate special occasions. The atmosphere was light and full of laughter, a welcome contrast to the usual tension of ninja training and studies. He spent most of the time with Tsuna, sharing laughs, stories, and plans for the future. They talked animatedly, with Minato occasionally exchanging words and jokes with the rest of the group. It was an unusual scene in Minato's life since he dedicated most of his time to training, only exchanging conversations with Tsuna and Mikoto. Choza, known for his insatiable appetite, was already eyeing the biggest piece of meat on the grill. His eyes gleamed as he reached out, but suddenly, he leaned a bit too far and almost fell from the chair. The whole table erupted in laughter. Choza, regaining his balance, said with an embarrassed smile, "I was just checking if the chair was sturdy." Shikaku, always the lazy one, just shook his head with a lazy smile. "Sure, Choza, you were testing the chair, with your stomach." Inoichi, the most reserved of the group, watched the scene with a faint smile. Tsuna, not wanting to be left out, decided to further instigate the situation. With an outrageously animated expression, she exclaimed, "Choza, you should try balanced jutsus instead of eating so much. Maybe you'll become Konoha's most agile ninja." Tsuna's suggestion sparked another round of laughter and banter among the group. Choza, pretending to be offended, crossed his arms and grumbled something about appreciating the local cuisine. As the night progressed and 8 p.m. approached, the group acknowledged that it was time to head home. Each one said their goodbyes, promising to repeat the gathering next year, and departed for their respective homes. Minato, arriving later than usual at the orphanage, found Madame Garit waiting for him. With her arms crossed and an expression of mild reproach, she commented on his lateness, "You're late." Minato, aware that he had lingered longer than planned, smiled in an attempt to soften the situation. "Sorry, I was with some classmates." Madame Garit, though strict, said, "Be that as it may, go rest, since I know you'll just train while there are no classes." The next day, Minato began his holidays while some other children still had classes at the academy. He went to his training spot reflecting on his improvements this year. He continued to be the top of his class, got a job to afford some things he needed. In terms of strength, he greatly improved his physical body, despite having reached the limit of his development at that age. Minato started to study new areas to better his yields from this year. He refined even more his chakra control and completely mastered 3 shadow clones. Besides that, he is almost ready to master a new level of observation haki which increases his range and started learning Fuinjutsu thanks to his teacher. "It's a pity I still can't use my Pika Pika No Mi," Minato reflected as he arrived at his usual training spot. "But this year I will master it if my predictions are right. The war will start in the coming years, and I would have at most 2 years before becoming a genin." Minato reflected. "Then in this next year, I intend to quickly master the basic jutsus, focusing on my fruit and observation haki. In the coming years I plan to start studying the 6 styles to have a better chance of surviving the war." Minato did exactly that in the original, but I am not him, so my path is quite unpredictable, not to mention that I am being watched every week by someone, and I have no doubt that someone like Danza would kill me if I represent a threat to him. So I must be discreet. Minato concluded, ready to start his training alone in that forest location. Chapter 31, 3rd Year 01. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 34. Konoha awoke to the familiarity of a common day. Shopkeepers meticulously prepared their stores for another day of commerce, while families walked the streets, holding hands with their children, breathing in the fresh morning air. The village's soft buzz created a comforting backdrop. In this scene, an 8-year-old boy with uncomplicated blonde hair strolled calmly, his hand casually behind his head, almost as if he were trying to understand and absorb every detail of the village he now called home. Minato walked with an uncommon serenity for his age, reflecting on his life in that world. "It will be 2 years since I entered this world," Minato murmured to himself, his low voice almost getting lost in the village's murmur. "I'm still surprised by what it's like to live here, not just seeing everything behind a screen with an image or a manga page." His reflection had a mix of admiration and wonder for everything Konoha represented and everything he had experienced until then. As he walked, his blue eyes caught something that caught his attention. He stopped for a moment, his curiosity piqued. In front of him was a building that, although common at first glance, sparked a special memory in his mind. "Wait, isn't this the Ramen Ichiraku?" he asked himself, looking at the still-closed building, the place that would become one of the most iconic and beloved spots in the village. Maybe in the next few years. "It opens, I can't wait to try their food," Minato murmured, a playful smile on his lips as he thought about the future. The idea of tasting the ramen that almost every Naruto fan wanted to try was one of his priorities. Minato was immersed in his thoughts when a familiar voice pulled him out of his reflection. He turned to find Mikoto. She was dressed practically for a day in the village, with small shorts that allowed freedom of movement, essential for a young ninja in training. A pouch was skillfully tied to her leg, perhaps containing important items or ninja tools. Her long-sleeved shirt was dark with the symbol of her clan on the back, reflecting her understated style. "Hey, what are you talking about?" Mikoto asked with a light curiosity in her voice. Minato smiled slightly. "Hello, Mikoto. I'm just thinking out loud, what are you doing here so early?" I was walking to reflect a bit. I believe it's something you'd be doing right now as well. Mikoto looked at him, her eyes reflecting an interest similar to his. Yes, I was thinking about a few things before going to my training spot. Minato confirmed. That's good since I was planning to visit you in your training area. Let's go together then. Mikoto spoke, opening a small smile. Let's go then. Minato agreed, heading in the opposite direction of the village center. The two young people began to walk side by side towards the training site, the conversation flowing naturally between them. Arriving at the training site, a quiet and secluded area, Minato immediately headed to the weapon stock. He picked up some kunais to practice with Mikoto. After a while, the 8-year-old boy thought of making a bold move, feeling the weight and balance of each one before choosing the ones he would use for training. Mikoto watched, her expression a mix of anticipation and curiosity about what Minato planned with this. With the kunais in hand, Minato positioned himself. He closed his eyes for a moment, taking a deep breath. It was a practice to center himself, focus his mind, and his chakra. When he reopened his eyes, there was a clear determination in his gaze. With a chakra burst in his feet, he jumped high in the air, his figure outlined against the clear sky. At the apex of his jump, Minato began to throw the kunais with surgical precision. Each flew towards the targets, embedding itself in the center with precise impact. Mikoto watched, impressed with the skill and control he demonstrated. Then came the most impressive move. Minato needed to hit a target hidden behind a tree. He threw two kunais, one to collide with the other at a calculated angle, redirecting its trajectory exactly as intended. The second kunai veered, spinning in the air and hitting almost the center of the hidden target. Mikoto couldn't contain her admiration. Minato. That was amazing, she exclaimed, her voice mixing surprise and admiration. Minato, landing lightly on the ground, turned to her with a modest smile. You saw, but I still don't have 100% accuracy, he commented. It was an acknowledgement of his skills, but also an admission that there was always room for improvement. Even so, I've never seen anyone do something like that. It was incredible, you were so bad with kunais, but now you've even surpassed me. Her words were unusual, given her generally more reserved and indifferent nature. Thanks, I guess. He murmured, thoughts of Itachi, his future son, and his perfect kunai skills passing through his mind. Decided to continue his training, Minato then created some shadow clones. One was assigned to practice chakra refinement and calligraphy. Another clone was sent to work in the grocery store. The original Minato, however, dedicated himself to training with Mikoto, a moment they both valued. The training between them began with a sparring, a small fight to test their skills and reflexes. Mikoto, specialized in small blades, had begun to swap her kunais for large needles, a choice reflecting her precision and unique style. In the end, Minato managed to take down Mikoto, a maneuver that caught her by surprise and resulted in her defeat in the fight. Damn, I really can't beat you, Minato. She was panting. But you're getting stronger, there's no denying that. He looked at her acknowledging her progress. Mikoto looked at the ground, her fatigue mixed with an emotional weight. I know, but it's still not enough, my father has been putting pressure on me lately. Her voice was low, almost as if she was admitting a weakness she rarely showed. Minato, surprised and concerned. Why is that? You're only going to be 8 years old. To him, childhood should be a time of learning and growth, not of overwhelming expectations. Mikoto sighed, I know, but with Akim releasing the Sharingan at just 6 years old, everyone thinks that the patriarch's daughter is a failure. This reflects how my father is seen. Her confession revealed how she was viewed even within one of the most powerful clans of Konoha. You're not a failure, Mikoto. Everyone has their own time and way to grow. What Akim did doesn't define your abilities or your worth. His words were sincere. Mikoto looked at Minato, a glimpse of gratitude in her eyes, but there was still a glint of disappointment. Minato, seeing that the girl was still not at ease. Let me tell you a secret about the Sharingan. Minato began, to unlock it, you need to have a powerful emotion. It's usually hatred when something precious to you is lost. Your love turns into hatred and this triggers something in the brain, activating the Sharingan. What? How do you know these things? Mikoto asked, alarmed as Minato was talking about things not even the Uchihas talked about and bringing it up in the middle of the conversation, making her skeptical of Minato's words. Don't ask me how I know these things, just trust me. Minato spoke and continued. But to activate the Sharingan, you don't necessarily need to suffer. Mikoto, knowing that to activate the power of your lineage now, the key to unlocking the Sharingan isn't just in pain or loss, but in any intense emotion that shakes your being. It can be hatred, yes, but it can also be a deep love, an unwavering determination, or even a burning desire to protect someone. Mikoto, still a bit skeptical but clearly interested, leaned forward. So, you're saying there's a way? Exactly, Minato nodded. See, the Uchihas are known for their intense passions. This doesn't mean you need to lose yourself in darkness to awaken your power. Instead, you can channel a powerful and positive emotion. Think of something or someone you desperately want to protect, or a goal you want to achieve more than anything in the world. That intense emotion, when focused, can be the key to unlocking your Sharingan. Mikoto pondered Minato's words, her mind buzzing with the possibilities. But how do I do this in practice? Practice concentration and meditation. I would initially recommend putting you in a genjutsu, but you will have to suffer for that, Minato suggested. Try focusing on a memory or goal that evokes an intense emotion in you. Train your mind to cling to that emotion and channel it. With time and practice, this intense emotional state can help trigger the activation of the Sharingan. Mikoto nodded, a mix of determination and hope in her eyes. I'll try, she said, but, Minato, how do you know so much about this? Minato just smiled mysteriously. Let's just say I've done a lot of research. And Mikoto, remember, the path to activating the Sharingan is as unique as the person who possesses it. Your journey will be only yours. With that, both went back to training for the rest of the morning before Mikoto returned to the clan and Minato stayed to practice more. Chapter 32, Third Year 02. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 34. After the intense training and conversation with Minato, Mikoto bid farewell and began walking back to the Uchiha clan complex, located in the heart of Konoha. The complex was a vast area that served as home for all clan members, as the Uchihas at this time were known for their importance and influence in the village. As she approached, the traditional characteristics of Uchiha architecture became evident. Large wooden gates with the clan symbol marked the entrance, and inside, the buildings were arranged in a way that reflected both the strength and elegance of the clan. The complex was always bustling, with clan members coming and going, training or simply taking care of their daily lives. Children walked and played in the Uchiha style, while the elders conversed or observed, maintaining order and tradition. As she walked, Mikoto felt the gazes of some clan members on her. There was a mix of expectation and judgment in those looks, a constant reminder of the pressure she faced as the daughter of the patriarch. Yet, she walked with her head held high, determined not to let these expectations define who she was or what she could become. As she neared her home, she knew she would face more training, more expectations, and perhaps even some reprimands for not living up to the achievements of other clan members. However, the conversation with Minato and the training they shared had given her a new perspective and a renewed sense of determination. Upon entering her home within the Uchiha complex, Mikoto was immediately greeted by the imposing presence of her father. He stood erect, his posture and serious gaze reflecting the authority and discipline inherent to a clan leader. His eyes met hers as soon as she entered. "Where have you been this morning, Mikoto?" His voice was firm. This was Mazu Uchiha, OC, the clan leader at this time, and Mikoto bore many of his features. Mikoto maintained her composure, knowing honesty was the best approach with her father. "I was training, father," she began, her voice calm and confident. "I went to practice and reflect a bit on my own and then met a friend." "A friend?" he asked, a slight suspicion in his tone. Would this friend be that Minato Namikaze? The mention of Minato's name made Mikoto hesitate for a brief moment. However, she nodded, confirming his suspicions. "Yes, father. Minato has been helping me with training. He's a good friend and a great training partner." Mikoto's father's gaze intensified. The top rookie of his generation, not even the child Akim can beat him with the activated Sharingan. He reflected and then turned back to Mikoto. "Do you know anything about his strange prediction abilities?" he asked seriously. "No, father, I don't know how Minato can do that," she murmured. Her father nodded after a while and spoke. "I won't deprive you of knowing an orphan, but make sure you are learning the right skills and maintaining focus on the traditions and techniques of our clan, Mikoto. Friendships are valuable, but they should not divert you from your path." Mikoto nodded in understanding and respect. "I understand, father. I promise to maintain the balance and honor our clan in everything I do." Mikoto's father gave a subtle nod, a gesture of approval mixed with the constant vigilance he maintained over his daughter and her future. "Now go get ready, just because you trained with your friend doesn't mean you won't go through clan training this afternoon," he said and turned to leave. Mikoto nodded, going to her room before grabbing something to eat prior to the training led by her father. Mikoto began her daily training routine at the Uchiha clan complex. The place was filled with young and old practicing, each absorbed in their own journey to perfect their skills. She found a quiet space where she could concentrate without interruptions and started her usual exercises, moving with precision and focus. As she practiced, Minato's words echoed in her mind. He had spoken about activating the Sharingan through intense emotions, a method that differed from the traditional and sometimes painful approaches she knew. Mikoto felt a mix of curiosity and skepticism about these claims. How could Minato, someone from outside the clan, know so much about the Sharingan, a secret so closely guarded by the Uchiha? She closed her eyes for a moment, trying to connect with the deep emotions Minato mentioned. She thought about the challenges she faced, the pressure of being the patriarch's daughter, and the expectations that came with her surname. Mikoto tried to channel all these emotions, focusing on something that truly mattered to her, something that would ignite a burning passion within her being. The practice continued, and Mikoto moved with renewed determination, each strike and movement imbued with a deeper purpose. She wasn't just training to improve her physical skills, she was trying to awaken something within herself, something she believed to be the key to her evolution as a ninja and as an Uchiha. As the training progressed, Mikoto allowed herself to feel a full range of emotions, from frustration and the desire to prove her worth to the love and dedication she felt for her clan and family. She knew that activating the Sharingan wouldn't be an easy task, and it might not happen immediately, but she was determined to explore this new perspective, questioning the limits of what she knew and seeking to grow beyond them. Mikoto finished her training with a sense of accomplishment mixed with restlessness. Minato's words had planted a seed of curiosity and challenge within her, and she was ready to pursue this path, no matter how uncertain or difficult it might be. Mikoto stopped training and sat down under a secluded tree. She closed her eyes and began to meditate, knowing she needed to find a focus, something that would evoke a strong enough emotional response to potentially trigger the awakening of her Sharingan. She scoured her memories and feelings, searching for that trigger. Her thoughts wandered to a certain blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy, Minato. Mikoto remembered how she had met him and how he became increasingly strong and a little distant from her, but he always had his encouraging smile, and how he believed in her more than anyone else. She thought about his determination, his strength, and how he faced his own challenges with courage, despite his more humble origins. A wave of emotions flooded her, admiration, gratitude, perhaps even something deeper. As these feelings grew within her, Mikoto felt something shift. Her body reacted instinctively, and she focused all her attention on that whirlwind of emotions. She wanted to protect that bond, wanted to live up to Minato's expectations, wanted to be strong. It was a mix of love, respect, and a burning desire not to be left behind. Suddenly, a sharp and powerful sensation coursed through her eyes. Mikoto opened them slowly, and the world around her seemed different. Colors and movements were sharper, and she could feel a new depth in her perception. She stood up and ran to a lake near the training area without looking at anyone, running with anxiety. As she approached the water, reflected in it were two intense red eyes, with a single tomo in each. The Sharingan was finally activated. Mikoto was agape, surprised and thrilled with her success. She had managed it, and the thought of Minato, the boy with blonde hair and blue eyes, had been the key to unlocking her latent power. With the Sharingan active, Mikoto felt a new wave of determination. She had finally awakened the Sharingan just a few hours after talking to Minato, something no one would believe, but she was the real proof that it happened. As Mikoto moved away from the lake, where the reflection of her newly activated Sharingan eyes still shimmered on the water's surface, she felt a tumultuous mix of emotions. There was a sense of triumph and revelation pulsing through her, an energy that felt both new and ancient at the same time. It was the power of her clan, finally awakened within her, all thanks to a conversation with Minato. "This is incredible," she whispered to herself, her voice laden with admiration and a hint of incredulity. Minato was really right about the Sharingan. The words he shared, the ideas he proposed about activating the Sharingan through intense emotions, had proven true in a way she never expected. However, with this realization, came a sharp concern. If Minato's knowledge about the Sharingan became known, it could bring unwanted trouble for him, especially considering the secret and sacred nature of this information within the Uchiha clan. But I mustn't tell anyone about what he told me, she decided firmly. It could be dangerous for him, so I'll keep it as my own secret. She knew that protecting Minato was as important as honoring her own clan. And then, a gentle warmth emerged in her chest, a feeling of gratitude and affection that she rarely allowed to blossom so freely. She placed a hand over her heart, feeling the steady beat and the warmth of the emotions growing within her. But I'm so glad to know him. She couldn't deny the impact that Minato had on her life. Somehow, he had become an important part of her journey, not just as a training partner but as someone who challenged her to see the world, and herself, in a different way. The emotions she felt about Minato were complex and deep, blooming intensely within her, like a carefully guarded flame that had been fueled by words of encouragement and acts of friendship. Chapter 33, Third Year 03. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 34. Dawn bathed Konoha in its gentle light, heralding the start of a new academic year at the Ninja Academy. Minato, now entering his third year, was already accustomed to the feelings of the start of the school year. He had spent the holidays dedicating himself to rigorous training and in-depth studies, with a few casual meetings among his friends, even though Mikoto had not appeared anymore after the conversation about the Sharingan he had with her. But he hoped to see her as he walked towards the academy. Other than that, Minato continued walking and mentally reviewing his goals for the year. He wanted to refine his techniques, learn all the basic jutsus, and continue to strengthen his body and mind. His third year in this world promised to be more demanding than the others. As he approached the academy, the familiar wooden and stone structure rose before him, the fire symbol stamped on the gate in kanji. Students of all ages were already there, all gathered in a whirlwind of activity and noise. Minato entered the third-year classroom, his eyes sweeping the space for familiar faces. Soon, his gaze found Makoto arguing with Tsuna about something. He walked to his usual place. As Minato got closer, the discussion between Makoto and Tsuna became clearer. The two were engaged in a heated debate, while many students looked on with interest, already accustomed to the fierce competition between the two 8-year-old girls. Tsuna, with a defiant posture, taunted Makoto, her Senjus spirit evident in every word. "What do you think, Uchiha? I'm going to beat you badly this year." Makoto responded with a sharp look, the typical serenity of the Uchiha present even amid the provocation. "Tisk, Senju, you're always such a wild one." The response made Tsuna frown, her fighting spirit more ignited than ever. "What did you say? Want to get beaten up?" She stepped forward, the challenge clear in her tone. Makoto sighed lightly, as if Tsuna's bravado was something she had come to expect. "Please, Tsuna, you know it's not a matter of wanting. It's a matter of can. And we all know that, when it comes to technique and control, the Uchiha have the edge." Tsuna laughed, crossing her arms. "Oh, yes, the famous eyes of the Uchiha. But don't forget, Makoto, the strength and stamina of the Senju are not something to be underestimated. This year, I'll show you the true power of our clan." Makoto kept her gaze fixed on Tsuna, the challenge and confidence clearly etched on her face. "I'm looking forward to it, Tsuna. You'll be surprised how much I've evolved. Prepare to cry with your defeat." Her words were firm, but the small smile playing on her lips softened the threat, turning it into a friendly promise of competition. "I see you guys are already excited." The moment Minato intervened, both turned towards him. "Minato, you finally showed up." Tsuna greeted him with a broad smile, her usual vibrant energy making her greeting warm and welcoming. Makoto, on the other hand, seemed momentarily taken aback. As soon as she saw him, a slight blush tinted her cheeks, and she averted her gaze, murmuring a shy, "Minato." It was a subtle reaction, and neither of the other two noticed. Minato continued his way and sat next to them. He asked a basic question. "Ready to start the year?" He maintained a cheerful smile for both of them on each side. "Of course." Makoto replied, still avoiding direct eye contact with Minato, her voice calm and somewhat distant. "Let's rock it." Tsuna responded with her usual enthusiasm, her contagious energy filling the space around her. While Minato and Tsuna continued to chat, Makoto remained a bit more reserved, participating when necessary but clearly lost in her own thoughts, somewhat avoiding Minato. The conversation was interrupted by the start of the class, with the arrival of a familiar teacher. "Hello third-year students, we're together once again," Maki Fuma announced, entering the room with an energetic vibe, surprising all the students. "Did we get a new teacher again?" asked a student, their curiosity echoing the sentiment of the class. "Yes, I'm back with you this year," Fuma responded with a small smile, clarifying the situation and the reason for the change. "Professor Aburame has been promoted to Jonin, no longer needing to teach and serving Konoha elsewhere with his abilities." "Amazing. Aburame-sensei became a Jonin." The room filled with murmurs about the promotion of the former teacher. Many liked him last year, and Minato was one, as nobody helped Minato more than Aburame-sensei with the beginner's book for Fuinjutsu. But attention quickly turned to Fuma as he continued. "Anyway, let's start the class. As I'm already familiar with everyone, let's continue what we're going to learn." With that, the class officially began. All eyes turned to the teacher. Inoichi, always curious and eager, raised a question that was on many minds. "Are we really going to finally learn jutsus this year?" His voice was full of anticipation. Fuma smiled, aware of the students' anticipation. "Yes, we will learn the basics this year. You're classified as an elite class, which means that in addition to higher quality lessons, greater results than other classes are also expected from you, so I want you to strive for that. You need to learn the 3 basic techniques by the end of the year. In the coming years, with the elite program, you'll learn basic elemental jutsus with a jonin a few days a week." The announcement triggered a wave of excitement. "Ha ha ha ha. We're going to learn jutsus," exclaimed a student, his joy reflecting the collective feeling. "This is so cool," said another, almost jumping out of his chair with excitement. "I was classified as a fire element, I can't wait to spit fire," commented a third student, imagining their future abilities. "I was with an affinity for water, I can't wait to launch amazing jutsus," another shared, their eyes sparkling with possibilities. The revelation that they would learn elemental jutsu still in the academy left Minato genuinely surprised. "Incredible, we're going to learn elemental jutsus in the academy." He knew this wasn't common. In fact, he never expected something like this, even though he was surprised by the affinity test in the first year. Minato was still recalling that, in the original Naruto work, almost no genin was taught outside their clan. Konoha's academy was evidently taking a new direction with this class. Tsuna, always well-informed, confirmed his suspicions. "Yes, my mom said that this is usually not taught by the academy, you really only practice when you're a chunin or don't have a clan behind you." But our class is part of a special program from the village. With our results over the last 2 years, the village's higher-ups decided to put us with new jutsus beyond the basic ones to test if the village can create a stronger force. Mikoto, curious, questioned Tsuna about how she knew so many details. How do you know all this? Tsuna replied as if it were obvious, my mother is a student of the Hokage. The third Hokage personally asked her opinion about the program, and many parents were called in for this. Your father must have been involved as well, since he's the patriarch of your clan. Mikoto was a little surprised and perhaps disappointed that her own father hadn't discussed these changes with her. I see. He didn't tell me about these things, she murmured. Anyway, isn't this a great opportunity for all of us? We're going to learn elemental jutsus. He was particularly excited, thinking about exploring his affinities with wind, lightning, and fire elements. Even though we learn some in our clans, it's good to practice in the academy. My father says that the earlier we practice, the greater our chakra reserves will develop. Mikoto spoke. The Uchiha is right. I personally haven't started practicing elemental jutsus yet to focus on chakra refinement and control with my mother, but next year will be a good opportunity to start. Tsuna spoke and turned back to look at her classmates. What are your affinities? Mine are earth and water. I plan to focus on water initially. Fire, like any Uchiha. Mikoto spoke. Wind, fire, lightning, and yang. I want to develop yang and lightning. Minato responded, leaving the girls shocked. Wait, now that I remember, you became famous for having 3 affinities, but yang too. Tsuna expressed. 4 affinities? I knew you were special, Minato, but that's amazing. Mikoto looked at Minato with admiration. I became famous? Yes, I didn't do the test with a special affinity paper, but I know I have an advanced affinity in yang. It's by far my main affinity. Minato spoke calmly. Even though he had never developed his fruit, he felt that his power was there, dormant. I hope you master them all. Mikoto spoke surprisingly in a supportive tone for Minato. I hope so too, but I won't be left behind. Tsuna spoke. As the day progressed, Professor Fuma started the class with the basic concepts for the year, followed by a practical lesson. Minato, although physically present, had his mind divided. He had created 4 clones that were training in his personal training space, along with Tsuna's clones. The capacity had evolved to the point where Minato could create 5 clones, only surpassed by the 6 that Tsuna could create, yet he and the girl used their clones to multiply their opportunities for training and learning. Chapter 34, 3rd Year 04. Third Person POV. Konoha, Year 34. After the first day of class, the following months of the 3rd year at the Konoha Ninja Academy passed like a blur for Minato. Each day was an opportunity to hone his skills, and he dived into his training with tireless dedication. The focus of the 3rd year was firmly established on chakra control exercises, with exercises like sticking a leaf to the forehead and even applying chakra to ink for common seals with Fuinjutsu. Under the attentive guidance of Professor Fuma and with the constant motivation from his friends Mikoto and Tsuna, Minato spent hours practicing refining his chakra. Half a year since the academy started, and Minato continued the usual routine. Mikoto was more distant this year than usual, saying she was training new skills that she had awakened and would focus on that until she was accustomed. Tsuna also spent more time studying medicine with her mother along with chakra control but occasionally sent a clone to train with Minato in the usual spot. Minato noted even more improvement in his control. His calligraphy was getting better each day, and he could now execute 6 shadow clones with the whole day activated and up to 20 clones for 1 hour activated. It was after all these months with the professor focusing on training the students' refinement and chakra control that the awaited day began. Some students had already mastered these techniques after learning them from their clan, but the majority had never trained them until then. One morning at the start of the second half of the 3rd year, Professor Fuma began the class on the transformation jutsu. This jutsu, he began, is fundamental for deceiving the enemy and for espionage. With it, you can transform into anything, from another person to an object. He demonstrated by quickly transforming into a colleague and then into a table similar to his, placed side by side with the object. Some students watched fascinated, eager to try. The professor explained the importance of observing the transformation target in detail, emphasizing precision in every detail, from the color of the eyes to the texture of the skin as well as characteristics of non-living objects. After going through the fundamentals of the technique and hand seals, Minato and others practiced, making mistakes and adjusting, until they managed convincing transformations of each other. When Professor Fuma introduced the substitution jutsu, the room was filled with cushions and wooden logs. This jutsu, he explained, is about perception and speed. You must be quick enough to replace yourself with an object before being hit. He demonstrated, asking a student to attack him with kunais, who, in the blink of an eye, was replaced by a log. The students practiced in pairs, one attacking while the other tried to substitute in time. Minato found a rhythm, focusing on sensing the right moment to make the switch. With practice, he and his classmates began to execute the jutsu with more skill. In an afternoon, Professor Fuma gathered the class to teach the clone jutsu. This jutsu creates illusory copies of yourself, he explained. They're not physical, but can be used to confuse the enemy and create openings for attack. He created several clones of himself, making them move in sync. The students practiced, focusing on dividing their chakra and controlling multiple entities at the same time. Minato didn't find the jutsu challenging initially, he quickly mastered it, but as it was just a practical class, he didn't show off much. Naruto had immense difficulty performing this jutsu, when the multi-shadow clone jutsu was learned by him in a few hours. It all indicates that he, possessing a large amount of chakra for being an Uzumaki and Jinchuriki, had difficulty in its control. But here I am doing it easily, of course, I can't even get close to the number of clones that Naruto could create, but this only reinforces that he just didn't have chakra control and nobody helped him with that, something hard to believe that everyone was oblivious to Naruto's difficulty, only that no one wanted to help him. Minato reflected. With each new class practicing the basic jutsus, Professor Fuma offered tips, corrected postures, and encouraged the students to understand not just the movements but the logic and strategy behind each jutsu. Minato approached the training of each basic jutsu with tireless dedication and a sharp mind, always seeking to understand not only the execution but the essence and practical application of each technique. On the training field with the transformation jutsu practice, Minato began by carefully observing the world around him, memorizing details of people, animals, and objects. He practiced transforming into classmates with shadow clones, then into smaller items like stones and branches, and finally into more complex things, such as moving animals. With each transformation, he became faster and more precise, adjusting every detail until it was virtually indistinguishable from the original. When it came to the substitution jutsu, Minato understood that the key was anticipation and speed. He started practicing with slow attacks, gradually increasing the speed as his perception and reaction time improved. He also experimented with different objects for substitution, learning to choose the most suitable one for different situations. Over time, Minato's ability to perform the Kawarimi no Jutsu in a fraction of a few seconds became notable. The clone jutsu was particularly easy, and he didn't need to perform them much to fully master the technique, opting to continue using the shadow clones that were much better for training. His progress did not go unnoticed. Minato once again became someone to be followed by example, as he easily became the first to fully master the jutsu, even among students who had already been trained by their parents and clans. Minato easily surpassed everyone. After 2 months of intense training in basic jutsus, Minato realized that he had mastered these techniques to the point where he no longer saw the need to focus exclusively on them. He decided, then, to direct his attention to more advanced and challenging areas, including mastering his fruit, which granted him unique abilities. On a particularly productive afternoon, Minato was training taijutsu with a clone. He had blindfolded his eyes to sharpen his other senses and make the training more challenging. The combat between him and the clone was frenetic and intense, each movement full of purpose and strength. It was during one of these rapid exchanges that something extraordinary happened. The clone landed a solid kick on Minato's shoulder. Instead of feeling the usual impact, Minato felt a strange sensation and saw, upon removing the blindfold, that the area hit was glowing intensely. His shoulder had turned into light, making it intangible and allowing the clone's strike to pass straight through. This. Finally, after almost 3 years. Minato couldn't help but exclaim, his voice full of excitement and disbelief. His fruit, the source of his unique power, had finally manifested in a way he had never experienced before. He laughed out loud, a laugh that echoed across the training field. Ha 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 ha. Am I the Lightman now? Finally, will I live up to my future nickname, Yellow Flash? He was excited about the possibilities, about fully mastering this ability and using it in ways no one had ever imagined. Wanting to test his newfound power further, Minato looked at the clone and ordered. Quick, punch me in the stomach. The clone, without hesitation, lunged forward and landed a strong punch on his abdomen. However, instead of the sensation of intangibility that he expected, Minato felt the complete blow, a sharp and sudden pain that made him kneel. Oh. That hurt, he complained, surprised and a bit disappointed. Well, it seems the fruit isn't under control yet. The clone murmured, observing Minato still recovering from the punch. Minato nodded, still feeling the pain from the punch. He knew that mastering the ability to become intangible wouldn't be an easy task and would require much more practice and understanding. But he also knew that he was on the right path and that every step forward, even those involving pain and surprises, brought him closer to becoming the ninja he aspired to be. With the initial experience of his transformation into light, an unwavering determination took over Minato. From that moment on, he dedicated himself even more fervently to his training, seeking to understand and control the extraordinary power that resided within him. Day after day, he challenged himself, pushing his limits and accepting pain as part of the process. With every new injury, every bruise or cut, he saw a sign of progress, a testament to his commitment. To others, Minato's new approach to training seemed almost masochistic. He returned from the training fields visibly more bruised than usual, with bruises and scratches marking his skin. The sight was enough to worry any friend, and both Mikoto and Suna expressed their unease. They watched him with concerned glances, questioning him about his constant battered conditions. "Minato, are you okay?" "This is looking extreme," Suna would say, a wrinkle of concern marking her forehead. Mikoto, with a serious expression and a tone laden with care, would add, "You don't need to push yourself so hard. What are you trying to achieve?" Each time, Minato would just smile and reassure them, assuring them he was fine. "I'm just training a lot lately," he would insist. "It's necessary to master what I need to learn." Although his friends remained skeptical, they recognized the determination and passion that shone in Minato's eyes. Then, a month after the start of this intense journey, it happened. During a particularly long and exhausting training session, Minato felt something change. A wave of energy, more powerful and clear than ever before, flooded his body. He stopped, recognizing the sign of something significant happening. Opening his eyes, he looked at his arm and saw a sight that left him breathless. His arm was glowing intensely, bathed in an almost blinding light. He had transformed into pure light, a physical and visible manifestation of the fruit's power. The energy flowed through him, pulsating and alive, a sensation that was both strange and wonderfully familiar. Minato was stunned by the phenomenon unfolding before his eyes. His arm, now an entity of pure light, moved in harmony with his commands, a luminous and intangible extension of his own being. He lifted it, turning and flexing, amazed at the fluidity and grace with which the light followed each movement. There was greater control this time, a deeper connection between his will and the manifestation of his ability. With a mix of curiosity and daring, Minato began to experiment. He touched objects around him, fascinated by the strange sensation that coursed through his being. Where his light arm met matter, there was no resistance, just a smooth and ethereal passage. It was a disconcerting feeling, the absence of solidity, but also incredibly exciting. The possibilities that this power opened up were vast and varied, extending far beyond combat, although its application in battle was undoubtedly formidable. At that moment, the image of Kizaru, the admiral from One Piece, known for his ability to transform and move at the speed of light, came to his mind. Minato imagined himself executing similar movements, gliding across the battlefield with unmatched speed and grace. The idea of emulating such feats, of becoming such an agile and powerful force, filled him with fervent excitement. He knew, however, that he had a long way to go. The initial manifestation of his power was just the beginning, the tip of the iceberg in an ocean of potential yet to be explored. Mastering this ability completely would require time, patience, and an unwavering will to overcome the inevitable challenges. With a new sense of purpose and possibility, Minato continued his training with renewed vigor. He told himself that each day, he would delve deeper into the reach and limits of his ability, testing and expanding the boundaries of what was possible. And with each advancement, he came closer to becoming the legend he was destined to be, the Yellow Flash of Konoha, a ninja whose speed and power would be celebrated for generations. As the light of dusk gave way to the mantle of night, Minato trained tirelessly, an illuminated figure moving with determination and hope. He was on the threshold of something grand, and nothing in the world could halt his advance. The journey would be long and full of challenges, but Minato was ready. And the future, a bright and swift future, was calling. Chapter 35, Third Year 05. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 34. In the training field, surrounded by the quiet of the morning, Minato was immersed in solitary and intense training. The light emitted by his arm illuminated the area around him, creating a spectacle of shadows and clarity that danced to the rhythm of his movements, even during the daylight. He was focused on a clear objective, maintaining the light state of his arm and trying to mold it, understanding the nuances and limits of this unique form. With the help of clones, Minato tested the intangibility of his arm. One clone punched while another threw kunais, each blow passing straight through his luminous form. He watched, fascinated and attentive, as his ability reacted under different angles and intensities. The feeling of becoming immune to physical attacks was both exciting and disorienting. If my body is immune to physical attacks, I won't be able to receive any more attacks, and that will be difficult to explain when someone from the higher-ups realizes this. Minato murmured to himself, his low voice lost in the morning breeze. He was fully aware of the implications of his abilities. Being immune to physical attacks was an incredible power, but it also brought with it a series of complications, especially in a world where beings with extraordinary abilities were often seen as threats or opportunities for study. Minato knew that he didn't want to become a subject of study, an experiment in the hands of others. He also didn't wish to be branded as a renegade, forced to flee from the village that he now considered his home and had sworn to protect when he decided to follow the shinobi path. These prospects led him to a clear conclusion: he needed to hide his ability to become intangible until he was in a position of sufficient strength and influence. For now, I will continue to hone my skills in secret, he thought, determined. When I have powerful allies and sufficient merits, then I can reveal my true power without consequences. With that thought in mind, Minato continued his training, each movement and experiment shaping his abilities. He knew that the path ahead would be filled with challenges and difficult decisions. After all, he wouldn't just be a ninja, he would be Minato, the future yellow flash of Konoha, and he was determined to carve his own path, illuminated by the light of his convictions and the brilliance of his power. Minato, with his arm still emitting a soft and continuous glow, decided to take his training a step further. Inspired by the abilities of characters he knew from his memories, he focused intensely, trying to feel and direct the energy flowing through him. Then, with iron determination, Minato attempted to take a step forward while maintaining his arm in the form of light. However, instead of the fluid and fast movement he expected, his body hesitated, faltering between physical and luminous forms. Minato tried again, this time attempting to run. He imagined his entire form becoming light, moving with the speed and grace that his power promised. However, the reality was much different. He became unbalanced, stumbling and almost falling. Each attempt to move as light resulted in a struggle, an uncomfortable disconnection between his mind, his body, and the energy he was trying to manipulate. Frustrated but not discouraged, Minato paused to reflect on the difficulties he was facing. He knew his goals were ambitious, perhaps even premature, considering his current level of understanding and control over his fruit. The transformation into light is very complex, challenging not just the laws of physics but also the very nature of my physical existence, Minato murmured, looking at his arm of light. I'm not there yet, he admitted to himself, taking a deep breath to calm down. But that doesn't mean it's impossible. It just means I need more practice, more understanding. The good thing about this is that I don't use chakra to maintain this form. It comes directly from my physical energy, and having a body with the potential of people from One Piece gives me a significant advantage in stamina compared to people with chakra bodies from this world, Minato reflected, as he had the advantage of using two energies. Unlike taijutsu specialists in this world, he could use physical energy to emit explosions and move at the speed of light with mastery of his power. Minato resumed his training, returning to more basic exercises of control and transformation, trying to master his power even if it takes years of training. During not just that day, he continued training his fruit every day. Unfortunately, he could only train with his original body with the Pika Pika No Mi, as no clone could use this power, but it doesn't mean he wouldn't train, putting clones to practice his calligraphy, chakra control, and even observation haki since his experience with the clones could contribute to the increase of his perception. Minato made the most of the day until it finally darkened. He had put a clone to the academy and one to work, so the clones dispersed. Minato returned to the orphanage. He greeted everyone and rested for the next day. When he returned to the training site and was about to enter his state of light, he felt a presence approaching. It was Tsuna. Her haki was sharper than before, taking a distance of 20 meters around her. If he had to classify the level of observation haki, he would say he has 10 levels, and currently, Minato is at level 2, which is a great achievement for an 8-year-old boy. Even in One Piece, he would be considered a great genius. Tsuna. Minato called out to the approaching girl. Damn it, Minato, I can't even scare you, you're a damn censor. She growled, seeing that Minato had easily discovered her. Yes, I'm a censor, Minato said, rolling his eyes. What else could he say? Minato, I could have talked to your clone, but you wouldn't know in time, so I sent this clone of mine to talk to you, she said. And what's so urgent that you needed to seek my original? Minato raised an eyebrow. Because I want to invite you to my house tonight. She said with a bright smile. Why so sudden? Minato was a little stunned by Tsuna's invitation. He had never been to her house, he never imagined her inviting him, especially on a night, for what seems like a dinner. Tsuna took a deep breath, clearly trying to gather courage. Well, my mother is home for a few days. She wants to meet my closest friends, and, you're my closest friend. Well, so I wanted to invite you to dinner at the Senju residence tonight. It would be an honor for me if you came. Tsuna was blushing greatly and continued even redder. But remember, don't think this is a date or anything, just a dinner to meet my family. Minato was still surprised by the invitation but completely ignored the part about the date mentioned by Tsuna. Dinner with Tsuna's family, especially being the daughter of Tsunade and the great-granddaughter of Mito-sama. Tsunade was a living legend in Konoha, known for her phenomenal strength and unparalleled medical abilities, even at this time when she is still not considered a legendary sannin. And there was also the possibility of meeting Mito-sama, someone Minato imagined meeting only after Kushina's arrival. Well, this is quite sudden, but yes, I accept the invitation, Tsuna, Minato replied with a genuine smile. It would be a pleasure to dine with your family. Thank you for inviting me. Tsuna exhaled, relieved and happy. Great. It will be tonight. I'll wait for you at the entrance of the academy about 3 hours after the classes, and we'll go together, okay? Yes, let's meet at that time then, Minato agreed. Great, goodbye. Tsuna, still a bit red, dispersed her clone the next moment before Minato could react. Boof. She didn't even let me ask what kind of clothes I should wear. Minato murmured to the dissipating smoke. Chapter 36, Third Year 06. Third Person POV. Konoha, Year 34. Minato continued training with his main body using the Pika Pika No Mi, but still without success in moving with the power of light. When he realized it, it was already time to leave the place to get ready for Tsuna's dinner. Returning to the orphanage, the boy informed Madame Garite that he would be dining at the Senjus house, which left her a bit surprised, but she didn't prevent him from going. "Just don't come back too late, otherwise, I'll send a chunin after you," she warned seriously. "I'll be here before you know it," Minato agreed. He ended up wearing normal clothes. After all, he didn't have many clothes for special occasions. Even though he earned some money from his work at the warehouse, he still had expenses to train his jutsu. Wearing simple but suitable clothes for a social dinner, he left the orphanage as it began to darken, arriving in front of the academy, where he found Tsuna dressed up quite nicely for an 8-year-old girl. "Hello, Minato," she said a bit shyly. "Hi, Tsuna," Minato greeted. "Shall we go?" she said hastily, and Minato agreed. Tsuna guided the two through Konoha to the village center, where the Senju complex was located, as one of the main clans. "Welcome to the Senju clan. You've never been here, have you?" she asked with a smile, no longer so shy but excited. "No, it's my first time coming here," Minato said, but not without being impressed with one of the richest places in the village, the residences where the first and second Hokages lived. Entering the complex, Minato noticed some activity in the place, but Tsuna pulled him straight to the main house. The place was imposing, with traditional architecture and a well-maintained garden that reflected the status and history of the family. "Here we go." Tsuna grabbed Minato and pulled him inside quickly. "We're here," Tsuna announced, removing her shoes at the door, and Minato did the same. "Don't be noisy, Tsuna," Minato heard a voice coming from inside the place, imagining it was Tsuna's mother. "Don't be like that, mother," Tsuna said with a smile as she approached the kitchen with Minato right behind. Minato entered the Senju residence, feeling a bit nervous but deeply honored to have been invited to dine with such a renowned family. The room where he was received was cozy, with a rich table prepared for dinner. As his eyes settled on the people around the table, he immediately recognized some important figures. Den was there, Tsuna's father, whose kindness in the past had left a positive impression on Minato. Nawaki, her uncle, was also present. Minato remembered well their somewhat hostile first encounter when Nawaki threw 2 kunais in his direction, creating a tense situation. The 2 women at the table were unmistakable. Tsunade was setting plates on the table, and a lady in quite traditional clothing whom Minato immediately recognized by her red hair. Despite her old age, the color didn't seem to lose its luster with age. This was Mito Senju, from the Uzumaki clan. She had a kind and wise look, whose eyes reflected the wisdom of many years. As for Tsunade, Minato could not fail to know who she was. Already with her small mark on her forehead, Tsunade Senju had a fierce look and eyed Minato as if spotting prey. "This is my family, Minato," Tsuna announced proudly as they looked at each other. "This is Tsunade, my mother, Dan, my father, Nawaki, my uncle, and Mito, my great-grandmother. It's a great honor to be here." "Thank you for having me in your home," Minato said, his voice carrying a mix of nervousness and respect. Tsunade, with her penetrating and fierce gaze, evaluated Minato. "I've heard a lot about you, Minato. Tsuna often talks about your adventures, abilities, and your character. We are happy to have you with us tonight. I hope you're treating my daughter very well." Her final words carried a tone that could be interpreted as both advice and a veiled threat. Internally, Minato squirmed a bit at the insinuation, thinking, what kind of question is that? He knew Tsunade was an imposing figure with a fierce protective instinct, especially when it came to her daughter. "Tsuna is a great friend, and I have the utmost respect for her achievements. Our friendship is based on mutual respect and support," Minato replied, hoping to alleviate any concerns Tsunade might have. "That sounds like boyfriends," Nawaki murmured, causing Tsuna to blush. "Don't say those things," she shouted at her teenage uncle. Mito, with a gentle smile and welcoming eyes, intervened to ease the atmosphere. "We are happy to welcome you, Minato. I've also heard a lot about you. Come, young ones, sit at the table," Mito requested, and both Minato and Tsuna went to their places. Dan, with his easy smile and gentle manner, was one of the first to strike up a conversation with Minato after the initial tension subsided. "Minato, Tsuna told us about your incredible abilities," Dan began, a glint of genuine interest in his eyes. "It's always a pleasure to see talented young people growing in our village. You are the #1 rookie, aren't you? I am always looking to improve and learn more. Every day that a new chance arises to surpass my limits, I take it to improve," he replied politely. Nawaki, always analytical and perceptive, asked, "And what is the famous #1 rookie of the elite class up to these days?" "Uncle," Tsuna murmured, not liking Nawaki's tone. "Don't be like that, Tsuna. I'm just curious. Many talk about Minato Namikaze, but few really know about him," he said, looking at Minato. "I train basic things, I'm learning simple fuinjutsu seals, and I'm focused on physical training," Minato said. "Physical training," Nawaki made a face. Don't talk like that. Minato has the best results in the academy. He can even use chakra to strengthen his body. Tsuna defended him before Minato could respond. Ho 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 ho. It seems little Tsuna likes to defend her friend, Mito said, laughing, leaving Tsuna a bit red since she couldn't respond to her great-grandmother. Mito, who had been listening attentively until then, smiled at Minato with a warm and open expression. I've heard that you are a prodigy, perhaps the only one born in a generation. The village is indeed blessed with someone like you, but I'm surprised by your interest in Fuinjutsu. Tsuna mentioned that you're training. It's good to see someone young interested in the art of seals. You won't regret it in the future. Thank you. I also believe that. I have great expectations in that area, and I'm willing to work hard to reach them, Minato spoke with conviction. Tsunade, who had been observing the conversation, finally joined in. Well, if you keep working hard and maintain that attitude, I'm sure you will achieve what you desire. Just don't forget to take care of yourself in the process, she advised, a touch of softness in her voice, very different from the predator look from before. As everyone sat down for dinner, Minato found himself immersed in conversations about everything from ninja techniques to stories of the Senju clan. He listened intently, learning not just about Tsuna's family but also about the history of Konoha and the responsibilities and honors that came with being part of one of the founding clans. As the evening progressed, Minato felt a growing connection with everyone at the table. The initial nervousness gave way to a sense of belonging and friendship. Minato felt like he was being introduced into the Senju family that night. Tsuna was cheerful and Minato conversed a lot with each member there. I still remember when I threw 2 kunais at your boyfriend, Tsuna. Nawaki said with a smile in the midst of a conversation. The sentence made Tsuna instantly blush, her cheeks tinting red as she shot a reproachful look at Nawaki. Nawaki. Don't be silly, he's just a very good friend and a training partner. The dinner continued, however, as the night advanced, Minato realized it was getting late. He remembered that Madame Garit might start worrying if he took too long to return. Despite enjoying every moment with the Senju family, he knew he needed to be responsible and consider the concerns of those who cared for him. I really appreciate the hospitality and wonderful company, Minato said, standing up from the table. But I think I need to leave now. Madame Garit might start to worry if I get back too late. Tsunade nodded with understanding. Of course, Minato. We can understand that. Feel free to visit us again whenever you want. Dan extended his hand for a firm shake. It was a pleasure to meet you, Minato. You are always welcome here. Tsuna smiled and accompanied him to the door. Thanks for coming, Minato. Let's talk at the academy tomorrow, okay? It's a pity, young man, I would have liked to show you some of my scrolls, as it's always good to guide the young, but we can leave that for another time. I hope to see you again here, Minato Namikaze, Mito said with a gentle smile. Minato smiled, thanking everyone again before leaving the Senju house and walking under Konoha's night sky. Minato quickly returned to the orphanage and found the woman waiting for him, warming his heart with the concern of the woman who not only took care of him but the entire orphanage. Chapter 37, 3rd Year 07. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 34. The next day, Tsuna brought a book on Fuinjutsu given by Mito-sama herself, which left Minato extremely surprised. This book was an intermediate guide on seals. He was excited to learn about these new seals and start applying them as soon as he was ready. The last months of the school year were of absolute dedication and commitment for Minato. Each day was a new opportunity to advance and refine his skills, and he committed to making the most of the remaining time before the end of classes. Training his fruit continued to be a challenge, but he kept it in mind every day. He made some significant breakthroughs, learning to better control the transformation into light. Now with a more advanced book from the Uzumaki clan, considered a treasure in Minato's opinion given by Mito, his interest in Fuinjutsu was fueled by valuable tips from Mito during the dinner at the Senju residence. Her wisdom and experience in seals and techniques were invaluable, and Minato absorbed all he could. He spent hours deciphering the complex seals and theories, practicing tirelessly to incorporate these seals even as a means of extra income. The continuous refinement of his chakra control allowed Minato to now produce up to 6 shadow clones. This advancement significantly increased his training and multitasking capabilities, allowing him to explore and practice multiple techniques simultaneously. Basic jutsus from the academy had been mastered by Minato months ago. Transformation, substitution, and clone jutsus were something he even had to set aside. As the last day of class approached, Minato looked back and saw how much he had changed and grown. He was no longer the same student who entered the academy. Now, he was equipped with vast knowledge, refined skills, and an unwavering determination to continue growing and becoming a ninja who would make a difference in Konoha and the ninja world. The last day of class at the Ninja Academy was dedicated to final tests, a crucial day that would determine each student's progress and proficiency in the knowledge and skills they had learned throughout the year. The morning began with written tests, where students were challenged with questions about ninja theory, mathematics, strategy, Konoha history, and theoretical knowledge of jutsus. Minato, with his sharp mind and memory, breezed through the questions, quickly finishing with a perfect score. In the afternoon, students gathered in the training field for practical evaluations, starting with basic jutsus. When it was Minato's turn, he positioned himself calmly in front of the class, his gaze focused and determined. First, he performed the clone jutsu, but instead of creating one or two, he surprised everyone by forming several clones simultaneously. The class and the teacher watched, astonished, as Minato's clones lined up perfectly beside him. Without wasting time, each clone, along with Minato, began to perform the transformation jutsu. In an instant, the field was filled with identical replicas of each of Minato's classmates, each transformation a perfect copy of the original. Murmurs of surprise and admiration ran through the class as they watched the impressive display. Finally, to demonstrate the substitution jutsu, Minato and his clones coordinated a movement where each one was attacked and replaced by a wooden log, all disappearing and reappearing in different locations of the field almost instantly with a quick execution of substitution. The execution was so fast and fluid that it left the class and even the teacher in awe. After the demonstration, the teacher approached Minato, a smile of approval on his face. "Incredible, Minato. Your ability to create and control so many clones, and still perform jutsus with each one of them, is a testament to your immense amount of chakra and refined control. You have not only mastered the basic jutsus but elevated them to a new level." Minato's classmates, still recovering from the initial shock, began to applaud and praise, recognizing the talent and effort he had demonstrated. Minato's performance not only secured him the top grade in the class but also set a new standard of excellence and dedication. The end of the day at the Ninja Academy was reserved for physical exams, a series of tests designed to assess each student's fitness, agility, and accuracy. Minato, already confident after his impressive demonstrations of basic jutsus, was ready to showcase his physical abilities. The first challenge was the usual obstacle course, an elaborate track with various physical challenges that tested speed, agility, and endurance. Minato positioned himself at the starting line, concentrating his chakra to strengthen his body. He knew that with the ability to control and direct his chakra with precision, he could enhance his movements and reactions with his powerful body. When the signal was given, Minato shot off. He navigated the course with impressive speed and grace, jumping over barriers, climbing walls, and traversing tricky stretches with notable efficiency. He crossed the finish line in first place, by a considerable margin from the second place, receiving applause and admiring looks from classmates and teachers. The next test was the kunai throwing accuracy. Targets were positioned at various distances, and each student had to demonstrate their skill in hitting them. Minato, with concentrated calm, picked up the kunais and began throwing them. One by one, each kunai found its target with impeccable precision. His movements were so precise and controlled that it seemed like he and the kunais were in perfect sync. In the end, he achieved a score of 100%, once again securing the first place tied with Mikoto. Finally came the sparrings, where students had to demonstrate their combat skills by facing each other in controlled fights. Minato faced each opponent with a mix of refined technique, strategy, and an intuitive understanding of the opponent's movement and intention. Now able to use the basic jutsus, he used his clones to confuse and disorient, while calculating the exact moment to attack and defend. Each fight ended with Minato as the clear winner. After Minato's impressive demonstrations, it was time for Tsuna and Mikoto to showcase their abilities in a scheduled sparring. The fight between the two friends was anticipated with great expectation, as both were known for their dedication and talent as rivals, each representing their own clan. As the fight began with both using the basic jutsus, something surprising happened. In the middle of the fight, while Tsuna was launching a series of attacks, Mikoto closed her eyes for a brief moment. When she reopened them, instead of the usual dark eyes, two bright red eyes with a single tomo in each stared back at Tsuna and everyone present. The Sharingan, the legendary copy eye of the Uchiha clan, was active and glowing on her face. A murmur of surprise and admiration ran through the crowd of students and teachers, as at 8 years old, Mikoto could be a prodigy, even surpassing Akim, as he had an advantage over Mikoto thanks to his Sharingan, but now it seems not to be the case anymore. No one expected Mikoto to be able to activate the Sharingan yet, and the revelation of her hidden power left everyone stunned. Tsuna, for a moment, was also surprised, but she soon resumed her combat stance, recognizing the additional challenge she now faced. With the Sharingan activated, Mikoto could predict and react to Tsuna's movements with even greater accuracy. She dodged and counterattacked with surprising efficiency, using her enhanced perceptual abilities to gain an advantage. The fight continued intense and balanced, but now with Mikoto demonstrating renewed confidence and skill. Finally, after a series of impressive exchanges, Mikoto managed to overcome Tsuna, using a combination of jutsus and strategy enhanced by the Sharingan. When Tsuna was declared unable to continue, the fight ended, and Mikoto was named the winner. As she caught her breath, Mikoto looked at her classmates and teachers, her voice firm and full of determination. "I spent the whole year training, striving not to fall behind Minato. I knew I needed to push myself harder, and today, I managed to show a part of the result of that effort. As the last day of the third year at the Konoha Ninja Academy came to an end, following the exams and final demonstrations, the students gathered for a closing ceremony. Professor Fuma, along with other instructors, shared words of encouragement and wisdom, acknowledging everyone's efforts and achievements during the year. "Damn, you beat me this time, but I'll surpass that eye of yours soon, Uchiha," Tsuna declared at the end of the class. "That was amazing, Mikoto. Is that why you distanced yourself so much this year? You were training your Sharingan?" Minato couldn't help but ask, curious. "Yes, I needed to get used to it, so I trained in secret, even from my father, to improve chakra control to use the Sharingan without it draining too much of my chakra," she said with pride and then turned to Tsuna. "You know you won't be able to beat me now, accept the defeat, Senju," Mikoto said with an arrogant smile. "Damn it. I swear I'll kick your butt," Tsuna growled. After this exchange outside the academy, with the sunset tinting the sky with vibrant colors, Minato, Tsuna, and Mikoto went their separate ways home. They promised to train during the holidays and make the fourth year much more productive for everyone. Chapter 38, Fourth Year 01. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 35. It was the 35th year since the foundation of Konoha, and this year would be marked by significant changes in the geopolitics of the great nations, but no one knew that at this moment. Meanwhile, Konoha was living in its peaceful atmosphere as the shadows of war quickly approached all corners of the continent. The citizens were going about their routines peacefully, while in a corner of the village, in a training area on this beautiful spring day, Minato and Tsuna were in one of the village's training fields, practicing intensely. They had become frequent partners, pushing each other to new heights and sharing both laughter and sweat. After a fight between the two, Tsuna prepared to leave. "I need to go home early today," she said. "We will have an important visit from the Uzumaki village. It seems someone special is coming to Konoha, and the Senju clan will have to receive them," she informed him. Minato, grabbing a towel to wipe off his sweat, looked at Tsuna, curious. "A visit from the Uzumakis? That sounds important." His mind began to work, connecting pieces from his memories. "Yes," Tsuna confirmed, collecting her training gear. "I don't have all the details, but my mother mentioned that it's someone who will play a significant role in Konoha. It must be Kushina, she's finally coming to the village." Knowing the future, he already guessed the reason for this visit. Since there's the fact that Mito Uzumaki, the current Jinchuriki of the Kyubi, was aging, he knew Kushina Uzumaki would be the next Jinchuriki to replace Mito. There are so many theories. There is one that Kushina was sent to Konoha to escape the war, but Uzumaki would only be attacked before the third war in a time of peace, so it doesn't make sense here. Minato reasoned. "Understand. Anyway, I need to go," said Tsuna, beginning to move away. "Shall we train together again tomorrow?" "Of course," Minato replied with a nod. "I'll continue a little more here and then return to the orphanage." As Tsuna walked away, Minato resumed his training, but his mind was restless, thinking about the Uzumaki's visit. He positioned himself in the center of the field, closing his eyes for a moment to center and concentrate himself. Now was the time to dedicate himself entirely to training his fruit without Tsuna around. Minato began focusing intensely, channeling his physical energy and focusing on the unique sensation that came with activating his fruit. He clearly remembered the first time he transformed his arm into light and was trying to move at the speed of light. Initially, he tried to transform just a part of his body, his arm or leg, and move it at the desired speed. There were moments of success, where for a fraction of a second, he felt the dizzying acceleration and saw the world around him blurring in a tangle of colors and shapes. But these moments were fleeting and often followed by loss of control or disorientation. But Minato persisted, adjusting his technique and concentration with each attempt. He kept up this training until he began to really make a movement. With a glow his body shot forward. However, this lasted only a second before he fell unbalanced. First, he is not accustomed to this speed, even making him vomit in the first attempts. Second, he still does not have much control. This movement lasts only a second before he loses speed and starts to feel his body numb. When he finally stopped, the sky was already darkening, and Minato was covered in sweat, breathing heavily, but with a glow of achievement in his eyes. He had still made significant progress, although he knew there was still a long way to go. He finally stood up, stretching his tired muscles and preparing to return to the orphanage. As Minato stood up and prepared to leave the training field, a familiar sensation ran down his spine. It was a sensation he had learned to recognize immediately, the presence of someone watching. His observation haki, now more refined and potent, alerted him to a more powerful intruder nearby. Discreetly, he swept the area with his gaze, his posture seemingly relaxed, but his mind working quickly. He noticed a ninja whose presence was subtle but definitely there. Minato analyzed the situation cautiously. Since the end of the third year, he had noticed an increase in surveillance over him. What were once Chunnins were now Jonin Umbu, elite ninjas spying on his training. My results in the academy surely attracted attention, Minato thought. Being the student with the most potential in a class that the village is investing in to be its biggest project is something that would make anyone look seriously, as he was the unmatched talent among his peers. Even with 2 Uchihas with Sharingan or Tsuna possessing immense chakra, he was at the forefront among all these children. I hope the 3rd Hokage doesn't have that ability to spy at this time, otherwise it would be quite problematic, since I wouldn't be able to notice with Haki, but limiting myself all the time with eyes on me would make me delay my training. He murmured. Aware of the Jonin Umbu's presence, Minato decided not to pay much attention and continued arranging his things, maintaining his usual routine. He knew that any excessive reaction could raise unnecessary suspicions. Instead, he opted to maintain the appearance of a talented, but ordinary, ninja student, conducting his training diligently and methodically. The Jonin Umbu, hidden in the shadows, watched every move of Minato. So far, all he had seen were shadow clone techniques, something that, while impressive for a boy of Minato's age, was not uncommon among skilled ninjas. The Umbu had no idea of Minato's true powers or his attempts to move at the speed of light. To him, Minato was just another promising youth of Konoha. After concluding his training, Minato returned to the orphanage, already planning how he could further utilize his time to enhance his skills. With an idea in mind, he created several clones to perform different tasks simultaneously. Some were responsible for practicing calligraphy, a crucial element for mastering more advanced Fuinjutsu techniques, while others worked on perfecting seals and studying the explosive seals of intermediate Fuinjutsu. Minato thought that if he mastered these techniques, he might start selling seals to ninja stores and perhaps leave his current job. As the clones worked through the night, Minato took the opportunity to sleep. It was the first time he would test this, leaving clones to train. The next morning, when Minato woke up, he was greeted by complaints from his own clones, expressing their tiredness and frustration. Original. "You damn, you're abusing us," said one of the clones, exasperated. Minato, surprised by the complaint, replied, "What? You're a clone." He raised his eyebrows, staring at the clone. Even knowing that the clone shared his memories and feelings, it was strange to be reprimanded by an extension of himself. The discussion among the clones was becoming increasingly heated and absurd, with each one trying to argue about their rights and status. Minato watched, somewhat astonished, as his own clones debated among themselves. "Even so, we have to have rights," insisted the clone labeled as Clone 3. "Clone 3 is right, we stayed up all night for you to just sleep." "We're tired," another clone added, supporting the claim. "Why am I Clone 3? I should be the one," the first clone complained, clearly dissatisfied with his arbitrary designation. "Because you're the weakest of us," retorted one of the other clones, further provoking the argument. "We're equal clones, what logic is this?" Clone 3 replied, frustrated. The bickering continued, with each clone presenting their arguments and grievances, creating a chaos of voices and complaints that echoed through the orphanage. Minato, initially surprised by the intensity of the discussion, quickly began to feel his patience wearing thin. "Can you stop?" Minato finally got irritated, his voice raised over the clamor. He made the hand seal to cancel the clones, a decisive and final gesture. One by one, the clones dissipated, leaving behind only a sense of relief and silence. This is better, Minato thought, shaking his head in disbelief at the surreal debate he had just witnessed. "Let's prepare to eat something. And continue training," he murmured to himself, deciding to go back inside the orphanage. Chapter 39, 4th Year 02. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 35. Time passed, and the last few weeks had been lonely. Tsuna and Mikoto, for their own reasons, had not been able to join Minato in the usual training. Despite this, he had not slowed down, continuing his rigorous practice alone, always seeking to improve his skills and knowledge. On this day, marked with the start of the 4th year, Minato felt a mix of excitement and curiosity about what the new school year would bring. He adjusted his equipment bag, ensuring he had everything he needed: kunais, scrolls, and of course, his intermediate Fuinjutsu book given by Mito-sama. Walking through the streets of Konoha towards the academy, Minato watched the village wake up. Merchants prepared their shops, shinobis ran past with missions for the day, and children, like him, headed for another day of learning. There was a palpable energy in the air, a sense of community and purpose that always filled him with pride for being part of this village. Upon arriving in the classroom, he looked around, searching for Tsuna and Mikoto, hoping they would also be in their usual spot. His eyes found Mikoto sitting alone at the usual table, while Tsuna was in another part of the room, isolated and seemingly absorbed in her own thoughts. Surprised and a bit confused by this change in the usual pattern, Minato approached Mikoto, curious to understand what was happening. "Hi, Mikoto," he greeted. "Why is Tsuna over there? It's not common to see you two separated, no matter how much you argue with each other." Mikoto looked at him with a calm expression. "Hi, Minato," she replied. "Tsuna is a bit distant this year. She said she's going to sit with the new student living at her house." Minato arched an eyebrow, surprised by the news. A new student, so soon? Minato murmured, already understanding the situation. Yes, Mikoto confirmed. It seems she came from another village and is now under the care of Tsuna's family. Tsuna mentioned that she is quite special and needs some time to adjust. That's why she wants to be there to support her. Minato nodded, understanding the situation. I see. That's very kind of her. I hope we can all meet and train together soon. Mikoto gave a slight smile. Yes, that would be good. I think Tsuna really wants us all to get along. As the students settled into their places and the murmuring conversation decreased, the classroom door opened, announcing the arrival of Professor Fuma again. He entered the room with his usual air of calm authority, but today, there was something different. At his side, a new figure, a girl with bright red hair, entered the room timidly. Silence, please, announced Professor Fuma, as everyone in the room directed their attention to him and the new student at his side. Today, we're starting a new year and have a new student joining us. So I will start the class by introducing her to everyone. She comes from the Uzumaki village and will be with us from now on. Please, welcome Kushina Uzumaki. The mention of the name Uzumaki caused a buzz to run through the room. The Uzumakis were known to be a precious ally of the village. Everyone knew of their longevity, their sealing abilities, and, of course, their notable lineage, which was linked to the wife of Konoha's founder. Minato, upon hearing the name, immediately recognized the significance of the girl. Kushina Uzumaki, his likely future wife. Kushina, for her part, seemed a bit overwhelmed with all the attention turned towards her. Her bright red hair was a distinct mark, and her posture, though a bit shy, seemed to gain some courage. She waved timidly to the class, a slight blush on her cheeks. Hi, she said with a voice that, despite being nervous, she shouted out strangely as she closed her eyes. I'm happy to be here. I hope we can get along, Date Bane. That's good, Kushina. Can you tell what your goals are to your classmates? Professor Fuma continued speaking. Meanwhile, a growing murmur ran through the class. Her unique appearance, especially the vibrant red hair, drew looks and comments. The children, curious and some a bit cruel in their youth, began to whisper among themselves, the same way they did when they saw Minato in the first year. Did you see her hair? It's so red, whispered a child, unable to hide their surprise. Yes, I've never seen anything like it. She's really weird, another agreed, looking at Kushina with a mix of curiosity and disdain. The words weird and different floated through the air, some said in jest, others with a hint of malice. It was the natural reaction of children facing something or someone that didn't fit into their usual norms. Minato, however, remained aloof from this wave of judgments and comments. He observed Kushina with a serene look, indifferent to the opinions of others. He knew, more than most, that appearance said little about a person's true character and potential. Besides, he was well aware of the esteem and respect that the Uzumaki lineage held and the notable abilities that Kushina might possess. As the murmurs and stares persisted, Kushina tried to maintain her composure, her face tinting a red that rivaled her hair. She was clearly aware of all the comments and judgments, and the tension grew within her with each whisper and muffled laugh. Finally, reaching her limit, Kushina stood up abruptly, her face now a mask of determination and indignation. Enough, she shouted, her voice cutting through the room's noise like a blade. A surprised silence fell over the class, all eyes now fixed on her. With all eyes on her, Kushina took a deep breath, her posture firm and defiant. I don't care what you think about my appearance or where I come from. I am Kushina Uzumaki, and I will become the first female Hokage of Konoha, Date Bane. Her declaration echoed through the room, silencing all the gossip about her appearance, a silence established in the next moment. Even the teacher was stunned by this. However, this silence was abruptly broken by an explosion of laughter and mockery from some of her classmates. Kushina's courage and determination, instead of inspiring respect, seemed to have become the target of ridicule. She, the Hokage. What a joke, a boy shouted, triggering more laughter. A weird girl like Hokage. It'll never happen, another child added, with a reckless cruelty so common in childhood. Did you hear her? What's with that Date Bane? Another child laughed. What a weird girl, she should go back where she came from, another mocked. Why is she in the elite class? How can she be among us? A child complained. Humiliating phrases and sneers continued to be hurled towards Kushina, each trying to outdo the other in cruelty. She stood there, visibly shaken, her face a mix of shame and anger, the words cutting deeper than any weapon. Minato, who had been watching with a growing sense of disgust and anger, could no longer contain himself. The disrespect and cruelty of his classmates were intolerable. Just like him, Tsuna was also extremely irritated by how the students were treating Kushina, the girl she had met a few days ago. Her great-grandmother had asked her to personally take care of the girl, but when she was about to explode to make the other children respect Kushina. A boy with blonde hair stood up abruptly before her, his chair falling backward with a crash. He faced the class with a cold and controlled fury. Shut up, he shouted, his voice loaded with authority and indignation. A shocked silence fell over the room, all eyes now turned to him. How dare you laugh and mock someone's dreams or someone's appearance? Do you think that's funny? Do you think it's right to humiliate someone like that? His reprimand echoed through the room, and many of the students looked away, ashamed. Minato, usually calm and controlled, rarely showed such fury, and his discontent was a powerful indicator of how unacceptable he considered their behavior. He then turned to Kushina, his gaze softening. Don't listen to them, Kushina Uzumaki. Your dream is valuable and possible. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. You need only have the strength and determination to make it a reality. As soon as Minato said these words, a new silence took over the atmosphere of the room. Mikoto looked at Minato bewildered by her side, and even Tsuna looked at him the same way. Even Kushina, amidst these humiliations, was surprised by the boy defending her. Professor Fuma, who had also been stunned and let the situation get out of control, decided to intervene, quickly taking control of the situation. Enough. All of you, he announced, his firm and authoritative voice restoring order in the room. This kind of behavior is unacceptable. You must not treat a fellow Konoha classmate this way. Kushina, please sit next to Tsuna. Kushina, still shaken by the harsh words of her classmates but also touched by Minato's unexpected support, walked silently to the table where Tsuna was sitting. Tsuna, who had already known and talked with Kushina in the past few days, cast a welcoming and supportive glance at Kushina, moving her things aside to make space for the new student. As Kushina sat down, her gaze met Minato's. There was a mix of emotions in her eyes, surprise, gratitude, and perhaps a glimpse of admiration. She wasn't used to being the center of attention in Uzushiogakure, so being the target of mockery for being different in a strange village was quite uncomfortable, but having someone so openly defend her was a new and impactful experience. She had no words, but her look conveyed a silent message of thanks. Minato, now a bit calmer but still irritated with his classmate's attitude, just nodded subtly in acknowledgement of Kushina's gaze. He hadn't defended Kushina seeking gratitude, he did it because it was the right thing to do. Chapter 40, 4th Year 03. Third Person POV. Konoha, Year 35. After restoring order in the room, Professor Fuma looked at his students with a serious yet understanding expression. Now that we're all attentive, let's focus on what really matters here. This year, the 4th year, will be a crucial period in your training as shinobis in the elite program. You will be introduced to elemental jutsus, a fundamental basis for any ninja now that you've mastered the basics last year. Unfortunately, some were unable to meet the expectations and left the class. The professor referred to a few empty chairs in the room, but they were very few. He walked to the board and drew symbols representing the 5 basic elements: fire, water, earth, air, and lightning. Each of you has a natural affinity with one of these elements. Discovering and honing that affinity will allow you to shape your chakra in specific ways, creating powerful and unique jutsus. The room's interest seemed renewed now, the previous incident temporarily forgotten as curiosity about the elemental jutsus took over. You will undergo tests to discover your elemental affinities again. Once identified, we will begin working on developing these skills. Remember, mastering an element not only expands your arsenal but also deepens your understanding of chakra and how to use it. Many students exchanged excited glances, while Minato observed with a thoughtful expression, pondering the possibilities that this new knowledge would bring. Kushina, now sitting next to Tsuna, was excited to learn jutsus too. She was a year younger than all the children here, but her large amount of chakra and her future as Jinchuriki made the village's high ranks introduce her into the program. Let's start today with a theoretical introduction, continued Professor Fuma. Fire jutsus are known for their offensive power and ability to cause great destruction. Water jutsus, in turn, are versatile and can be used for both attack and defense. Earth jutsus offer solidity and resistance, creating barriers and altering the terrain in your favor. Air jutsus are extremely rare, but some of you have an affinity. They are fast and unpredictable, and lightning jutsus are intensely powerful and fast, capable of paralyzing an enemy with their speed and having a penetrating and powerful attack power. The students listened attentively, some already imagining how they could use these jutsus in combat. Professor Fuma continued explaining the basic principles of each style and how they interrelate and oppose each other. As the class proceeded, detailing the intricate aspects of elemental jutsus, Minato couldn't help but notice Kushina's gaze occasionally landing on him. He tried to maintain his focus on the professor's explanation, but her gaze was unsettling, making him question what was going through the mind of the new student. Tsuna, sitting next to Kushina, noticed this exchange of glances and subtly nudged Minato, whispering something about the attention he was receiving, provoking a half-smile on his face. The morning advanced, and the introduction to elemental jutsus extended until noon, capturing the children's imagination with possibilities and promises of power. When the bell finally rang for the break, there was a flurry of activity, with the students spreading out to enjoy their free time. Minato, seeking a moment of tranquility, met with Mikoto under one of the large trees in the academy courtyard. They talked quietly, discussing their expectations for the elemental jutsus, when Tsuna approached, bringing Kushina with her. Minato, Uchiha. Suna greeted, with an energy that seemed to try to dispel the tension of the previous incident. Senju, and the new student. The Uzumaki, Mikoto responded, with a tone that carried a hint of arrogance. Don't mind her, she's always grumpy, Suna retorted, casting a playful look at Mikoto before turning to Kushina. This is Mikoto Uchiha. Kushina, whose face still carried the blush of the tumultuous morning, seemed a bit lost in the group dynamics, more focused on Minato than the discussion between Suna and Mikoto. She watched him with a mix of curiosity and something more that she seemed unable to disguise. This is Minato Namikaze, the boy who defended you, Suna continued, trying to facilitate the interaction between them. Kushina, facing Minato directly now, seemed to struggle to find the right words. Then, with a sigh that carried a mix of nervousness and gratitude, she closed her eyes and burst out. Thank you for earlier, Date Bane. Kushina exclaimed, her voice laden with genuine emotion. Her expression, when she opened her eyes again, was one of relief, as if thanking Minato had been an important task she needed to complete. The group fell into a brief silence, with each processing the interaction differently. Minato, surprised by Kushina's sudden outburst, just nodded, a smile of understanding on his lips. Well, it was nothing. Minato replied, running his hand through his hair and scratching his head. He avoided looking directly at Kushina, but their eyes inevitably met. In that brief moment of eye contact, something inexplicable hung in the air between them. The awkward atmosphere did not go unnoticed by Suna and Mikoto, who watched the exchange of glances with increasing surprise and confusion. Suna, who had known Minato for years, had never seen him interact in this way with someone. And Mikoto, always so observant and reserved, felt an inexplicable twinge at seeing Minato looking at the new girl. Neither of them seemed able to break the silence, lost in their own thoughts and unrecognized emotions. Time seemed to have slowed down, and even the sounds of the courtyard full of playing children seemed distant and muffled. Why are you two looking at each other like that? Suna finally burst out, unable to contain her curiosity and discomfort with the situation. Her sharp voice broke the spell, making Minato and Kushina quickly avert their gaze, as if they had been caught in a forbidden act. Meanwhile, Mikoto, with her usual self-control, tried to disguise her discomfort, but her face revealed a glimpse of incomprehension and, perhaps, slight irritation. Is Minato taking a liking to Kushina? Am I jealous? Suna wondered, alarmed at her own reaction. Am I jealous of the Uzumaki girl? Mikoto questioned herself, feeling a strange and uncomfortable emotion bubbling inside her. Cough, Minato coughed lightly. He felt the weight of Suna and Mikoto's gazes on him, which only increased his embarrassment. Hi, Kushina, I'm Minato Namikaze, he spoke, his voice soft, trying to convey a calm he didn't fully feel. A shy and somewhat uncertain smile formed on his lips as he extended his hand toward Kushina, an offer of friendship and perhaps a silent apology for the awkwardness of the moment. I'm Kushina Uzumaki, it's a pleasure. Kushina responded, her voice low and a bit hesitant. She extended her hand and shook Minato's, a simple gesture, but laden with meaning. Their fingers briefly touched, and both felt strange about it. Meanwhile, Suna and Mikoto observed with mixed feelings. Suna, known for her expressiveness and impulsiveness, slightly furrowed her brow, her thoughts racing as she considered the situation. Mikoto, on the other hand, maintained a more controlled posture, but her discomfort was evident in the stiffness of her shoulders and the way her eyes narrowed slightly. Feeling the need to interrupt what she perceived as a potentially awkward moment, Suna decided to change the focus of the conversation. So, Kushina, your Uzumaki family is quite well known, she began, her voice a little louder than necessary, trying to infuse a dose of normalcy into the conversation. They're famous for their sealing jutsus, right? It must be amazing to be part of such a respected lineage like my great-grandmother's. Kushina, a bit surprised by the sudden change of topic, released Minato's hand and turned to Suna, grateful for the opportunity to talk about something familiar and safe. Yes, the Uzumaki are known for that. I'm still learning, but I hope to one day be able to master those techniques as well for my clan. As the conversation about the Uzumaki lineage and their sealing techniques unfolded, the group gradually began to feel more at ease. Suna continued to encourage Kushina to open up to them, asking about the peculiarities of Kushina's homeland, Uzushio-Gakure. Is it true that Uzushio-Gakure has large spiral structures as its symbol? I read something about that once. Kushina, excited to share something about her homeland, nodded affirmatively. Yes, it's true. Our village is known for its large spiral-shaped buildings. They are said to represent the longevity and perseverance of the Uzumaki people, Date Bane. Her voice carried a tone of pride when talking about her village, and for a brief moment, the sadness and shyness seemed to disappear from her face. Mikoto, usually more reserved, also got involved in the conversation, asking about the differences between the lifestyles of Konoha and Uzushio-Gakure. What's it like adapting here in Konoha? Are the traditions and lifestyle very different? Kushina shrugged, a bitter smile forming on her lips. It's different, for sure. Everything here is so new to me, and sometimes I feel out of place. but I'm trying to adapt. After all, it's an opportunity to grow and learn. Tsuna, your family, and even Mito-sama are helping me. Konoha has a lot to offer, Kushina. I'm sure you'll find your place here, Minato said, offering an encouraging smile. The bell for the end of the break rang at that moment, signaling that it was time to return to the classroom. The group stood up, gathering their belongings. Well, I guess it's time to go back, said Tsuna, stretching. Let's go, we have a lot to learn yet, especially about the elemental jutsus. They walked back to the classroom together, the conversation now shifting to expectations about the upcoming elemental affinity tests. Kushina, although still somewhat reserved, seemed more integrated into the group, sharing laughs and comments as they walked. The rest of the day at the academy was intensive and informative. Professor Fuma dedicated the first part of the afternoon to explaining the schedule and goals for the upcoming classes. He detailed the various types of jutsus that the students would learn, emphasizing the importance of understanding the fundamentals of chakra and how it is manipulated in different forms of jutsu. Mastering the elements is a crucial step to becoming a complete shinobi, he explained, going through each element with examples of notable jutsus associated with them. As the afternoon progressed, Professor Fuma moved from theory to practice. Now, let's test your chakra control, he announced. Having refined control is essential for performing jutsus effectively and accurately. One by one, the students were called to the front of the room to demonstrate their current chakra control abilities. Minato was calm, but Tsuna, Mikoto, and Kushina watched their peers perform the task, each with their own anxiety and expectation. When it was their turn, they demonstrated their abilities with varying degrees of success. Minato, with his usual competence, showed impressive chakra control, earning a nod of approval from the professor. Tsuna and Mikoto, each with their strengths, also made solid demonstrations. Kushina, nervous but determined, did the best she could, her chakra control still unstable but showing potential as she was the child with the largest amount of chakra now. As the sun began to set, the last activity of the day came to an end. Professor Fuma congratulated the class for their efforts and reminded them of the importance of regular practice. Chakra control is like a muscle, he said. The more you practice, the stronger it will become. Keep working hard. You've mastered the first techniques to advance to more advanced ones before we start utilizing jutsus. After that, Minato's group said their goodbyes and went their separate ways home, with only Tsuna and Kushina returning together. Chapter 41, 4th Year 04. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 35. Minato was walking through Konoha the next day. Using shadow clones, while one clone attended classes and interacted with his peers, others dedicated themselves to the arduous training of chakra control in his usual training spot. The original Minato, however, had something else to do at that time. That day, he was walking towards the grocery store where he used to work, a job that provided him with some money for his needs. As soon as he arrived at the place, he found the owner sweeping the entrance floor and re-entering. He wasted no time and went to greet him. "Hello, Mr. Imernio," Minato greeted the owner as he entered the store. The bell above the door tinkled, announcing his arrival. "Hello, boy. So you're really leaving?" Imernio replied with a friendly tone, but there was more in his voice. After all, he had been there for 2 years, so he had formed a bond with the man. He was a middle-aged man with a gentle nature. Having settled in Konoha in his early youth, Imernio had built an entire life in the village. He married a local civilian, and together, they opened the grocery store 10 years ago. The man had a daughter who was now in her 20s, a respected chunin in the village. When Minato applied for the job years ago, after seeing the ad in the grocery store window, Imernio asked the boy many questions, who at the time was only 7 years old. Initially suspicious, the men soon realized that Minato was a dedicated and responsible worker over time and never complained about him. The salary was modest, but for Minato, who lived a simple life and knew the harsh realities of being an orphan in Konoha, it was enough. He was already grateful for the opportunity to work, something that not all children had, even in a world that often neglected the notions of childhood and child labor. Minato learned a lot from Imernio, not just about how to run a grocery store, but also about everyday life and the challenges faced by Konoha's civilians. And most importantly, he valued the friendship and guidance the men provided him over the years. "Yes, I have been training more and studying new jutsus. I need to focus more on this now," Minato explained, a little apprehensive about how Imernio would react. "I always knew this day would come, Minato." "Wait, you said jutsus? You're training to be a ninja, Minato?" He raised an eyebrow at that. "Yes, I'm focusing on the academy and need time now," Minato smiled. "Academy? You studied at the academy the whole time?" Imernio asked, a wrinkle of surprise forming on his forehead. The revelation caught him off guard. Minato always seemed so dedicated to work that he assumed the boy was one of those who did not fit into Konoha's rigorous academic system and failed the test. "Actually, I send a clone." "Ha." Minato admitted with a somewhat awkward smile, his hand scratching the back of his neck in a typical gesture of discomfort. He knew it was time to reveal the truth. Emerio deserved to know, especially after all these years of support and friendship. Clone. What do you mean, boy? Emerio questioned, his expression mixing confusion and curiosity. Minato, realizing the need to demonstrate, crossed his fingers and concentrated. Boof, in an instant, an exact clone of him was by his side. You can make clones, really? Emerio exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. He knew the capabilities of ninjas, of course, but seeing a young so skilled was something he did not expect. The idea that Minato, a child who worked in his grocery store, could perform feats that even his daughter Chunin found challenging was impressive. Of course, I'm the best from a program with the best students of my generation. Minato replied. He usually preferred to keep a modest profile, but at that moment, he felt the need to reinforce the truth of his abilities. Old Emerio, recovering from the initial shock, smiled with a mix of pride and sadness. Well, that just shows that you really are special, Minato. I always knew there was something more about you. Just promise me one thing, boy. No matter how far you go or how amazing you become, don't forget to dedicate yourself with all your strength, no matter what you do. Minato, looking at the men, responded with gratitude. I promise, Mr. Emerio. I will never forget. The two talked a bit more, reminiscing about memorable moments and laughing at funny incidents that happened over the years. When it finally came time for Minato to leave, he promised to visit whenever he could and thanked Emerio for everything. I want to thank you for everything in these 2 years. Thanks to the money from work, I was able to buy necessary things for training, Minato spoke, his gratitude sincere and deep. He knew that without the financial help from the job, many aspects of his training would have been much more difficult. I thank you too, boy. Here, a bonus for your help over the years. Good luck in your ninja career. Emerio said, handing Minato an envelope with extra money. It was a generous gesture, reflecting the respect and affection he had for the young man. Minato accepted the envelope, a feeling of appreciation and resolve growing within him. Thank you, Mr. Emerio. I won't forget what I learned here, and I'll always be grateful, he said, his voice firm and full of promise. Leaving the grocery store, Minato felt a mix of emotions but soon focused on his training. As soon as he left Emerio's grocery store, Minato returned to his training field. The place was quiet, none of the girls had sent a clone to join him that day, so he concentrated entirely on his training. The sun was moving west as he worked with his Pika Pika No Mi technique. I can move a few meters without destabilizing, but it's quite time-consuming. Minato murmured, assessing his performance. He was becoming more skilled in controlling light, but patience was not easy for a young man as ambitious as he. I can't complain when I'm just a 9-year-old kid, can I? He thought, trying to put things in perspective. Determined to keep improving, Minato undid his training clones and created 7 more, each with a specific task. He positioned them in a circle around him, each with a leaf on their forehead, a classic exercise to improve chakra control. They were focused, their expression serious and determined, a reflection of Minato himself. As the sun began to hide, the field filled with murmurs and subtle movements, each Minato clone fully immersed in the control exercise. I'm getting good at this, in a while I could start training to walk on trees and move with my feet over water. Minato murmured to himself as he watched his clones practice. This skill was an important milestone for any shinobi, and he knew that the academy would soon start teaching it. However, with his memories from a past life and the experience he was accumulating, he had the advantage of starting this training earlier. Despite being only 9 years old, he felt he should have already mastered these techniques. However, dividing his time between training his ability with the fruit, enhancing his body with observation haki, meant his progress was not as fast as he would like. Still, he knew he was on the right track and that his strength was within the expected range for his ambitions. After a full day of training and with his academy clones finally dissipating, Minato decided to take a walk through the village in the late afternoon. He wanted to enjoy the peaceful atmosphere of Konoha, absorb the peaceful energy the night brought, and perhaps reflect a bit on the day. As he walked, his observations of the village and its inhabitants were interrupted when he saw a familiar figure traversing the downtown streets. It was Kushina Uzumaki. He remembered, through the memories of his clone, that the class had been normal that day, no fights, just chakra training and theory. Kushina was surprised when Tsuna commented that Minato in the room was a clone, and that the real Minato rarely went to class, opting to send a shadow substitute on most days. You. Kushina noticed Minato and looked at him with an expression of surprise and a hint of suspicion. Is it a clone or are you real, Datebane? She asked, using her characteristic catchphrase, her tone indicating a mix of curiosity and a slight playful accusation. I'm real, Kushina. Minato smiled at the girl, trying to convey calmness and friendship through his gaze. Kushina observed him in silence, evaluating him with her penetrating and inquisitive eyes. What are you doing here alone? Where's Tsuna? Minato asked. Kushina's solitary presence in the center of the village at dusk was unexpected. She went to train, and I wanted to see the village. It was boring with everyone doing something. Even Mito had a meeting with the Hokage this afternoon, so I decided to walk and I didn't want to be accompanied by a clone. She explained, her voice a bit cautious at first but clearly expressing frustration at the end. I see, I'm walking too, do you want to accompany me? Minato asked, and Kushina looked at him a little surprised by the offer. I guess so. She commented, a slight blush appearing on her cheeks. There was a mix of hesitation and willingness in her voice. Great, then come with me. Minato approached Kushina and gently pulled her to the opposite side. But I just came from there, Date Bane. She immediately complained, her tone mixing protest and surprise. Come on, I bet you haven't seen everything. I'll show you some places I know on this side of the village. Minato confidently smiled at Kushina, who felt a bit embarrassed but curious about the offer. Minato. Why are you so nice to me? She suddenly asked as they walked side by side. Her question made Minato stop and look at the 8-year-old girl more attentively. What do you mean? He asked, raising one of his eyebrows. You're different from other people. Besides the kids who always look at me as if I were a total stranger, Suna is nice. But you're different, I can't explain. You're a bit strange. Kushina's words made Minato stumble slightly, surprised by her honesty and insight. Strange. You think I'm strange? Minato asked, a bit alarmed by the unexpected description. He wasn't used to being called that, especially in a way that seemed more of an observation than a critique. That's not what I meant, Date Bane. Kushina shouted the last part as if it were an apology, her voice showing signs of panic mixed with frustration. She didn't want to offend Minato, but her words seemed to come out wrong. It's just, you look at me strangely, you always smile when I look at you. She explained, her cheeks tinged with red. Well. I like you, Kushina. Minato commented, trying to ease the tension. He was about to continue, explaining what he meant, but a quick punch came in his direction. His observation haki activated at that moment, and he easily dodged the attack. Hey, why are you doing that? Minato was surprised by the sudden aggression. He didn't expect Kushina to react that way. You. Kushina murmured, with her head lowered, clearly struggling to control her emotions. When she finally raised her head, her hair began to lift as if possessed, her face was the color of her hair, and her eyes were white with indignation, an expression Minato had never seen on Kushina. Don't say those things to people, especially someone you just met, Databane. Kushina shouted with all her might, leaving Minato even more stunned and confused. What? I didn't mean those things, Kushina. We're just kids, for Rijiku's sake. Minato tried to explain, a bit frustrated with the misunderstanding. In 10 years, I might make a romantic declaration, but not now. He crossed his arms, trying to appear indignant, but saw Kushina still redder as she tried to punch him rapidly. Don't say those things either. She yelled, each word accompanied by a new attack that Minato skillfully avoided. The villagers passing by the street were stunned by the unusual scene of two children fighting in the middle of the path. The red-haired girl was trying incessantly to punch the blonde-haired boy, who seemed to predict all the girl's attacks, who was clearly beside herself. Chapter 42, 4th Year 05. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 35. The tense and emotion-laden atmosphere that prevailed between Minato and Kushina gives way to a relative calm. The sun begins to set in Konoha, casting a gentle golden light over the village streets, and with it, Kushina, still somewhat agitated but significantly calmer after the outburst of anger and confusion, walks alongside Minato. They take a less busy path, away from the curious gazes of the villagers. They are walking in silence, just walking. Minato decides to break the silence. Kushina, he begins, his voice soft and cautious, I didn't mean to make you angry. Kushina, still a bit embarrassed by her own explosive behavior, looks away, observing the elongated shadows of the trees on the road. I know, maybe I overreacted. I'm just not used to this kind of thing, she admits, her voice lower, almost a whisper. And I'm not used to someone being so nice to me since I arrived. They continue walking, Minato guiding Kushina to a quieter part of the village, where nature predominates and the noise of the main streets gives way to the gentle sound of leaves rustling in the wind. It's a place he often goes to think or just to escape from training sometimes. Minato looks at Kushina and begins, you know, Kushina, Konoha has many tranquil places like this. Sometimes, when things get too hectic, I come here just to think. Kushina, her steps echoing softly beside his, responds a bit timidly, it's beautiful here. So Konoha has places like this. Minato and Kushina continue their walk through the village, now with a lighter and more relaxed atmosphere between them. Minato takes on the role of guide to show Kushina the interesting places in Konoha that he's discovered over the years. See that tree there? Minato points to an ancient cherry tree with branches gracefully extending into the sky. It's one of the oldest in the village, they say the first Hokage himself planted it. During spring, it's covered in pink flowers. It's one of my favorite spots to relax. Kushina looks on with admiration, her expression softening as she imagines the tree in full bloom. It must be beautiful, she comments, a glint of anticipation in her eyes. I'd love to see it. I'll bring you here when spring comes, Minato comments with a small smile. They continue walking, and Minato leads Kushina to a small bridge crossing a serene stream. This stream comes from the forest to the north. Sometimes, you can find small fish or even frogs here. I used to come here to try and catch them when I was younger. Kushina leans over the railing, looking into the clear water. I never did something like this in Uzushiogakure. It seems fun. Minato smiles, remembering his youthful antics. Maybe one day I can show you how to do it. It's harder than it looks. They proceed to an area with various shops and stalls, the smell of food and the sound of laughter filling the air. This is the central market, Minato explains. You can find almost anything here. Food, clothes, ninja tools. And sometimes, they have game stalls during festivals. Kushina observes with interest, her eyes scanning the various stalls and shops. It's so busy and colorful, she says, a smile forming. It's very different from Uzushiogakure, but I like it. Minato waves to a familiar dango vendor and buys some for them, explaining, you have to try this. It's one of the best things here. Kushina accepts, tasting the sweet with a look of delight. I like ramen more, but I don't dislike dango, Kushina comments, eating her food with a smile. Do you want to eat? There's a stall near here. Minato suggests, it wasn't ramen ichiraku, as it hadn't been opened during that time, so they went to another one he had tried last year. Thus, Minato and Kushina entered the stall to eat. Minato paid for everything without any problem with his money. As the day gives way to night, the two leave the ramen stall with Kushina happy, and Minato shows her more special places, a small park where children play, a lookout offering an impressive view of the village, and even a secret hideout that he discovered 2 years ago. With each new place, Kushina feels more connected to the village and to Minato, grateful to have someone who cares enough to share these places with her. At the end of the tour, both feel closer to each other, as if they had shared not just the sights of Konoha but pieces of their own stories. Minato, happy to have alleviated the earlier misunderstanding, and Kushina, finding comfort and friendship in the place she now calls home. In the end, Minato decides to take Kushina to a location that has special significance not just for him but for the entire village of the Leaf, the Hokage Rock. There's one last place I want to show you before it gets completely dark, Minato says, a glow of pride and a hint of mystery in his voice. Kushina, curious and excited about the prospect of discovering another special spot in Konoha, follows him without hesitation. They walk through quieter streets now, as the day begins to give way to night, and the shadows lengthen on the sidewalks. The noise from the central market and the busier areas of the village gradually fades, replaced by the gentle sound of their footsteps and the occasional chirping of a night bird. Finally, they arrive at the foot of a large mountain, where the faces of the Hokages are carved into the stone, looking out over the village with a silent, eternal dignity. The Hokage Rock is a symbol of the spirit and history of Konoha, representing not just the leaders of the past but also the ideals and legacy each one left behind. This is the place, Minato says, stopping and looking up at the imposing faces carved into the rock. The Hokage Rock. Kushina looks up, impressed by the magnitude and beauty of the monument. It's amazing, seeing it up close, she murmurs, her voice full of wonder. Let's go up there, Minato suggests. Can we go there? Kushina expresses her surprise. Almost no one goes, but there's a path for it. Let's go. Minato smiles, and they move forward. Entering through a side entrance of the mountain, they quietly follow the path until they ascend tens of meters to the line of heads, and Minato jumps onto Hashirama's head with Kushina following him. Is this Mito's husband? Kushina expresses her words with a laugh as she jumps onto Hashirama's head with joy. Yes, Hashirama and even his brother were great leaders, though I disagree with some of their actions. Minato comments and murmurs at the end. And the third Hokage? Kushina, hearing the first part, asks curiously as Minato doesn't mention the current Hokage. It's complicated. Minato murmurs and continues. But all three are very strong, they always protected and guided the village through difficult times. For most of Konoha, they are heroes. Minato explains, looking in the direction of the entire village. Kushina doesn't ask any more questions and takes a few steps to stand beside Minato, who is looking at the village at that moment. They stand there for a moment, in silence, looking over the entire village, circled with its great wall, lost in their own thoughts. As twilight envelopes the village with its cozy homes lit by soft lights, the quiet streets now dotted only by a few residents returning home, and the outline of trees and buildings drawing a peaceful and familiar landscape. Minato looks at the village and speaks to Kushina. Look, Kushina, Minato says, pointing to the view in front of them. Konoha is really beautiful at night, isn't it? Kushina, observing the village she now also calls home, can't help but agree. It's beautiful. She murmurs, her voice carrying a mix of wonder and a twinge of nostalgia. It reminds me of Yuzushio. The way the lights shine at night, the sense of peace. I miss it. She falls silent for a moment, lost in memories of her native village, of the Uzumaki, and of a life that now seems both familiar and distant, having been forced to come to Konoha to be trained as the new host of the Nine Tails. The longing in her heart is evident in her expression, a soft sadness that colors her eyes. Minato notices the change in her mood and places a comforting hand on her shoulder. It must be hard, leaving behind everything you knew. But Kushina, Yuzushio will always be a part of who you are. And now, Konoha too. You have a new place to call home, new friends. And I'm here if you need anything. Kushina looks at Minato, grateful for his words and the understanding he offers. Thank you, Minato. That means a lot to me. Most kids don't like me or mock me, but it's good to know I'm not alone here. I have Tsuna, you, and even Mikoto with her strange ways, but she doesn't have the disgust that others show. They stand there, side by side, looking over the village stretched out below them. The night is fully established now, and the stars begin to appear in the sky, each shining like a promise of hope and continuity. The view of Konoha, with its tranquil and welcoming beauty, offers them a moment of peace and reflection. Minato decides to break the silence once more, making sure Kushina is listening, then continues. The people here, we're strong because we support each other. We grow together, learn together, and face our challenges together as ninjas of Konoha. You're not alone here, Kushina. You're a part of us now, and that means you'll always have someone to lean on. Kushina looks at Minato, his words slowly dissipating the cloud of sadness that enveloped her. And I want you to know, Minato adds, that whenever you need a friend, or someone to listen, or even just someone to walk in silence beside you, I'll be here. We all face tough times, but together we're stronger. Together, we can find the light, even on the darkest night. Minato speaks and thinks Socratically as he is now the man of light. Minato's words are not just a consolation but a promise of friendship, support, and understanding. Kushina feels a warmth in her heart, a sense that, despite all she has lost, she has also gained something invaluable that day. She smiles, a shy but genuine smile, and nods her head, accepting Minato's words. Thank you, Minato, she says, her voice steady, though still carrying a trace of emotion. I think I'm starting to see that Konoha can be a home for me too. And I'm glad to have you as my friend. She speaks and touches on another subject. Do you think that someday, Kushina begins, hesitantly, one of us could be carved into that mountain too? She asks timidly, knowing already that Minato's dream was also to become Hokage, and he held his dream firmly, even advocating for her, who should be his rival. Minato looks at her, an encouraging smile on his lips. I wouldn't doubt it. You have a strong and powerful spirit, Kushina. And I. Well, I have my own dreams too. Kushina smiles back, a feeling of determination growing within her. Then, let's work hard. Together. From today we are rivals for the title of Hokage, Datebane. She declares, shouting. That. Minato is surprised by this, he didn't expect to create this kind of relationship with Kushina, as the night finally falls over the village. Minato and Kushina make their way back home, each with their own dreams and ambitions but with the understanding that they have in each other a friend and ally on the path they have chosen to follow. Just say yes, let's promise that one of us will become Hokage. She insists, and Minato sighs. Alright, let's promise that one of us will become Hokage, Minato murmurs. Great, but we should promise this with our pinky fingers, Datebane. She says, approaching and extending her finger to Minato at that moment. Minato sighs and extends his finger too, sealing that pact made by the girl. Silence falls on them again, but now it's a comfortable silence, filled with the promise of mutual support and a newly strengthened friendship. They continue to watch the village, now not just as two individuals lost in their own longings but as friends who share a common path and a future full of possibilities. Chapter 43, 4th Year 06. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 35. As night deepened in Konoha, Minato and Kushina left the Hokage stones to return to the village, taking the same path they had climbed up the mountain. They returned to the village, and Minato escorted Kushina to the Senju mansion. Then we'll see each other another time, Minato said with a smile, and Kushina looked at him suspiciously. Are you going to send a clone to school again, she asked. On days without theoretical lessons, I intend to do just that. I plan to leave my original to train other important things. The clones can absorb the lesson and train in chakra refinement that teacher Fumi will give us, Minato explained, scratching his head. I understand. But anyway, thanks for the walk, I enjoyed it much more than I imagined, so we'll go another time, Minato. She said with a shy smile and went to the entrance of the complex. Minato nodded and headed back to the orphanage. After briefly explaining to Madame Garrett about his delay, he did his things before resting for the next day. As the weeks in Konoha unfolded, Filled with learning and growth, Minato continued to hone his skills and knowledge with the help of his clones at his usual training ground. I think I can start this kind of training today, Minato murmured, looking at his goal for the day. It was a sunny day with the sun already high in the sky, and the wind gently blowing through the leaves. Minato found himself in a clearing surrounded by tall, robust trees. He looked up, observing how the branches intertwined, forming a complex pattern against the blue sky. This is where he would test himself, where he would learn to climb. This hasn't been taught at the academy yet, but as I remember, you need to concentrate your chakra in the soles of your feet in a balanced way. I already know how to distribute chakra throughout my body to enhance physical conditions, however, this is a bit more complex. Minato reasoned before crossing his hands in a seal. Focusing deeply, Minato began the exercise. He knew that the key to success was meticulous control of the chakra he had been training for a long time, allowing him to adhere to the tree's surface without using his hands or feet. After feeling the chakra in his feet and trying to regulate its amount, Minato lifted his foot to the tree before starting to walk. He managed to fix his feet and was climbing. This isn't so difficult, HM. At that moment, his foot sank into the tree, causing him to lose balance and fall from the tree. He didn't hurt himself, landing on his feet, but he wouldn't have bothered otherwise, as his body enters a state of light at any damage. He tried again, going in a slightly longer direction before having the same result. I think I understand how this works now, I just need to practice. Minato thought before crossing his arms but then noticed something with his observation haki. Someone is coming at high speed, but it's not an umbu like my spies, this one is certainly not making an effort to hide his presence. Minato analyzed the person coming at speed and it didn't take long for them to arrive, but the identity left Minato quite surprised. It was Jiraiya, his face was young, he was wearing his normal village headband instead of the sage one he had in classic and Shippuden Naruto. What do we have here? A young ninja training. He said with a smile, and Minato almost rolled his eyes. He knew this meeting wasn't by chance, Jiraiya already knew he would find Minato here. Who are you? Minato asked with narrowed eyes. He couldn't say, hello Jiraiya. HM. The boy doesn't know the famous Jiraiya. Jiraiya asked as if Minato had committed a crime. No. Minato replied calmly, he wasn't lying, after all, he only knew a 2D character, not a real one. What? The famous Jiraiya is unknown to an academy child, but we can resolve that. You don't know the disciples of the current Hokage? Jiraiya asked with a growl, hoping Minato would know. Of course, there's Tsuna's mother, Tsunade Senju, some weird guy named Orochimaru, I think that's his name. Minato said, hand on chin. Yes, and the last one. Jiraiya maintained his expectant face in his 20s. I think that's all, I don't know any others. Minato finally spoke. This made Jiraiya fall to the ground in depression. Are you okay, uncle? Minato asked worriedly, but inside he was laughing at the situation. I am, it's just that I didn't expect to be not so famous. Jiraiya lamented. So who are you? Minato asked with a curious tone. I guess I'll have to introduce myself. He said still in a sad tone, but when the last word left his mouth, he changed the tone to someone more excited. With a dramatic movement, Jiraiya adopts a heroic pose, and, mysteriously, a pompous and theatrical sound seems to emerge from nowhere, filling the air around him. Where is that sound coming from? Minato wonders, clearly intrigued. He had never heard anything like it, and for a moment, wonders if Jiraiya is capable of more than he appears. I am the successful ninja writer, whose novels will soon be bestsellers in all bookstores of Konoha and beyond. Jiraiya begins with a flourish, his tone full of pride and a glint of enthusiasm in his eyes. But writing is just one of my many facets. He pauses dramatically, allowing his words to settle in the air before continuing. I am also known as the Sage of the Mountain, whose feats are spoken of throughout the country, whose strength and wisdom are legendary. His voice grows in enthusiasm, almost as if he himself is being carried away by the stories he tells. And let's not forget, of course, my reputation among women, particularly those who frequent the bathhouse. Ah, it's a hard life being so adored, he says with a roguish smile, adding a note of irreverent charm to his presentation. Minato becomes increasingly dazed by this character and his poses and speeches. But above all, I am Jiraiya, the direct disciple of the third Hokage and an apprentice of the wise toads of Mount Maiboku. I am destined for great deeds and epic adventures. His presentation ends with another dramatic pose and the mysterious sound resonating once more, as a final touch to his words. Minato watches, speechless. Well, what's your name again? Minato asked again, wanting to forget everything he saw, causing Jiraiya to fall to the ground again. How can you forget my name after my epic presentation? It's Jiraiya. Jiraiya shouted at Minato. Well, then it's a pleasure, Jiraiya. Minato honestly didn't know what to say. Well, I said my name, what's yours? He crossed his arms. Minato Namikaze. Minato murmured. Minato. The one who is the prodigy of the academy in the elite/prodigy class. Jiraiya asked, pretending to be a little surprised. I guess so. Minato replied calmly. Wait, shouldn't you be at the academy at this moment? Jiraiya raised the issue. I send a shadow clone, theoretical lessons can be dealt with clones. Minato responds easily, he has no reason to hide this from Jiraiya, moreover, Jiraiya must have observed him out of his reach of haki, he just didn't expect Jiraiya to see him using his light ability. Shadow clone. At 9 years old, that seems to be a great feat. I saw you are starting the tree climbing training, as one of the most powerful ninjas in Konoha, I noticed your difficulties and will assist you with that. He said, seeming quite helpful. Is he being nice to me? Well, maybe he's already interested in me, after all, I will be part of his team in the future. Minato wouldn't waste a teaching from Jiraiya, so he agreed with a few words, since it still wasn't taught in the academy and he only had the knowledge from the work in the Naruto era. With a nod of approval, Jiraiya approaches Minato, ready to share his wisdom and experience with a smile. Minato, climbing trees using chakra control is a fundamental skill for any shinobi. It's not just about strength or the amount of chakra, but about fine control and perception, Jiraiya begins, his tone now completely focused on training. You need to feel the tree, sense how the chakra interacts with it. It's as if you're asking permission to climb, not forcing your way, he explains, walking up to the base of one of the trees and placing his hand on the bark. Watching closely, Minato sees Jiraiya concentrate a small amount of chakra in the palm of his hand, which glows softly against the tree. See, it's gentle, almost like a dance. You need to balance your chakra in such a way that it's strong enough to support you but not so strong that it damages the tree or throws you off balance. Jiraiya then steps back and, with surprising grace, begins to climb the tree, each step carefully measured and controlled. Minato watches, impressed by the ease and fluidity of Jiraiya's movements as an elite jonin. You also need to be aware of your own body, Minato. Every movement should be precise and intentional. Any hesitation or excess force, and you'll lose your balance, Jiraiya continues, now speaking from above, easily balanced in the tree. Minato nods, absorbing every word. He then focuses, attempting to mimic the technique Jiraiya demonstrated. Initially, he still finds it challenging, but with Jiraiya's guidance and his own relentless determination, he begins to make visible progress. That's it, Minato. Just like that. Feel the flow of chakra, feel the tree. It's a delicate balance, but you're getting the hang of it, Jiraiya encourages, watching from the heights as Minato practices. With the unexpected help of Jiraiya, Minato feels a new surge of confidence and understanding. He continues to practice, each attempt taking him a little higher, each movement becoming a bit more natural. As the training session progresses that afternoon, Minato not only improves his tree climbing ability but also gains a new perspective on chakra control. And, perhaps more importantly, he gains a new respect for Jiraiya, not just as a colorful and flamboyant figure, but as a skilled shinobi and a generous future mentor. When he finally masters the technique after an hour of training, Minato looks up at Jiraiya with gratitude and respect. Thank you, Jiraiya. I learned a lot today, he said atop the tree, maintaining the proper flow of chakra in the soles of his feet. Jiraiya just smiles, shrugging with false modesty. Ah, it was nothing. Just doing my part to help the next generation. But remember, Minato, the path of the shinobi is long and filled with challenges. Keep training, keep learning, and who knows? One day, you might even surpass me, Jiraiya spoke with a smile and turned around. I'm off now, I need to do some research. I mean, the Hokage is calling me. He said and left, jumping between the trees. Minato knew he was going to spy on the women's hot springs, but he felt grateful for Jiraiya's support in their first encounter. Chapter 44, 4th Year 07. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 35. After Jiraiya left, Minato resumed his training with renewed enthusiasm. He summoned several shadow clones, each beginning to climb the trees around. Surprised, Minato realized he could now create 15 clones, 3 more than in the morning after his training. He watched each of their movements closely, absorbing the lessons his clones learned as they exercised. This is amazing. He murmured to himself, amazed at his own rapid learning ability and adaptability. An hour later, he made an even more exciting discovery after perfecting the technique. He could now sustain 20 shadow clones throughout the day, a significant improvement in his capacity and endurance. Energized by these advancements, he decided to start the other training, and Minato headed to the tranquil river near the training site. Without wasting a second, he summoned 80 clones, each ready to face the next challenge, learning to walk on water. The first steps were uncertain. The clones repeatedly sank, causing waves and splashes. Minato continued training, insisting on learning and developing the technique on the same day. The afternoon passed quickly as he and his clones practiced tirelessly, and, by dusk, he felt profound exhaustion but also immense satisfaction. Dissolving the clones, a flurry of experiences and learnings flowed back to him. He felt crammed with new information and a sense of accomplishment, as the accumulation of experience at that moment gave him many discoveries and mistakes with points of views the original hadn't noticed. Although exhausted, Minato smiled, aware that his hard work was paying off. He had advanced significantly in just one day and was very close to mastering the technique now. As Minato contemplated the next step to finally learn the technique, hidden in the dense foliage of a distant tree in the forest, a man with distinctive white hair watched Minato from afar. He hadn't left as Minato assumed but had stayed, curiosity keeping him bound to the training scene of the boy. Jiraiya, with a thoughtful expression, whispers to himself while keeping his eyes fixed on the young man's actions. This kid can create dozens of shadow clones and still knows how to use them to their full potential. He's not just a prodigy, he's a little monster. Jiraiya murmurs, impressed with Minato's natural ability and fierce determination. He learned to climb trees and is already almost mastering walking on water. It took me more than a week to achieve that when I was 13. Jiraiya continued his analysis. And there's more, the boy is a type of sensor. He sensed me tens of meters before I got to him. You're surprising me more and more, kid, he admits with a knowing look. Realizing he'd seen enough and that Minato was preparing to end the day, Jiraiya finally decided to withdraw from his hiding spot, disappearing silently among the forest's shadows. Meanwhile, Minato, unaware of the secret observer, prepared to end the day. This was very good, just with this experience, it won't take long to learn the technique, he thought aloud, satisfied with his progress. With a plan in mind, he created 10 clones with what remained of his chakra reserves to continue training throughout the night. Original, this is unfair. You're going to rest while we stay up all night. After a brief farewell, in which the clones joked about the unfairness of working while the original rested, Minato walked away, returning to the orphanage to recover his energy for another day of learning and growth. Minato ignored the complaints of his clones and returned to the orphanage. Tomorrow, he would return, ready to continue his training. The next day he woke up receiving all the information from the clones that trained through the early hours, all of them had mastered the techniques and continued to do so for hours. He was satisfied and felt he could put 30 clones to train for him all day long. He sent his clone to class and went to train again. Kushina appeared that day since the girl decided she would train with him. Hey, can you already do this? She exclaimed as she saw Minato training on the water to test his skills' effectiveness. Yes, I started yesterday and trained with my clones. Minato murmured excitedly while walking on the water on his first attempt. This even awakened his childish side as he jumped to test his effectiveness. Damn it, Minato, I won't lose to you, Date Bane. Kushina shouted and made a hand seal, creating 58-year-old Kushiness. Wow, how much chakra she has. She hasn't even learned exercises that help her refine and control chakra, and she already has this number of clones. Although she has training in jutsu. Minato pondered. Hey, Kushina. I may not have been physically in class, but my clones are seeing you beat up all the boys who mock you. Minato suddenly spoke. Yes, they mock my hair, and I beat them, Date Bane. She said with conviction. Ha ha ha. But your hair is beautiful. Minato was sincere and innocent here. Don't say that to people, Databane. All 50 clones shouted at the same time with red faces. Hey, forget about that. Let's train taijutsu. Minato wanted to get to this point, not to anger multiple clones of Kushina, because that would be too dangerous. Alright. Her original spoke, and they moved away while the clones trained in other aspects. Minato and Kushina trained together, fighting each other. Minato and Kushina, now side by side, were ready to train taijutsu. Now it was time to focus on honing their hand-to-hand combat skills. Kushina looks at Minato with a competitive glint in her eyes. Are you ready, Minato? She asks, assuming a combat stance. I won't go easy just because you're my friend. Minato smiles, excited by the prospect of the challenge. I wouldn't expect any less from you, Kushina. Let's see what you've got. They both engage in combat, Minato always smoother and more precise against an aggressive Kushina. She even added chakra to her legs and arms to become even faster and quicker. This training continued for hours, and they finally stopped. Kushina, with a look of mild frustration, murmured, Damn it, Minato. You didn't let me beat you once. Her words reflected the competitive nature of the young Uzumaki. Minato, with a friendly smile, replied, I was lucky, it was good training. His response was not just courtesy but a sincere acknowledgement of Kushina's effort and skill. Luck, Date Bane. She mocked, not completely convinced, but unable to hide a reluctant smile. Changing the subject, Minato brought up a question that had been weighing on his mind. Kushina, can you help me with a question? He asked, capturing her attention. What is it? Kushina replied, curious. Well, now that I'm unemployed, I'll have to make money in another way. I'm thinking of creating exploding tags to sell to ninja stores. Could you help me? Minato explained, aware of Kushina's talent in Fuinjutsu and hoping the girl could assist him. Kushina frowned, concerned. Do you know how dangerous this is? You should do this when you're at a high intermediate level. She reprimanded him, the responsibility evident in her voice. Minato, having already considered the risks, assured her, it may be, but I'll use my clones to create them. If something goes wrong, the clone explodes, and I learn. It's quite an advantage. Minato informed. Kushina, still hesitant but recognizing Minato's logic, relented. Well, all right, let me know when you need me. She declared, and with a mischievous laugh, she added, anyway, it's time for me to go. Suna doesn't even know she's been next to a clone the whole time, Date Bane. The revelation brought a mischievous twinkle to her eyes. She walked away, leaving Minato alone with his thoughts and plans. As Kushina disappeared from sight, Minato bid farewell, returning to finish his training. Minato continued his training with the clones, doing some seals and other exercises, and he returned to the orphanage as night fell. At dawn the next day, Minato was determined to start a new phase of his training. He planned to finally produce exploding tags. However, for that, he needed to acquire special chakra ink, a notoriously expensive material. Despite the significant cost that would consume almost all his savings, Minato saw this as an essential investment for a new income. Walking through the village at an unusual time for an academy student, he chose to pass through a vacant lot to cut through. That's when he witnessed something unexpected and inspiring. A teenager was training intensely, but it was no ordinary training. The young man was doing upside-down push-ups with energy and vigor that immediately captivated Minato. 1998, 1999, 2000. The teenager counted his push-ups, each number marked by visible effort. Upon reaching the 2000 mark, he burst out in an enthusiastic yell, "Long live the power of youth." The passion and fervor were palpable, even contagious. Minato couldn't help but be surprised and impressed. The young man before him was Might Dewey, a legendary figure in his teens. Minato knows this guy is mocked in the village and will be so for many years. He is only recognized when he dies, which he always thought was terribly unfair. Minato knew Dewey's story, that he was the one who developed the 8 Gates technique and how, in a legendary fight, he faced the 7 swordsmen of the mist and emerged as a hero, saving his son and other ninjas and killing 4 of the 7 sword lords of Kiri. Inspired and curious, Minato felt it was time to approach. It's time to meet a true genius of the village, he thought, an expectant smile on his face. Might Dewey was among the people Minato most wished to meet, and now, fate had arranged an encounter between them, as he never met him in the last years. With a light step and a heart full of admiration, Minato approached Dewey. He knew this interaction could be the beginning of a unique alliance between 2 individuals who shared a passion for taijutsu. Minato, with plans to develop his own style, incorporating the 6 styles of the Navy and armament hockey, saw in Dewey a possible mentor and ally. Chapter 45, 4th Year 08. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 35. Minato, with silent and determined steps, approached the spot where Might Dewey was training. The intensity of Dewey's training was such that he didn't even notice Minato approaching, completely engrossed in his counting and the energy of his upside-down push-ups. Minato approached cautiously and called out with a polite smile, "Impressive training." His voice broke the silence, and Dewey quickly stood up, surprised but not alarmed by Minato's presence. "Hey, what do we have here?" Dewey exclaimed, the energy vibrating in his voice. "A young man from the village has come to visit me in my training. Tell me, young shinobi, what brings you to my humble training field?" Minato, still slightly disconcerted by Dewey's immense enthusiasm and welcoming aura, couldn't help but smile in response. "Hello, I am Minato. I saw you training here and couldn't help but be impressed. You are Might Dewey, right? I've heard about your abilities and, well, I'm also training to be a great shinobi too." Dewey, always encouraging and eager to share the spirit of youth and growth, leaned forward with interest. "Ah, Minato. So you've heard of me? Ha ha ha, that's wonderful. Yes, I am Might Dewey, and I'm here every day seeking to surpass my limits. The power of youth is a marvelous thing, isn't it?" His enthusiasm was contagious, and Minato could feel it. Minato, nodding, spoke, "Yes, it's true. I'm also trying to surpass my own limits. I was thinking, maybe we could train together sometime. I've always heard of a genin who can't cast jutsus, but he's a genius when it comes to physical training." Dewey, quite surprised that a child said this to him since everyone is more interested in casting jutsus than physical training, looked at the child in front of him with stars in his eyes. "You're really interested in my training?" Dewey asked, a glint of hope and surprise in his eyes. "That sounds like an exciting journey, Minato. Yes, let's train together. Youth is about overcoming challenges and growing stronger." Minato nodded, pleased with Dewey's acceptance. Unfortunately, he couldn't train with Dewey today, but that didn't stop him from scheduling a training session and having a conversation to assist him with his afternoon practice. "Yes, I am. I believe that taijutsu is a crucial part of being a shinobi. He said and responded to Dewey's comment, and thank you, that's great, I won't be able to today, but I want to explain some things about my training if you can help me. Minato said. Explaining his interest in taijutsu and his admiration for Dewey, Minato expressed a desire to learn and perhaps even train together. He mentioned his own plans to develop a unique style, combining taijutsu with other techniques. Minato was enthusiastic about the prospect of enhancing his skills and adding new techniques to his repertoire. Among the skills he wished to master were Soru and Jeppo, techniques that would allow rapid movements and the ability to walk in the air, characteristic of One Piece. However, he knew that these techniques were not common in this world and that Might Dewey, despite being a connoisseur of taijutsu, probably wouldn't have all his knowledge at this time, but Minato wanted to learn what he could from this man. Dewey, I was thinking, could you help me with training to strengthen my body? There are some techniques I want to learn that require exceptional agility and strength, Minato explained, without going into details about Soru and Jeppo. Dewey nodded enthusiastically. Of course, Minato. Strengthening the body is fundamental for any shinobi. I can show you routines and exercises that will increase your strength, speed, and endurance. Let's make you one of the fastest and most agile shinobis Konoha has ever seen. Minato smiled, grateful for Dewey's willingness and enthusiasm. That would be great. I'm especially interested in enhancing my speed and movement ability. They discussed the principles of training, the specific areas of the body that would need attention, and the routines Minato should follow. Dewey emphasized the importance of knowing your own limits and gradually surpassing them. Minato was surprised that even at this time, which he doubted Dewey would be beginning to develop the 8 gates, Dewey still had great knowledge of anatomy, explaining which exercises would be good for specific muscles, something not found in books of this era. This proved that Dewey had been studying for many years and was combining his knowledge for use in training. After Minato created a mental list of what he should start practicing after a 40-minute conversation with Dewey, he was genuinely pleased and eager to begin his new training. You are very promising, Dewey, Minato said sincerely, after listening to Dewey's words. No matter what others say, it may not seem much from a child, but I know there's great potential in you. Your dedication and strength are evident, and I believe you will prove them all wrong. Minato's words deeply touched Dewey's heart. For so long he had struggled alone, his only company being the determination and hope that burned within him. To hear a young man, one he had just met, recognize and validate his journey was more than he could have hoped for. Tears began to form in Dewey's eyes, a mixture of emotions overflowing. He quickly wiped them away, a bright and grateful smile appearing on his face. Young man, your words mean more to me than you can imagine. Many see me just as a foolish dreamer, a ninja who chose the hardest path with no chance of success. But you saw the youth within me. Thank you. Dewey took a deep breath. I promise, young Minato, I won't disappoint you. I will continue training, improving, and one day, I will show everyone the true power of taijutsu, he said with tears. Minato nodded, impressed with this character and his personality. I believe in you, Dewey. And I'm looking forward to training and learning together. After an enriching conversation and plans made for future training, Minato prepared to bid farewell to Might Dewey. It was great talking to you, Dewey. I'm looking forward to our training, said Minato, extending his hand in a gesture of friendship. Dewey, with a radiant smile and eyes full of determination, firmly shook Minato's hand. Likewise, Minato. I'll prepare a training that will challenge us both. Until then, keep striving. With a nod, Minato turned and left. He walked through the quiet streets of the village, his next destination being the village market, where he intended to buy the Chakra ink necessary for producing explosive tags. Minato entered a district in the center of the village, where the main clans were. He went to the shops that provided military equipment for ninjas and found a store specializing in seals, stocked with Uzumaki equipment from their village to the east of the Land of Fire, likely managed by the Senju family. Upon arriving at the store, Minato entered, his eyes immediately searching for the specialized ink he needed. He was greeted by the merchant, a knowledgeable man who recognized Minato as a young but serious customer. Good morning, young man. What brings you here? Asked the merchant with a friendly smile, seeing the young man entering the store, which was unusual. I'm here to buy intermediate Chakra ink, Minato replied, briefly explaining his project to produce explosive tags. The merchant, hearing the request, frowned slightly. Chakra ink. My young man, that's not a common commodity. It's powerful and dangerous in the wrong hands. It's not something for children, he replied, clearly hesitant to sell such an item to someone so young. Minato felt a bit frustrated with the idea of not being able to purchase, understanding why they wouldn't sell it to a child, but he would have to find another way. Before he could attempt to insist, the door of the store opened, and an imposing figure entered. It was Tsunade Senju. Tsunade, noticing Minato, the young friend of her daughter, asked, "What are you doing here, brat?" her voice carrying a natural authority. Tsunade. Minato murmured. Hello Princess Tsunade. This young man wants to buy Chakra Inc., but I. The merchant began to speak before being interrupted by Tsunade. Chakra Inc. And what do you plan to do with it, Minato? Tsunade asked, turning to the young shinobi with an inquisitive look. I needed to create intermediate seals I've been studying from the book I received from Mito last year. I'm almost ready to develop them. Minato was honest, this was an important step for him when it comes to Fuin Jutsu. You're at the intermediate level. Kid, you're a genius even in this area. Tsunade muttered, her daughter was almost reaching the threshold of intermediate and specialist level. But seeing Minato learning and reaching this level at his age without the resources the Senju family provides Tsuna is truly fantastic for a boy without a clan. Tsunade, after listening attentively, nodded. Well, it seems you really need this. And I know you're not an ordinary boy, Minato. She turned to the merchant. I will buy the ink for him. I'm sure the brat here can handle it. The merchant, though still hesitant, couldn't argue with the Senju. He prepared the Chakra ink, which Tsunade paid for without hesitation. Minato, still stunned by the unexpected intervention and support, only managed to stammer a thank you. Thank you, Tsunade Senju. I promise I will be careful. Tsunade just smiled, a glint of approval in her eyes. I'll be watching you, Minato. Make good use of it and continue growing and don't let my daughter down. Although Minato was a bit wary of her final words, he smiled and left the store to return to the training site. He then headed to the training site, eager to start working on his explosive tags. Sending a clone to school, as usual, Minato focused entirely on his new task. As a first test, he made a clone and began analyzing it after taking a bit of ink sufficient for a few seals and moving away from the site. The process was meticulous and demanding, each movement precise and calculated. Finally, after 10 minutes of focused work, Minato's clone completed the seal and raised it with a triumphant smile. I did it, the clone exclaimed, a sense of accomplishment filling it. However, the celebration was brief. The seal, without any explanation, caught fire, and the clone was abruptly engulfed in an explosion, disappearing instantly in a cloud of smoke and debris created in the ground. Minato just stood there, watching the clone being destroyed after celebrating, not knowing what to say about it. Well. It seems this won't be easy. I hope Kushina can help me. Minato just murmured, while the explosion still echoed through the forest. Chapter 46, 4th Year 09. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 35. It was another day over Konoha. Minato was still immersed in his latest project. A clone of Minato was sitting in the center of the training field, surrounded by scrolls, chakra inks, and an expression of intense concentration. He was about to try creating a new bomb seal, a task that had already proven to be more challenging and dangerous than Minato had initially foreseen. The clone picked up a brush, carefully dipped it in the chakra ink, and began drawing the seal on a scroll using his chakra in the brush. Every movement was precise, each line drawn with utmost attention. After a few minutes of meticulous work, the seal was complete. Will it work this time? Murmured the clone to himself, stepping back a bit, ready to run at any sign of danger. Even for a clone, it wasn't pleasant being caught in an explosion. He activated the seal, eagerly waiting to see the result of this seal. For a brief moment, nothing happened, and the clone began to approach, thinking maybe he had failed at something. But, the next instant, the seal began to spark and, without warning, exploded into a cloud of smoke and flames. Minato's clone was engulfed by the explosion, disappearing instantly, while a shockwave swept across the training field. Nearby trees shook with the impact, and a small hole formed in the ground where the scroll had been placed. On the other side of the field, the original Minato watched, absorbing the memories of the clone. He frowned, thoughtful. It still nodded. This is getting difficult, he said out loud. I see that, Date Bane. Ha 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 ha. Another voice entered Minato's ear, but he didn't seem to care, as this woman had been mocking him all afternoon. Behind him was Kushina Uzumaki, accompanied by Tsuna and Mikoto. Kushina, with her flaming red hair, was laughing loudly, almost breathless, as she watched the remnants of the explosions caused by Minato's clones. With each new explosion during his attempts, her laughter turned against Minato as if it were the funniest thing in the world, seeing the clones of the blonde boy scared. Tsuna, with a gentle smile on her face, watched the scene with amusement too. She knew well the effort and seriousness of Minato in his training and projects, but she couldn't help finding the situation a bit comical, as she saw Minato failing all the time while he kept placing more clones to continue trying. Mikoto, usually more reserved, allowed a small smile to appear on her lips. The sight of Minato's clones striving tirelessly, despite the explosive results, was undeniably funny. Minato, did you see that? Kushina exclaimed between laughs, pointing to one of the places where a clone had just been involved in the explosion. Your clones are as determined as you, but it seems they still have a long way to go. Yes, it seems so, Minato replied with a smile, joining in the laughter. He didn't mind the mistakes, as long as he kept improving. Each explosion teaches me something new. Eventually, I'll get it right. He thought to himself, and remembering something, he turned to Kushina, whose laughter was beginning to subside, and said, Kushina, you're the best in Fuinjutsu among us and have mastery over the explosive seal, don't you? Can you help me with this? Kushina, still smiling, looked at Minato with a playful expression. Of course, Minato. Looks like you could really use the help of an expert, she replied, still trying to contain her laughter. She extended her hand with the shadow clone seal. Quickly she used the jutsu, summoning several clones. These clones can help you, said Kushina. Kushina's clones approached the place where Minato's clones were working scattered around the training field. They quickly examined the area, observing the scrolls, the partially completed seals, and the traces of the previous explosions. Minato watched, grateful for the help. He knew that Kushina's experience with Fuinjutsu would be invaluable for his success. As Kushina's clones, or Kushi clones, took charge, instructing Minato's Mina clones, the scene became somewhat comical. One of the Kushi clones, annoyed with Minato's error in his scroll, slapped the clone making it disappear. Minato turned to look at Kushina with a raised eyebrow. Sorry about that, my clones sometimes come with a difficult personality to handle. She commented timidly. Turning his attention back to the field, Minato saw a Kushina clone with almost maternal patience, showing a Mina clone how to draw a complicated seal. No, you have to be more precise on this curve. And be careful with the amount of chakra, the Kushi clone instructed. The Mina clone, focused and a bit tense, tried to follow the instructions but was clearly struggling. Like this, he asked, showing the seal. Before the Kushi clone could respond, the paper began to alarmingly spark. No, yelled the Kushi clone, realizing something was wrong and the paper was going to explode. You put too much chakra. Run. The expression of the Mina clone changed from concentration to panic in a fraction of a second. What? But I only. He barely had time to finish the sentence. Suddenly, the seal exploded with surprising force, engulfing both clones in a cloud of smoke and debris. The Kushi clone was still screaming in despair with a comical expression of terror on its face as it was caught in the explosion. On the other side of the field, Minato, Kushina, Tsuna, and Mikoto watched the scene with a mix of shock and muffled laughter. Kushina covered her mouth with her hand, trying to contain her laughter. Ah, my clones. They are so dramatic. Tsuna shook her head, still smiling. Well, that's one way to learn, I suppose. Mikoto, with an ironic smile, added, at least they are being explosively efficient. Minato, although a bit worried about the safety of his clones, couldn't help but laugh at the situation. I guess we have a lot of work ahead, he said. The clones continued to play their role. You have to be more subtle here, advised another Kushi clone, pointing to a part of the seal. Remember, Fuinjutsu is about precision and chakra control. The Mina clone tried to do so, but for a millisecond his chakra became unstable. I'm almost there. The clone couldn't finish the sentence. The seal began to glow intensely, a clear sign of too much chakra again. Wait, no, shouted the Kushi clone, realizing the error too late. Boom. After another explosive training session with the clones, Tsuna and Mikoto had already left while only Minato and Kushina were still training. Towards the end of the afternoon, Kushina approached Minato, somewhat exasperated without her previous laughter. Minato, you know that every time one of my clones is caught in an explosion, I feel all their desperation, right? She exuded a mix of frustration and amusement. You need to get this right soon, or I'll start thinking you're doing this on purpose just to see me scream. And I have to go now, Mito-sama is waiting for me. Minato gave an apologetic smile. I'll try harder to work on this. And I really appreciate the help from your clones. They are, well, explosive in more than one sense. The next day, at the academy, there was an atmosphere of expectation. It would be a day of practical lessons, and Minato was present without clones. After Professor Fuma asked everyone to do chakra control exercises, during sparring, Minato faced Ekuma Uchiha again. And even with the 9-year-old boy's activated Sharingan, Minato emerged victorious to the boy's frustration. Besides, Minato watched with admiration and a bit of surprise how Kushina dealt with those who spoke ill of her. Whenever someone mocked her red hair or made some unpleasant comment, Kushina responded with strength and skill, quickly making them regret their words. These demonstrations of strength and determination began to give rise to the nickname Red Hot-Blooded Habanero in the classroom, as he remembered from the anime. The Red Hot-Blooded Habanero is worse than Tsuna. Minato sighed. He could beat that boy for this, but it would be childish of him to hit children for acting like children, and Kushina could easily handle them all. Since the strongest in the class didn't seem to care much about her, apart from Minato, Tsuna, and Mikoto. The next day, under a clear and sunny Konoha sky, Minato met with Might Due to begin their joint training. Due, surprised to see Minato, immediately questioned him, Minato, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at the academy? Minato smiled lightly before responding. Today, I sent a clone to school. I am the original here, because I wanted to train with you personally, he explained, his voice reflecting his determination. Due was visibly impressed by Minato's response. You sent a clone to the academy so you could train. That's incredible dedication, young man, exclaimed Due, his admiration for the boy growing. It's rare to see such a young ninja with such passion and seriousness for training. Minato, maintaining his resolute posture, looked directly at Due. Due, I would never miss a training session with you, you are even above the Hokage when it comes to the admiration I have for people from the village. Minato spoke sincerely, this man had to die to be recognized, and when he learns the 8 gates technique, he could kill the Hokage in a life-or-death fight. Of course, he would die afterwards, but it doesn't take away the fact that his strength could be superior to a Kage. Minato's words had a profound impact on Due. He was used to being underestimated and seen as a second-level shinobi due to his inability to use jutsus. The sincere recognition and respect from Minato for his abilities and dedication to taijutsu touched his heart. Minato, you honor me with your words, said Due, a glimmer of emotion in his tearful eyes. I will do my best to teach you everything I know. Let's work together to push beyond our limits. As the training with Might Due began, Minato saw the perfect opportunity to offer something that could significantly benefit both of their training. He pulled out some weight seals from his bag, items that Due, given his limited financial conditions, couldn't afford. I brought something that might help us, said Minato, extending the weight seals to Due. I believe these can make our training even more effective. Due, surprised and a little confused, took the weight seals. Minato, these are weight seals. But how? They are expensive and... Minato interrupted with a calm smile. I know they can be costly, but I want our training to be the best it can be. And I thought you could use some. This is unexpected, but thank you, I will surely make good use of them. Together, our youth will shine. Due exclaimed. With that, they began their training. Due guided Minato through a series of rigorous exercises, focusing on strength, speed, and endurance. Minato followed each instruction attentively, absorbing the knowledge and experience of Due, which he recognized was far better than his previous training. Throughout the day, as they sweated and challenged each other under the hot sun on that wasteland where Minato first met Due, a true camaraderie developed between them. Due saw in Minato a kindred spirit, a young shinobi who shared his passion for taijutsu and personal improvement. When the training came to an end, both were exhausted but satisfied. They knew this was just the beginning of a challenging and rewarding journey. Minato left the training field thinking about the possibilities with his own physical techniques that he would develop in the future and with even greater respect for Due, recognizing that when it comes to taijutsu, there is no one in the world like him. Chapter 47, 4th Year 10. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 35. In the weeks that followed, Minato dedicated himself intensely to training with Might Due and to the explosive seal with some clones of Kushina, but Minato was surprised by Due's training, yielding results a few weeks later. Minato, what are you? Due commented, seeing the boy's evolution in front of him, becoming faster and stronger just with his physique. Minato was about to make an excuse to avoid saying that he had an alien body, which is why his evolution was so remarkable, but before he could make an excuse, as much as he hated lying to Due, he was interrupted by him. Minato, I know. Your youth burns brighter than anything. I have never seen a talent like yours, your potential is much higher than mine, how happy I am to pass on the teachings of my youth to a genius. Due began to cry. Minato was speechless at Due's personality. After that, they returned to training and more time passed in Konoha. The combination of rigorous physical training with Due and in-depth study of Fuinjutsu created a perfect balance for Minato. As he honed his strength, speed, and endurance, he also focused on refining his skills with explosive seals, getting closer to mastering the seal. However, for the students lives in Konoha, it was peaceful and carefree as the children grew stronger, but for the adults and the village's higher-ups, the scenario was one of contrast, with attacks on the border or even within the land of fire. Missions were failing due to looting by other ninjas from major nations, the world was in chaos, reaching the limit of what was known in recent years as a time of peace. On a quiet night on the eastern border of the land of fire, near the Uzumaki village, a patrol of shinobis traveled the borders as any other day. With the increase in hostilities between the major nations, they maintained constant vigilance. It was a routine task, intended to ensure security and peace within the country's borders, founded over 30 years ago. However, this particular night was about to become a significant turning point in the history of the ninja world. The Konoha shinobis, patrolling the borders, quickly went into combat mode, facing the sudden threat. We're under attack. Call for reinforcements, shouted a Chunin, but before he could react properly, a precisely thrown kunai hit his neck, silencing him instantly. The environment in the forest became chaotic. The trees and the darkness of the night provided perfect cover for ambushes. The Konoha ninjas, though caught by surprise, showed resilience and skill in quickly responding to the attack. Regroup, all patrols, we are under attack, ordered a Jonin team leader, skillfully dodging the kunais coming in his direction. He moved with impressive agility, avoiding lethal blows while coordinating his team. The Kirigakure ninja spared no strength. An enemy jonin appeared and quickly moved his hand with dragon, tiger, rabbit, snake, goat seals. Suten, Suryuden no Jutsu. Concentrating chakra in his hands, he formed a water dragon from the river behind him, launching it forcefully towards the Konoha shinobis. The serpentine figure of water advanced with a roar, its undulating and powerful form threatening to engulf the defenders. The Konoha shinobis, recognizing the need for a quick response, counterattacked. Doton, Doriyahiki. He took the lead in the fight, with a quick hand movement making tiger, snake, ram. He created an earth wall with the ground rising in front of him for protection against water attacks. Crack, the water dragon collided with the wall but did not break through. Taking advantage of the confusion, another Konoha ninja, specialists in other earth jutsus, quickly created a protective earth barrier to shelter some of the less experienced companions. The barrier rose from the ground, providing solid defense against the continuous attacks of the enemies. 12 Konoha ninjas quickly jumped over the barrier for a counterattack, moving their hands in sync: snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu. Multiple fireballs were launched against the Kirigakure ninjas in the trees, illuminating the entire landscape in front of them. The Kiri ninjas didn't lag behind, creating multiple group seals with a quick response: tiger, ox, ram. Suten, Mizurappa. Water burst from the ninjas' mouths towards the flames. Fire and water battled each other, heating the water and creating a curtain of steam covering the entire fight area. The clash intensified, with the ninjas from both sides displaying their skills and techniques. Kunais and shurikens sliced through the air with some steam still lingering, while jutsus of various natures were launched in an attempt to overcome the opponent amidst explosions with paper bombs. The Konoha shinobis, although initially taken by surprise, fought with fierce determination, defending their land against the unexpected invasion. The battle on the eastern border of the Land of Fire became an example of the intensity and brutality that would mark this new phase of the next ninja war. Despite the resistance and skill of Konoha's defenders, the tide of the battle changed drastically with the arrival of massive reinforcement from Kirigakure. Suddenly, a wave of Kiri ninjas, armed and ready for battle, emerged from the shadows of the night. They attacked with a ferocity and efficiency that caught the already exhausted Konoha shinobis off guard. Kunais and shurikens cut through the air, while devastating jutsus were launched in rapid succession. "We are outnumbered and outpowered," shouted one of the Konoha team leaders, realizing the gravity of the situation. "We need to send a report to Konoha immediately." With the battle turning against them, the Konoha shinobis regrouped, struggling to maintain a defensive line while one of them, an agile and determined ninja, was entrusted with a crucial mission, to carry a scroll with information about the attack to Konoha, a mission classified as S-level due to its importance and danger. "Take this to Konoha, quickly," the leader ordered, handing the scroll to the chosen ninja. "Inform the Hokage about the attack. Do not fail." The ninja nodded, understanding the gravity of the task, and disappeared into the night, moving with astonishing speed, avoiding combat while focusing on his critical mission. Meanwhile, the Konoha shinobis, despite fighting bravely, were quickly overwhelmed by the overwhelming force of the enemy. One after another, they fell under the relentless attack of the Kiri ninjas. The forest, once a place of vigil and protection, became a brutal battlefield, witnessing the loss of many valiant shinobis. As the battle unfolded on the borders of Konoha, a similar and equally intense conflict occurred on the northern border of the Cloud Village. This attack, however, had a unique feature: the presence of the Raikage himself, the leader of the hidden Cloud Village, commanding the defense of his village. The Cloud Village, known for its strong shinobi skilled in hand-to-hand combat, caught the Konoha ninjas on the northern border by surprise with a normal attack to dominate and gain ground in the Land of Fire. The aggression was fierce and planned to cause maximum damage and destabilization. Enemy attack. A Konoha jonin shouted before his head separated from his neck after the Raikage passed by him. "It's the Raikage. We are under attack by the Raikage. Use jutsus to stop his advance." The leader shouted. 10 ninjas quickly prepared with seals, snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Katan, Hosenka no Jutsu. Multiple small fireballs were continuously launched against the Raikage, but this seemed to have no effect against his lightning armor. The attacks were quickly repelled, and before they realized it, the Raikage was upon them, killing them all. Some Konoha ninjas tried to escape to pass the information to Konoha and the Hokage, but Cloud Village ninjas caught up with them in far superior numbers, and all were killed without being able to inform Konoha about this attack. The battle at the northern border was marked by a total loss that Konoha would only discover due to the lost contact with the border troops. A few days after the surprise attack on Konoha's borders, an urgent meeting was convened in the village. Under the leadership of the Hokage, the main ninjas and key figures of Konoha gathered to discuss the response and future security measures. The meeting included the presence of Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Tsukumo Hatake, and other renowned shinobis, each bringing their expertise and experience. "We were attacked by Kiri in the eastern area, and our northern border teams disappeared. Intelligence indicates that it was Kumo, unfortunately much later than the other news. Hiruzen spoke to everyone gathered. The Hokage began the meeting by highlighting the seriousness of the situation and the need for a robust strategy to ensure the village's security. He expressed his concern about the recent wave of attacks and the possible escalation of tensions among the major shinobi nations. Jiraiya took the floor, his serious expression reflecting the gravity of the situation. Intelligence reports indicate that the Stone Country, in alliance with the Wind Country, invaded the Rain Village. They seem to be moving toward our borders. One of the ninjas present, aware of the reputation of the Stone Country's leader, commented, "I doubt that Hanzo, the salamander, will let this happen without resistance. He is known as the most powerful ninja alive." Tsunade, with a worried expression, emphasized the need for medical preparation. "We need to reinforce our medical teams and train more ninjas in this specialty. The war will bring casualties, and we need to be ready to care for them." Tsukumo Hatake, known for his wisdom and strategy, added, "It is also vital to strengthen our defenses and develop tactics against enemy espionage. We cannot underestimate the cunning of our adversaries." After intense debate and considerations from all present, the Hokage concluded the meeting. "I thank everyone for their contributions. The strength and unity of Konoha will be crucial in these challenging times. We need to be prepared to enter war against all nations, if necessary." He looked at each of them, his determination clear in his words. "We will call upon the Uzumaki as our allies. Together, we will face these challenges and protect our village and our people." Turning to Jiraiya, he continued, "Jiraiya, you will be responsible for establishing communication with the Uzumaki village. We need their expertise in sealing techniques and combat capabilities to strengthen our front lines." Jiraiya nodded, his serious expression indicating the gravity of his new mission. "Understood, Hokage-sama. I will make immediate contact and secure their alliance." Hiruzen then turned to Tsunade and Orochimaru. "You two are tasked with strengthening our defenses on the west side of the country. We need you in the Rain Village to prevent a joint attack from two villages at the same time against the Land of Fire." Tsunade and Orochimaru nodded. Finally, the Hokage addressed Tsukumo Hatake. "Your task is to reinforce our security on the northern borders. I will send Danzo's force to the east, thus protecting all sides of the country." The declaration of war by Konoha marked the beginning of a tumultuous period in the shinobi world. The village was preparing for a conflict that would test its strength, strategies, and alliances. As tensions rose, every Konoha shinobi knew they were about to enter one of the most challenging periods in their history. The war would demand sacrifices, but it was also an opportunity for Konoha to demonstrate its strength and resilience in the face of unprecedented adversity. The day after the decision to enter the war, the atmosphere in Konoha was palpably tense. News of the village's imminent involvement in the Second Ninja War had spread rapidly, creating a mix of anxiety and fear among the inhabitants and shinobis. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi, surrounded by his loyal disciples Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, opened a critical discussion about the roles they would play in the impending war. The scenario was grim, with the threat of conflict looming over Konoha. "We are facing an unprecedented challenge," Hiruzen began, his voice reflecting the seriousness of the situation. "And, unfortunately, we will need our young shinobis, including those in the academy, to prepare for combat sooner than we had hoped." Tsunade, known for her temperament, reacted immediately, her face marked by concern. "Sensei, you can't be serious. They are just children. My daughter, she's not ready to face the reality of a war," she protested, her voice trembling with emotion. Hiruzen looked at Tsunade with understanding but maintained his firm tone. "I understand your concerns, Tsunade. But war does not distinguish by age. It's a harsh reality, but everyone must be ready to defend our village." Orochimaru intervened with his calm and controlled tone. "While I share Tsunade's concerns, Hiruzen is correct. We must utilize all available resources, including our young talents." Jiraiya, with his usual seriousness mixed with a hint of optimism, added, "I will ensure that any youngster under my tutelage is more than prepared for the challenges to come. In fact, I already have plans to train Minato Namikaze." Orochimaru, with a glint of interest in his eyes, commented, "Minato, HM. The top talent from the elite program. I was thinking of taking him as my student." Jiraiya, quickly, retorted, "Minato is already under my guidance, Orochimaru. He has a potential that I intend to develop to the fullest." Hiruzen, seeking to maintain order in the conversation, concluded, "Then it's decided. Jiraiya, you will train Minato. Tsunade, you will take care of the medical preparation and supervision of the young shinobis. And Orochimaru, choose the students you deem most fit for your style of training. I will take my daughter with me." "That's non-negotiable," Tsunade said firmly, and Hiruzen agreed. "I will let the children complete this year and will give them until the middle of next year to prepare. After that we may have to dispatch them to war if necessary," the third Hokage said, and everyone nodded in agreement at the end. The Hokage observed the dynamics among his disciples, who left to strengthen the border and alliances according to their missions assigned the previous day in the meeting. Konoha was finally entering the war, and it would be against all nations simultaneously. Chapter 48, 4th Year 11. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 35. Minato, walking towards school, noticed the palpable tension among the inhabitants of Konoha. The streets were filled with whispers and worries about the impending war. "Have you heard? We're going into war," a merchant asked, his voice trembling. "Don't worry, the Hokage will protect us," replied an old man, trying to instill some confidence in the anxiety-laden air. Minato, absorbing the conversations around him, felt a weight in his heart. The war has really started. He thought, worried about what the future might bring. Despite having achieved extraordinary abilities, like his body of light and progress in his training, Minato knew he still had a long way to go, especially in dealing with a real conflict. He proceeded to the academy, and upon entering the classroom, Minato greeted his classmates, trying to maintain normality amidst the chaos spreading through the village. "Hello, Minato." Shikaku Nara responded, his voice a mix of laziness and concern. Minato, Inoichi Yamanaka greeted him, his expression calm, but his eyes revealing underlying restlessness. "Good morning, Minato. Do you want a cookie?" Chozo Akimichi offered, trying to keep lightness amidst the growing tension. "No, thank you," Minato replied, appreciating Chozo's friendly gesture. As Minato continued greeting other classmates, a sudden commotion caught his attention. He saw a boy roll on the ground before falling dazed and immediately knew who was behind it. "Hope you remember this." "Don't mock me, Date Bane," Kushina exclaimed, her voice loud and full of vigor echoing through the room. Minato, with a slight smile on his face, approached her. "Hello Kushina," he said. "Hello Minato." She smiled back, contradicting her expression until now as she chided her classmates. "Tsuna, Mikoto." Minato greeted the rest of his friends. "Hello. Minato, good morning." Sitting in his place, conversations about the war soon filled the topics among the children. "The war has started," Tsuna commented at the table next to Kushina. "I heard we're going to be sent to war," Mikoto remarked. Kushina was nervous. "We can expect anything in the coming months," Minato spoke in a serious tone. At that moment, Professor Fuma entered the room. "Hello children, well. I could start the day normally, but I know you've been asking me this, but Konoha has declared it will go to war against the other villages," he said, and the room burst into exclamations. "Are we going to participate too?" A student asked a bit fearfully, after all, he was still a child. "I'd love to participate and kill other enemy ninjas," said another boy, one of the Uchihas in the room. Silence. The teacher shouted amid the murmurs to bring some order. "Yes, we are at war, for now, we don't know anything, but this year our class will continue as usual, and by the Hokage's order, we will advance your learning. We will start advanced chakra control training." He referred to exercises like walking on trees and water. "Well, I've already been through this. So I can keep sending clones until the teachers teach jutsus," Minato thought. The class continued, but the fact of the war weighed on everyone, no one really paid attention to the lesson. In the afternoon, Professor Fuma taught how to practice the exercises. Minato on his first attempt had already climbed up the tree. "Why am I surprised?" the teacher murmured to the number 1 student. It wasn't just him, Tsuna and Kushina also showed chakra mastery, as she already had a natural and refined control over her own chakras. The next day, after class, Minato headed to his training with Might Due, determined to divide his time efficiently. While his original body dedicated itself to enhancing his power of light and to the demanding physical training with Due, he kept a clone at the academy to participate in the chakra control practices. Simultaneously, 28 clones were engaged in developing explosive seals, with guidance from some of Kushina's clones. The routine was always intense, but Minato adapted well to the challenge, skillfully balancing his responsibilities and training. He felt that with each day he was getting closer to mastering his abilities, a crucial preparation for the times of war that were approaching. A week later, an impressive scene unfolded on the main street of Konoha. A large crowd had gathered, creating a sea of curious and worried faces. They watched a historic scene. Thousands of Konoha ninjas, dressed in their battle uniforms, marched towards the village gates to represent the village to their villagers, ready to join the war effort. On a high rooftop, 4 children looked on with curiosity. Minato watched the scene with a mix of admiration and sobriety. He saw experienced ninjas, many of whom he only knew by name or reputation in recent years. He knew that many of them would not return, as this was the weight of the reality of ninja war. Kushina, with a distant look, shared information she had received a few days ago. "Mito-sama told me that our clan, the Uzumakis, will join Konoha in the fight against Kiri in the east of the Country of Fire," she revealed, her voice carrying a mix of pride and apprehension. Mikoto, with her usually calm expression, added, most of the Uchihas, including my father, have been summoned to the front in the north. It seems that the situation there is quite tense. My mother and the other Hokage students are going to the country of rain. They said that the village of Stone and the village of Wind have formed an alliance and are advancing there, Tsuna commented. The country of rain is under the command of Hanzo, isn't it? He is known as Salamander, an extremely powerful ninja. Mikoto raised an eyebrow. Yes, it's true, Tsuna confirmed. It's a dangerous situation. I heard that the village of rain is being crushed between the two great nations. Kushina, looking thoughtful, questioned, and the Hokage, is he going to the front line too? Tsuna shook her head. From what my mother said, he plans to stay in Konoha to coordinate the village's defense and strategy. But he is ready to move to any battlefront that needs his presence. Kushina sighed, a look of determination in her eyes. If I go to war, I want to go to the east with the Uzumakis, Kushina murmured, and Minato felt a bit sorry for the girl. He knew she would never leave the village again, even before becoming a Jinchuriki. Konoha would not allow it. As they talked, the atmosphere in the village was charged with tension and emotion. Groups of ninjas passed through the streets, their expressions serious and determined, reflecting the gravity of the situation. The residents of Konoha clustered along the streets, waving and shouting words of encouragement. You are the pride of Konoha. Win for us, a merchant shouted. Show them the power of Konoha, echoed the voice of a mother, holding her young son's hand firmly, who looked with large, admiring eyes at the ninjas. Minato watched the scene, feeling the weight of the conflict in the village. This war, it's going to change a lot of things for all of us, he murmured, more to himself than to the others. Kushina nodded, her expression serious. We will also have a role to play. I don't know when, but I feel our time is coming, Date Bane. Tsuna, with a worried look, added, I just hope everyone comes back safely. War, it spares no one. Mikoto, usually reserved, spoke in a low voice, let's train more. We need to be ready for anything. As they conversed, various groups of ninjas passed through the streets while people shouted encouraging things to them, that Konoha would get through this crisis and defeat all enemies. Minato and the girls saw many ninjas passing by them too on the rooftops. Anyway, Mikoto is right, we need to get stronger, war is no joke, especially when you're a ninja, he said, and the girls agreed. As the weeks passed, the village of Konoha was in constant motion, with more and more ninjas being sent to the front lines. Each day, the situation seemed to grow more serious, and the rumors circulating among the residents only increased the tension in the village. Minato, aware of the gravity of the situation, intensified his training with Might Due, although he knew that this routine could soon be interrupted. Due, despite being a genin, had not yet been called to war. However, Minato could feel that this would change soon. Due, do you think you'll be called to the war soon? Minato asked during one of their training sessions. Due, always optimistic, replied with a smile. Whatever the call, I'll be ready. But until then, let's continue our training and get stronger with our power of youth. After a month since the children had been training exercises of walking on trees and water, Professor Fuma finally decided to put the class into the next stage. Professor Fuma entered the classroom pushing a cart full of rolled-up scrolls. His eyes scanned the excited class, and with a smile, he announced, Today is a special day, students. We will start training with C-rank jutsus. Some of you already have knowledge in jutsus taught by your clans. However, after consulting your parents, I have selected jutsus that you have not yet learned. The students buzzed with excitement, especially those who had never learned jutsus before. Professor Fuma began distributing the scrolls, with some students receiving 2 and notably, Minato receiving 3. A student, with a look of confusion, asked, Professor Fuma, why did some of us receive 2 scrolls and others just 1? And why does Minato have 3? Professor Fuma, patiently, replied, each of you received scrolls based on the number of elements with which you have an affinity. Some of you have an affinity with 2 elements and therefore received 2 scrolls. Minato, with his exceptional affinity in 3 elements, received 3 corresponding scrolls. The classroom was filled with murmurs of admiration and surprise as the students contemplated the 3 scrolls in front of Minato. 3 elements, huh? Minato always surprising us, commented a student, looking at him with a mix of respect and curiosity. Shikaku Nara, always inclined to laziness, yawned and commented, how troublesome, now everyone will want to compete with Minato. He leaned back in his chair, observing the room with an uninterested look. In the corner, Akuma Uchiha murmured with a tone of envy, damn Minato, his eyes fixed on his classmate's scrolls. Minato nodded humbly, preferring not to elaborate on the subject. He opened and looked at the scrolls in his hand, his interest clearly piqued. Professor Fuma spoke up again at that moment. Remember, these scrolls are confidential and exclusive to the training of each of you. Do not share them and, above all, take good care of them. He said before the bell signaling the end of the class for that day began to ring. Minato, holding his 3 scrolls, felt more motivated than ever. He stood up, ready to leave the room and head straight to the training field. Finally, something really interesting, he thought, finally going with the idea of learning to perform elemental jutsus. You're going to start practicing right now, aren't you, Minato? Suna asked, leaving the room at his side. Of course, I'm not going to waste any time, replied Minato, his voice full of determination. Chapter 49, 4th Year 12. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 35. Before the day ended in Konoha, Minato firmly carried the scrolls of rank C jutsus in his arms and headed to his training field, arriving at the location without interruptions. He quickly opened the scrolls with the 3 elemental jutsus he received, one for each of the wind, fire, and lightning elements. Scroll 1, Wind Jutsu, Futon, Reppuken, Wind Blade. This jutsu creates a sharp blade of air that can be launched towards a target. Luffy focused on memorizing the necessary hand seals, tiger, ox, rabbit, and bird. Scroll 2, Fire Jutsu, Katon, Hosenka no Jutsu, Phoenix Flower Technique. This jutsu allows the user to create multiple small fireballs, shooting them towards the opponent. Minato looked at the hand seals, snake, tiger, monkey, boar, horse, and tiger. Scroll 3, Lightning Jutsu, Raiten, Jibashi, Electric Strike. This jutsu is used to generate an electrical discharge that can be directed to a specific target or area at a short distance. Minato learned the hand seals, tiger, rabbit, and ox. Minato looked at the 3 jutsus excitedly, but before he could start practicing, even as a child, he knew he needed to perform nature transformation, especially with the wind jutsus, which were the hardest to learn. Minato quickly read each nature transformation in each of the elements in the introduction of the scrolls and created 90 clones to train all of them quickly, 30 for each clone. It took 2 hours of training to become good enough to execute a rank C jutsu in one of them. Minato was exhausted, but he succeeded with the fire element. Determined and focused, he picked up the fire scroll, which was the element he found easiest to perform nature transformation, to try executing his first jutsus. Excited by the initial success, Minato proceeded to the fire jutsu, Katon, Hosenka no Jutsu, Phoenix Flower Technique. Katon, Hosenka no Jutsu, executing the hand seals snake, tiger, monkey, boar, horse, and tiger, he began to practice. At first, the fireballs were small and uncontrolled. However, with practice and concentration on the flow of his chakra, Minato quickly improved. His fireballs became larger, more numerous, and precise, forming an impressive pyrotechnic spectacle. Minato's training showed that he had a natural talent for nature jutsus, which also surprised him with the ease with which he learned the jutsu at first. It was already night while Naruto tried not to burn his mouth with each jutsu launched, illuminating his training area. I think that's good enough, I should head back, Minato murmured. He was exhausted, his chakra pool was at its limit after he made multiple clones, still using the remainder to make at least 30 attempts at the rank C jutsu. Minato returned to the center of Konoha while reflecting on his newly developed abilities in elemental jutsus. He couldn't help but feel surprised and, in a way, impressed with his own talent in this area. It's incredible how quickly I get the hang of these jutsus, he thought, feeling a mix of pride and amazement. It seems I have a natural affinity with elements, perhaps even more than with other aspects of ninjutsu. After Minato returned to the orphanage and explained his situation to Madame Garit, he went to rest and woke up for another day just sending clones to school. Over the following weeks, Minato dedicated himself intensely to the training of his new elemental jutsus. While most of the children in the class were focusing on nature transformation, Minato, with a combination of natural talent and a potion of hard work plus clones, advanced in mastering his techniques with impressive speed. Every day in the training field was an opportunity for Minato to perfect his skills. He started with the Katon, Hosenka no Jutsu. Minato approached it with dedication and enthusiasm. He trained daily, honing his ability to create multiple fireballs, each hitting its target with remarkable precision and even learning to hide thrown weapons like kunais and shurikens within the flames. Next, Minato focused on Futon, Repusho, a wind jutsu that allowed him to create gusts of air capable of destabilizing his opponents. With fluid and precise movements, he learned to control the intensity and direction of the wind, adapting the jutsu for various situations. Despite the wind element being the most difficult to train, it was the second jutsu that Minato mastered. Finally, Minato turned his attention to Raiten, Jibashi, a complex ability that allowed for generating electrical discharges. This technique was particularly challenging, requiring a delicate balance between power and control. However, for Minato, each challenge was an opportunity for growth. He worked tirelessly, adjusting his chakra flow to achieve the desired level of electrical intensity. By the end of these weeks, Minato had not only mastered these 3 jutsus and refined them as he wanted, but he also began experimenting with combinations and variations, seeking ways to integrate them more effectively in combat. His peers and teachers were once again impressed with his progress in a new area, many acknowledging that the young shinobi was becoming an unreachable talent in elemental jutsus. It was in this context of continuous progress and determination that Minato found himself in a training duel with Tsuna today. As the sun painted Konoha's blue sky, on the training field, Minato and Tsuna were engaged in an intense training duel. Tsuna, known for her prowess with water and earth jutsus, was preparing to defend against an imminent attack from Minato. Minato, focused and with a determined look, quickly began forming the hand seals for the Katan, Hozenka no Jutsu, a technique that allowed launching multiple fireballs in rapid succession. He knew Tsuna was a skilled opponent and that he would need precision and speed to overcome her. Katan, Hozenka no Jutsu, exclaimed Minato, launching a series of small but intense fireballs towards Tsuna. Tsuna, anticipating Minato's move, was already prepared with her counterattack. She quickly formed the hand seals for her water jutsu, aiming to create a defensive barrier that could absorb and extinguish the fire attack. Sudden, Mizu no Tate. Tsuna shouted, and a wall of water emerged in front of her, intercepting Minato's flames. The fireballs hit the water wall, creating clouds of steam as they were extinguished by the opposing element's force. Minato watched, impressed with Tsuna's effective defense. He knew that this exchange of jutsus was excellent practice for both, helping them to hone their skills and reflexes. Good defense, Minato commented, as he prepared for his next move. But it's not over yet. Raiten, Jibashi. Minato formed the hand seals and an electrical charge shot out from him directly into the water. Tsuna, seeing this, widened her eyes and before she could jump away from the water barrier, Minato's electric currents reached her jutsu. Conducted by the water, the electric sparks hit Tsuna. However, Tsuna's body turned into smoke and a log appeared in her place, with the 9-year-old girl now on the other side of the training field. I had time to activate that jutsu. Tsuna sighed. Minato looked at Tsuna and initiated the attack with a sequence of kunais. He threw the weapons with precision, but Tsuna, equally agile, easily dodged, using the substitution jutsu again to appear behind Minato. Minato felt the change in the air and quickly created a shadow clone to distract Tsuna, while he positioned himself for a counterattack. Tsuna, realizing the trick, launched Doton, Dorikageshi this time, creating an earth wall that absorbed the impact of another subsequent Katan, Hozenka no Jutsu from Minato. The fight continued at a frenetic pace. Minato, using his agility and techniques he had been training with duel, launched 12 clones at Tsuna, who responded in kind. The clones began to fight each other, but despite Minato always being superior thanks to his observation haki, the clones didn't have this, leading to a draw with all clones dissolving equally. Minato had trained a lot with duel and with his special body, he had an advantage, but fighting against a Senju who used the same taijutsu as the first Hokage was difficult for him to win without his original body's advantage. Seeing that the fight was without a winner, at a critical moment, Minato launched a futon, Repusho, a powerful gust of wind, trying to unbalance Tsuna. However, Tsuna, with a quick movement, used Sudden, Teppadama, firing water spheres that collided with the wind attack, creating a dispersed mist that temporarily obscured vision. Taking advantage of the confusion, Minato attempted a surprise attack, emerging from the mist with a series of shurikens. Tsuna, however, was prepared and evaded the attack with a series of acrobatic evasive movements. Minato threw a special kunai. Tsuna was going to defend, but saw what kind of kunais it was and quickly made a set of seals. Doton, Dangan no Jutsu, she opened her hand and a stone emerged from her palm against the kunai. As soon as they collided with each other, an explosion was created in the middle of the battlefield. Boom. Damn it, Minato, you managed to make the exploding tag. Tsuna exclaimed a bit surprised. Exploding tags were quite expensive, especially in a period of the beginning of war. She knew Minato wouldn't throw one in this fight by chance, he must have created it for this. You liked it. That was one of my first successes. Minato laughed. Congratulations. She admitted without leaving her fighting stance. Minato looked at her and made 20 more shadow clones and Tsuna responded with the same amount. Both ran with their clones for a final clash. The fight continued with taijutsu. Despite Tsuna having her inheritance, it was not enough to finish Minato and his mastery of haki, making him finally win the fight. I guess you won. She fell exhausted. It was a great fight, are you okay? Minato asked, breathing a bit tired while looking at the girl with some concern. Hey, what do you think you are doing? My mother told me that I should punch boys who look too much at my body. Tsuna growled and Minato raised his hands. It's not my intention, I just wanted to see if you were injured. Minato scratched his head with that. It's okay. I guess. She said with a red face. Tsuna got up a bit. They didn't have class today. Kushina was doing something with Mito, so Tsuna took advantage of this day to stay with Minato with some training. Minato, Tsuna resumed speaking and Minato looked at her again, her tone still a bit accelerated by the recent activity. My great-grandmother mentioned that she would like to see you again. She has only heard of you through me and Kush. Aina. How about coming to dinner at the Senju house tonight? Minato, still recovering and wiping the sweat from his forehead, looked at Tsuna with a mix of surprise. Really? It would be an honor. I would be happy to accept the invitation. Tsuna nodded with a smile, clearly pleased with Minato's response. Great. You still know where my house is, right? Then arrive around 8 p.m. Okay. He confirmed calmly. Tsuna left after she and Minato exchanged a few more words, mainly discussing their viewpoints on the fight to help each other. When evening arrived, dinner at the Senju house was a warm and welcoming experience as always for Minato. Tsunade and Dan were not present, as they were on the war front, so the table was filled by Nawaki, Tsuna, Kushina, and the cheerful Mito. Despite Nawaki's teasing of Minato with Tsuna and even Kushina, causing the latter to punch him angrily, Minato took advantage of the evening to exchange some few ninjutsu tips with Mito. Minato was just a few details away from mastering the explosive seal, and even though Kushina was talented, Mito's teachings were unquestionable in this area. At the end of the dinner, Minato felt grateful for the opportunity and for the hospitality of the Senju and Mito Uzumaki. He left with a sense of having gained more knowledge, and it was always good to spend time with his friends and people he hadn't seen in a long time. As the months progressed, the class at the Konoha Academy was absorbed in learning new jutsus, while Minato devoted his time to focusing on the development of his fruit. They were approaching the end of the academic year, and everyone's progress was notable, with most children excelling. Minato, in particular, demonstrated exceptional ability, having mastered the taught jutsus with ease that surprised his classmates and teachers. During this time, Minato dedicated a significant portion of his time to physical training with might duel. Focused on enhancing his strength, speed, and endurance, over the months, Minato showed impressive physical development, reaching a level of preparation that rivaled many jonins, despite his young age. Duel, in turn, was constantly amazed by Minato's physical growth. Initially, Duel saw Minato as a promising young student, but as the training progressed, he began to realize that Minato was a rare talent with some kind of special body. Even without using chakra, he was already so powerful. Minato's ability to absorb and apply the training exceeded all expectations, even making an experienced warrior like Duel feel dazed, but always shouting with joy in the end with Minato's power of youth. Minato was not ashamed to train with Duel despite everyone speaking poorly of him. He sometimes participated in training around the village on days when there were no classes. This progress of Minato was so notable that it began to attract the attention of other shinobis in the village who remained in the village. They observed, intrigued, this young boy who, even before turning 10 years old, exhibited a physical and technical preparation that promised a bright future as a ninja. Chapter 50, 4th Year 13. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 35. The final day of final exams at the Konoha Academy had arrived, and much had happened this year. The war had started, but the conflict was still brewing, with only small-scale attacks here and there. For Minato, this day marked the beginning of a challenging period. From now on, he could no longer afford the luxury of training, with the war ready to erupt at any moment and the likelihood of being called up with his colleagues. The atmosphere in the academy was thick with anticipation and nervousness among the students. Professor Fuma, with his stern posture and strict attitude, distributed the written exams. Each sheet of paper represented a new challenge, testing the children's knowledge year after year. Minato, seated at his desk, received his exam calmly. He quickly scanned the questionnaire, covering a range of topics from combat strategies and the history of the ninja world to questions on shinobi ethics and chakra manipulation. He began answering the questions with surprising speed, as he had in previous years, and once again, he was the first to complete the exam. When the exams were graded and the scores announced, Minato achieved the highest mark. Professor Fuma couldn't help but express a rare smile of approval when announcing Minato's result. Minato was an exemplary student and a role model for the class, with many following his calm and focused style. After the written exam, Professor Fuma began the next phase, the practical demonstration of basic jutsus in the classroom. The same test they had taken at the end of last year, one by one, the students were called to the front of the room to demonstrate their competence in the basic jutsus of transformation, substitution, and clone. When it was Minato's turn, he stood up with the same calm and confidence he had shown in the written exam. He demonstrated the same amount of chakra and mastery of the jutsus as last year, taking first place again, even surpassing Tsuna and Kushina, who had more chakra but not as much mastery of the techniques as Minato. Perfect score. Fuma nodded in satisfaction. Minato nodded and left the room for lunch with his lunchbox, soon joined by the girls. Did you hear? It seems we will have some people observing our performance this afternoon, Kushina said. My mother mentioned something like that. He arrived in Konoha a few weeks ago from the border to deal with some things with the medical teams and the hospital, Tsuna said. We are the class that the village has invested in the most since its foundation. It's very likely that the Hokage will appear, as this is our last year, Mikoto said. I agree with Mikoto, it's very likely that high-ranking people will watch us, Minato said. After lunch, Professor Fuma took them to a special field outside the academy used for Chunin and Jonin training, as the next phase of the exam was physical and elemental ninjutsu tests. The students shared their expectations and anxieties about this part of the test, a crucial evaluation of their physical and combat abilities for their future careers. Professor Fuma had emphasized the importance of these tests, reminding the students that they would be decisive for their final ranking and future placements as shinobis. The professor gave an overview of what would happen, and an unexpected and exciting surprise occurred for most of the Ninja Academy students when they noticed the presence of the Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, accompanied by his students, Jiraiya and Tsunade. The appearance of the village leader immediately generated a buzz among the students. This year, Hokage-sama will personally see your performance, Professor Fuma said with a certain pride, exciting many of the children. Hiruzen, with his imposing presence and serene gaze, watched the young future shinobis gathered. He raised his hand, asking for silence, and when the children quieted down, he began to speak. Dear students, the future of Konoha is in your hands, and it is important for me to see the progress you have made, said the Hokage, his voice resonating clearly. He then made an announcement that raised the level of expectation and excitement among the students. This year, we have decided to recognize the top performers in the final exams with special awards. It will be a way to honor the effort and dedication you have shown over the past years. Immediately, eyes turned to Minato, whose performance was well known to everyone. The expectation was that he would undoubtedly be the top scorer. Jiraiya, standing next to the Hokage, watched the scene with a particular interest in Minato, smiling at his future student. The students, now even more motivated by the Hokage's presence and the promise of rewards, prepared for the start of the physical and elemental jutsu tests. The first physical test of the day was a challenging circuit, designed to be more rigorous and demanding than in previous years. Minato, with his exceptional physical ability and technique, navigated the course with a dexterity he had acquired from Might Dway in recent months, overcoming obstacles with ease and impressive speed. His performance not only confirmed his reputation as the best in his class but also left the onlookers, including the Hokage and the Sannin, deeply impressed. On the sidelines of the test field, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Jiraiya, and Tsunade discussed Minato. The boy's physical ability was a topic of particular interest, especially given the rumors circulating about him. He is extraordinary, isn't he? Commented Hiruzen, watching Minato complete the circuit with almost inhuman ease. He didn't even use chakra, it was just physical strength. He seems to have a special body like the Senjus, but his physical conditioning is also remarkable for his age. Jiraiya, with a thoughtful look, added, there are rumors that he has been using a clone to attend the academy, while the original trains with a genin from the village, Might Dway, who is famous for not being able to use ninjutsus, only taijutsus. That would explain this level of physical preparation. Might Dway. It's unusual for an academy student to seek additional training with a genin, especially the brat who could get help both from you, Jiraiya, or have asked for our help in the Senju clan, since he is a close friend of Kushina and my daughter. But if Minato is seeking to train with this genin, Dway must have something special. Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully. Yes, this is intriguing. Perhaps I should pay attention to this Dway. The Hokage posed the question to himself. As the conversation continued, Minato completed the circuit and prepared for the next test, unaware of the special attention he was receiving from Konoha's higher echelons. The next test for the young academy students was kunai throwing. Minato positioned himself confidently, holding the kunais with precision that reflected years of practice and dedication. He threw each one with impeccable technique after much training, hitting the target with unwavering accuracy. His score was an impressive 100%, a notable improvement compared to his first year, scoring 40% hits, recorded when he joined the academy more than 3 years ago. After Minato's exceptional performance in the kunai throwing test, other students also demonstrated notable skills. Tsuna Senju, daughter of Tsunade, showed impressive precision, hitting 100% of the targets. Mikoto Uchiha and Akuma Uchiha, both from the prestigious Uchiha clan, equally achieved 100%, demonstrating the dexterity and rigorous training of their clan. Kushina Uzumaki, on the other hand, scored 80%. As she collected her kunais, Minato approached the girl. Kushina, you did well, but let me give you a tip to improve your score, he said, gently showing her how to adjust her grip and posture for a more efficient throw. Kushina, who trusted Minato, accepted his help. As Minato helped Kushina, the Hokage observed the scene with growing interest. He noticed Minato's closeness to Kushina, who would soon become the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Hiruzen saw this as a strategic opportunity. If Minato continues to be close to Kushina, it could ensure his continued loyalty to the village, he thought. With Minato's talent and potential, he will be a crucial shinobi for Konoha's future. Hiruzen watched with a calculating look as Minato gave advice to Kushina. In the next test, the students were challenged to demonstrate their skills in ninjutsu. The students showed different levels of mastery among the jutsus they had received. Some failed to have even minimal control due to their low chakra pool or energy control, while others demonstrated the jutsu with moderate to perfect mastery. Finally, it was Minato's turn to step forward and perform his jutsus. Starting with the fire element, Minato executed the Katan, Hozenka no Jutsu, creating multiple fireballs that he accurately launched at the targets. He then transitioned to the lightning element. With a quick series of hand seals, Minato channeled lightning chakra into his hands and unleashed the Raiten, Jibashi, creating an electric discharge that hit the designated targets. Lastly, Minato focused on the wind element, the most challenging of all. He performed the seals with incredible fluidity and precision, and then released the futon, Repusho, creating a powerful gust of wind that not only hit the target set by the instructors. The boy has an impressive talent for ninjutsu, 3 elements. Even with natural affinity, it's extremely difficult. He even reminds me of the time I sweated to master all 5 elements, the Hokage murmured with satisfaction as he watched Minato's performance. He didn't possess the crystal ball technique at this time, so he only heard from the teachers about the prodigy's performance, and seeing it in person was satisfying for the village's greatest ninja in such a dark time. As soon as Minato finished, the test that everyone had been eagerly awaiting was about to begin, the sparring matches. Now, something quite interesting, Jiraiya spoke, looking at the children, eager to see how they would fare with their new jutsus in a real combat. The air was electric with anticipation as the academy students prepared for the sparring matches. "Let's start the sparring matches," announced Professor Fuma. "Remember, this is a test of your skills and knowledge. We want to see how you apply what you've learned in a real combat situation." The professor spoke and announced the first match. Namikaze Minato vs Uchiha Mikoto. He declared, and everyone wanted to see this fight. Mikoto had surpassed Akuma Uchiha this year, making her one of the top students, tied with Tsuna Senju. Now, she would fight the most talented student in the class and her precious friend.